Chapter 174. Yi Tianlong, I'll pay you back double for what you've done today. Yao Xie saw two of his subordinates die horribly in quick succession and knew that he would not be able to leave if he did not leave now. A pair of blood-red eyes glared viciously at Yi Tianlong. The phantom image of the golden-furred lion enveloping his body and his calf actually began to burn with a raging fire. His entire body erupted with an incomparably powerful aura, causing the Yi family elders to retreat and the yellow light around his body to burn into a vacuum. His speed suddenly increased by several times and he turned into a blur as he fled into the distance. Don't chase after him. That Yao Xie is actually burning his demonic image and calf. We can't catch up. I'm afraid that his strength has been greatly damaged and his body has been crippled. The status of the demon race's Saint Venerate will be in jeopardy. He has so many enemies in the demon race. Let's see how he'll deal with the demon race's pursuit. Yi Tianlong looked at Yao Xie's gradually disappearing figure in the distance and stretched out his hands to stop the Yi family elders from pursuing him. He knew about Yao Xie's technique of burning his demonic image and calf. This was a life-saving technique that only an upper-level demon saint could use. Once it was burned, one's strength would be reduced to that of a lower-level demon saint. Not only would one's vitality be greatly damaged for the next few years, but it would also require a large amount of time and precious treasures to heal his calf. Furthermore, Yao Xie had actually used the Lion clan's natal demon weapon to kill Yi Qinghan. His strength was probably no match for an average demon saint. In the past, Yao Xie had made many enemies in order to fight for the position of the demon race's Saint Venerate. If he dared to return to the demon race this time, he would definitely be torn apart by the demon saints. Yi Tianlong shook his head and sighed as he walked towards Yi Qingniu. If Yi Qingniu had not used Kuei armor and instead used Kuei slash, he would definitely have been able to kill Yao Xie. Now that things had come to this, he could only helplessly retract his Saint Venerate and walk towards Yi Qingniu, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground recuperating. Qingniu, how is it? Is it serious? Seeing Yi Qingniu's pale face and the traces of blood at the corner of his mouth, Yi Tianlong hurriedly leaned over and whispered to him. Ah! Yi Qingniu slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yi Tianlong. His expression was one of shame and regret. He coughed violently a few times and said, Chief, I've let you down, I've let down the ancestors of the Yi family. I've sinned. Green Ox, don't be like this. Now that things have come to this, I don't blame you. You've already done your best. Moreover, little Han might not die. Seeing Yi Qingniu like this, Yi Tianlong hurriedly patted him on the back and comforted him. At the same time, his eyes lit up as he looked at the thick white fog of Mount Luotian and said, Don't you remember that he was injured so badly in the Garden of Enchantment, but he completely recovered in a day? I reckon that he has a holy artifact, and a healing one at that. What I'm worried about now is whether he can withstand the killing realm of the Land of Illusions in the God-slaying mountain. Because of Yi Qingniu, this child's inner demons are too strong. I'm afraid that he will forever fall into the Land of Illusions and become a killing machine. Yi Qingniu's spirits were greatly lifted when he heard Yi Tianlong say that Yi Qinghan might not die. Thinking back, it seemed that Yi Qinghan really had a lot of secrets. However, when he heard the latter part, he frowned again and said anxiously, The killing realm is too terrifying. What should we do? It wasn't easy for such a good seedling to appear in the Yi family. If he dies in our hands, how can we face our ancestors after we die? There's no other way. Yi Tianlong sighed deeply and looked at the eastern sky. He gritted his teeth and said, We can only ask the great ancestor to come out of seclusion. Little Han is too important to the Yi family. No matter how the great ancestor punishes me, I have to disturb his seclusion. Great ancestor. When Yi Qingniu heard these three words, his eyes suddenly shone brightly. However, after a moment, he said somewhat dispiritedly, the great ancestor left a will that unless the Yi family is in a life-and-death situation, we are not to disturb his seclusion. Moreover, even if you want to disturb him, you can't break the restrictions set up by the great ancestor. Little Han's life and death concerns the rise and fall of the Yi family for 100 years, or even 10,000 years. I believe the great ancestor will understand. Even if the great ancestor wants to punish me, I will accept it. A hint of ruthlessness appeared in Yi Tianlong's eyes, as well as a hint of reckless madness. He gritted his teeth and said, "There's a simple restriction on the ancestral tomb that was set up by the great ancestor. If I go back now and directly break it, the great ancestor will definitely appear. Do you want to go back with me now, or go with them?" Sigh. I hope that the great ancestor can rescue little Han. You should go back first. I still have to watch over those two girls. I'm afraid that when they wake up, they will try to kill themselves. Yi Qingniu nodded, then glanced at Yi Qingwu and Yu Qingqing, who were in Long Sanan's arms, and said gloomily. Yi Tianlong did not hesitate. He nodded at Yi Qingniu, then turned around and stood up. He said to the Yi family elders and the crowd, "All elders and disciples of the Yi family, listen up. Escort Elder Yi Qingniu, the boys, and the girls back. When you return, cultivate well. One Moon Queen will follow me to the demon god estate and completely wipe out the demon evil tribe from the demon race." After saying this, Yi Tianlong directly opened his saint domain and soared into the sky, flying rapidly towards Tsang City. Great Elder Qinghan. Why is father not caring about him? We have to find a way to go in and bring Qinghan out. Moreover, he is so seriously injured, I'm afraid that he won't be able to hold on. Yi Tianlong did not allow the elders to question him. He hastily gave a few instructions and flew away. This caused Yi Chang and the others to feel annoyed and puzzled. They hurriedly surrounded Yi Qingniu and questioned him. Yi Qinghan has already been sucked into the god-slaying mountain, and besides my Kuei Nyo transformation, no one else can break the white mist restriction of the god-slaying mountain. My vitality is now seriously injured, so how can I break it? You don't have to worry about this matter. The patriarch is free to make the arrangements. Assemble the team and return to Tsang City first. Yi Qingniu opened his eyes and weakly waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to return first and think about the matter at length. Hearing Yi Qingniu's answer, the elders all sighed in sorrow. The Yi family had only produced a peerless genius in hundreds of years, but he had fallen just like that. This was a heavy loss for the family. Their only hope now was to see if Yi Tianlong could find a way to save Yi Qinghan, otherwise. Feng Zi and Hua Xia sighed and looked coldly at the god-slaying mountain, which was still covered in white mist. They could not help but think of all the things that had happened with Yi Qinghan and could not believe it. But so many important figures of the Yi family had come, and none of them could do anything about it. What could they do? They could only place their hopes on Yi Tianlong, who had left in a hurry. Long Sanan's heroic eyes were also dim. Looking at Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu, who were sleeping in her arms, she did not know how to explain it to them when they woke up. The servants of the four clans and Dragon City near the carriage all sighed. The insufferably powerful Yi Qinghan, who was like an invincible god of war on the Netherworld Island, had disappeared just like that. Had he died just like that? For a moment, they all felt a speechless sorrow and a sense of powerlessness. Chapter 175. Tsang City was still bustling with noise and excitement. People who woke up early began to walk through the streets and alleys. Perhaps they were rushing about for a better life, or perhaps they were working hard for a better tomorrow, or perhaps they were cultivating to become stronger. The morning sun began to rise slowly. The warm sunlight illuminated the entire Fire Dragon continent and the entire Tsang City. Swish! A sharp air-piercing sound came from the southwest sky, attracting the attention of the people of Tsang City. People who were drinking morning tea put down their teacups, people who were walking stopped in their hurry, and people who were bargaining in the market stopped talking. Everyone turned their attention to the southwest sky. Tsang City was a place guarded by the Yi family. Under normal circumstances, no one in the sea would fly so recklessly and powerlessly towards Tsang City. This was a provocation to the Yi family and the people of Tsang City. Swish! Who goes there? A black shadow flew up from Tsang City and shouted. It was the elder of the Tsang City Lord residence. This elder seemed to be very dissatisfied with the rude behavior of the guest who flew from afar. However, he was slightly afraid and didn't dare to be too impudent with his words. Get lost! An angry shout came from the south sky. Then, a yellow shadow appeared and ignored the elder in the sky above Tsang City. He flew directly towards the Yi family castle in the north of Tsang City. Ah! I deserve to die. Greetings, clan leader. The elder in black wanted to curse a few more times, but he didn't expect it to be Yi Tianlong. He quickly hid to the side, bowed with his hands folded in front, and said in fear and trepidation. Yi Tianlong was in a hurry. He didn't even pay attention to the elder. He flew straight into the Yi family castle and disappeared quickly. Ah! The elder in black touched his beard in confusion. He looked very upset. Although the clan leader was old-fashioned, he didn't have to treat him like this. Could it be that something happened? The people of Tsang City were also discussing. Although they rarely saw Yi Tianlong, with his status, actually cursed and left in such a hurry. Could it be that something big happened? Yi Tianlong's roar had already alerted all the elders who were guarding the Yi family castle. The elders put on their clothes as fast as they could. Without bothering to wash up, they soared into the air to welcome Yi Tianlong. Greetings, Patriarch. Seeing Yi Tianlong flying over with a gloomy face, all the elders hurriedly bowed to him respectfully, not daring to make a sound. He quietly waited for Yi Tianlong's instructions. Yi Tianlong didn't stop. He flew directly to the mountain behind the Yi family after leaving a few words. Everyone, disperse. Seal the Yi family's castle. Don't tell anyone what happens later. Yes. The elders saw that Yi Tianlong had brought more than 10 people with him, but now only one returned. They all secretly wondered what had happened. However, under Yi Tianlong's furious expression, no one dared to say anything. They had to disperse quickly and seal the Yi family castle in an instant. They were waiting for Yi Tianlong's next instructions. Patriarch. What happened? Yi Baihu had woken up long ago and noticed Yi Tianlong immediately. Seeing that Yi Tianlong had come back alone, he knew something was wrong. He hurried to greet him and asked. Don't ask so much first. I'll explain to you later. Activate the sanctuary and seal the back mountain. Yi Tianlong didn't explain too much. He directly flew over the lake in the back mountain and flew to the empty space behind the lake that was surrounded by a wall. The wall was not high, only about 1 meter high, and it was all painted black. Inside the perimeter wall was an empty plain. There were countless small mounds of earth on the empty plain, and in front of each mound was a stone stele. There were already countless sacrificial offerings. This was the ancestral grave of the Yi family. Only the heroes and famous people of the Yi family had the opportunity to be buried here. What is Patriarch trying to do? Yi Baihu's fair face was full of doubt and confusion. Not only did Yi Tianlong come back alone, but he also walked directly to the ancestral grave of the Yi family without saying anything. What was he trying to do? Although he was confused, Yi Baihu still followed Yi Tianlong's instructions. He activated the sanctuary and enveloped the back mountain of the Yi family. Yi Tianlong directly walked to the front of the black wall. However, he didn't enter the gate in the middle of the wall. Instead, he knelt down and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Ancestors, Yi Tianlong is unfilial. I've disturbed your souls. If you can see me in heaven, please don't blame the disciples of the Yi family. Just punish the heavenly dragons. After saying that, Yi Tianlong deeply bowed again. After that, he opened his left fist and opened his palm. With a yellow light, he directly released his battle chi and hit the black wall with his palm. Being hit by Yi Tianlong's battle chi, the black wall didn't collapse. Instead, it gave out a dazzling light, which counteracted Yi Tianlong's fierce battle chi. Bang! Yi Tianlong didn't stand up. Instead, he released his battle chi and hit the wall twice. With another flash, the black wall counteracted Yi Tianlong's battle chi. However, this time, the light was a bit dimmer than before. Bang! 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 After several strikes from Yi Tianlong, the light of the black wall finally disappeared completely. At the same time, that part of the wall was finally broken into pieces by the powerful battle chi, causing dust in the air. Seeing that the wall was finally destroyed, Yi Tianlong hurriedly withdrew his palm. At the same time, he knelt down on the ground motionlessly as if he was waiting for something. Clan head, are you crazy? Yi Baihu couldn't believe his eyes as he watched Yi Tianlong hitting the wall of the ancestral grave with his battle chi again and again. Why did the patriarch go crazy after going out for a while? What's inside the wall? That's the heroic souls of the ancestors of the Yi family. Only after a short while, when he saw Yi Tianlong kneeling down on the ground as if he was waiting for something, Yi Baihu faintly sensed something. Therefore, he hurriedly put away his sacred realm and knelt down together with Yi Tianlong silently. After a long while, which might be a few seconds or a few hours, Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu finally sensed the faint sound of mosquitoes flying through the air. Then, they felt a terrifying pressure descending on the back mountain of the Yi clan. This pressure was like a mountain pressing on their shoulders. It made them feel as if someone had grabbed their necks and lifted them into the air to suffocate them. They felt weak all over and their hearts almost stopped beating. Humph, you're disciples of the Yi family. Why did you destroy the ancestral grave of the Yi family? You'd better give me a satisfactory answer, otherwise, this old man will use the clan rules that I haven't used for 500 years on you too. A cold voice rang out from nowhere. At the same time, the pressure on Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if it had never been there. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu didn't have time to wipe off the cold sweat on their faces. Instead, they slightly raised their heads and bowed down heavily once again as they said respectfully, I, Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu, the 36th generation descendant of the Yi family, pay my respects to forefather Yi Ruoshui. Chapter 176. Get up. A few hundred years have passed and the Yi family actually has 36 generations of descendants. Your name is Yi Tianlong, right? Your comprehension of the laws of Earth is pretty good. It seems like you aren't trying to destroy the ancestral grave. You are trying to lure me out. What's the matter? Other than Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu, there was no one else in the back mountain of the Yi family. However, the cold and old voice of the Yi family's ancestors seemed to come out of nowhere and directly entered Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu's ears. It was as though the voice was right beside them. Ancestor, please come out of seclusion and save a Yi family descendant. Yi Tianlong didn't waste any time. He immediately bowed to the front and impatiently begged. Reason. The voice continued to echo coldly. There was no trace of emotion in the cold voice. It seemed to be blaming Yi Tianlong for disturbing his seclusion and destroying the ancestral grave just to save a Yi family descendant. When his bloodline awakened, a 9-colored halo appeared. He summoned a sacred beast and a soul attack type of combined combat technique. Most importantly, he is currently 16 years old and has already reached the first level of the martial realm. Not long ago, during the prefecture battle, his combined combat technique was upgraded again. Now, his overall strength is invincible under the Imperial realm. Yi Tianlong didn't dare to waste any more time and simply explained Yi Qinghan's heaven-defying sacred beast and cultivation speed. Swish! As soon as Yi Tianlong finished speaking, the air trembled slightly. Then, a middle-aged man in white appeared out of thin air in front of Yi Tianlong. This middle-aged man looked delicate and pretty. Based on his skin, he seemed to be in his 30s or 40s. However, the strange thing was that his eyebrows were snow-white and they were so long that they drooped down. His eyes were icy cold, and he seemed to have aged through the vicissitudes of life. Greetings, Ancestor Yi Ruoxue. Although Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu were puzzled as to why Ancestor Yi Ruoxue didn't look old, he was already more than 500 years old. He was more than 500 years old, but he looked much younger than the two of them who were in their 80s or 90s. However, they had already seen Ancestor Yi Ruoxue's portrait a long time ago. Moreover, other than Ancestor Yi Ruoxue, who was at the Heavenly God realm, there was probably no one else who could suddenly teleport in front of them. That's right, this person was the Yi family's ancestor, Yi Ruoxue, who had summoned the holy beast White Tiger 500 years ago and led the Yi family to dominate Song City and the Prefecture War for 200 years. A God realm martial artist who had already broken through to the Heavenly God realm, the strongest martial artist of the Yi family. Get up. Are you sure that disciples summoned a saint beast? What kind of beast was it? Tell me more about the body fusion technique. Yi Ruoxue stood there calmly, but Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu felt as if there was a peak in front of them. Yi Ruoxue didn't release any of her aura, but they felt a formless pressure that made it hard for them to breathe. Yi Tianlong took 2 deep breaths to calm himself down. He lowered his head and quickly replied, "The 9-colored halo has been confirmed." As for the saint beast, it was a beast that looked exactly like the lion-nosed dog, but it had an additional black horn on its head. He said that it was the saint beast's soul-devouring beast, but we have never seen this beast even after looking through the information. He said that the body fusion technique was called soul dizziness, which ignores the defense of the soul of a person of the same level as him and causes dizziness directly. Moreover, it was said that it had leveled up and changed from a single target attack to a group attack. In the Elite Prefecture War not long ago, it killed a large group of monster emperors and barbarian emperors. Where is he now? Bring me to see him immediately. Yi Ruoxue's expression was still cold, but there was a hint of surprise, excitement, and urgency in her tone. Sky Dragon is guilty. Because he killed the son of a saint venerable from the monster race in the Elite Prefecture War, he was ambushed by the monster race's Saint Venerable Yao Xia at the foot of the God-slaying mountain. At this time, he has already been swallowed by the white fog restriction. Although he will not be in danger for the time being, this is not the time for the heavens road to open. The hallucinatory realm of the God-slaying mountain is estimated to be 3 times that of the heavens road. I am afraid that he will not be able to withstand it, so I have no choice but to ask for your help. I hope that you can save him. Yi Tianlong once again knelt down and bowed deeply. His old face was full of shame and hope. Idiot! If this kid dies, you will be the sinners of the Yi family. Yi Ruoxue's long white eyebrows suddenly stood up and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. Her body suddenly surged with killing intent, making Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu suddenly feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Their bodies were cold and their blood seemed to have frozen. After speaking, Yi Ruoxue slowly closed her eyes and remained motionless, as if she had fallen asleep. This made the shivering Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu feel even colder. They crawled on the ground, not daring to make the slightest sound or move their bodies. After a long time, Yi Ruoxue still kept her eyes closed and did not speak. Just as Yi Tianlong could not help but beg again, Yi Ruoxue finally opened her eyes slowly. How is it? Ancestor. Yi Baihu did not dare to speak. Yi Tianlong could only look at Yi Ruoxue and speak with a face full of hope. This kid's life is temporarily not in danger. Yi Ruoxue sighed slightly and her eyes were no longer so cold. Instead, she looked at Yi Tianlong curiously and asked, "This kid's recovery ability is terrifying. I used my divine sense to check just now. This kid's injuries are healing at 100 times the speed of an ordinary person." Yi Tianlong immediately relaxed when he heard this and awkwardly rubbed his head. We are not very sure either. I reckon that he has a divine weapon that can heal. You are very competent as a clan leader. Yi Ruoxue glanced at Yi Tianlong indifferently, causing Yi Tianlong's face to turn red. Yi Ruoxue's meaning was very clear. The Yi family had produced such a talented youth, yet you did not protect and nurture him. Instead, you brought him into the god-slaying mountain. Now, you are not even sure that he has a divine weapon on him. This clan leader was obviously very incompetent. Then, Patriarch, when are you going to save him? Yi Tianlong felt ashamed for a while and asked again with a thick face. Rescue? I can't rescue him. Yi Ruoxue shook her head slightly and said something that almost made Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu fall to the ground. Ancestor Yi Ruoxue said that he couldn't rescue him. Since he could detect the situation of Yi Qinghan thousands of miles away within the white fog of the god-slaying mountain, how could he not rescue him? Wasn't he a god-level expert? Yi Qingniu, a saint realm expert, could break the restrictions of the god-slaying mountain. Yao Xia, a demon saint, could break a 2-meter-wide hole in the restrictions of the god-slaying mountain and swallow Yi Qinghan. How could Yi Ruoxue, an expert who had stepped into the heavenly god realm hundreds of years ago, not be able to rescue Yi Qinghan? How? Ancestor, aren't you a heavenly god realm expert? How could you not rescue him? Yi Tianlong became anxious and hurriedly begged. But after a moment, he seemed to think of something and his expression became extremely ugly. He cautiously asked, Ancestor, have you not recovered from your injuries hundreds of years ago? Yi Ruoxue shook her head again and said helplessly, It has nothing to do with my injuries. It's just that I can't enter the god-slaying mountain. Not just me, but no god-level expert in the fire dragon plane can enter. I can't, the god city lord can't, the island lord of the hidden island can't, and I'm afraid that even the king of the dark forest, Lord Devour, won't help him. So, no one can save him. Chapter 177. No one can save him. As Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu heard this, their faces instantly turned deathly pale. If Yi Qinghan were to perish like this, then they were destined to become the sinners of the Yi family. Don't be depressed, this boy may not necessarily die. Yi Ruoxue looked at the two pale faces and continued, Moreover, there may be a great lucky chance. Of course it's life. Or death. Whether or not he can obtain the most precious treasure will depend on his perception and luck. Oh. Old ancestor, what do you mean? Hearing that there was still a glimmer of hope, Yi Tianlong hurriedly stood up and asked eagerly. You must have heard the legend of Fallen God Mountain. But what I want to tell you is that the legend is actually true. Fallen God Mountain is in fact a passage that connects to the small divine pavilion in the turbulent space. There is a divine sword in the small divine pavilion, and this divine sword is the key to entering the Soul Emperor Pavilion. As long as you can obtain this divine sword, you will have 3 chances to enter the Soul Emperor Pavilion. You may even be able to obtain this almighty Soul Emperor's heaven-shaking treasure as well as his inheritance. And the function of Fallen God Mountain is actually very obvious. There are several checkpoints set up in Fallen God Mountain to test the potential, perception, character, and luck of the person who enters. The Soul Emperor will not allow some trash or someone with a bad character to obtain his treasure and inheritance. Just now, I used my divine sense to investigate this boy's information in your mind. This boy named Yi Qinghan has potential and perception, and can be considered an extreme talent of the Flame Dragon continent. From his series of actions, I can tell that this boy is loyal, kind-hearted, but also resolute in killing. This is a very good character. So, combining all of this, I can determine that this boy will most likely not die. Moreover, there is a chance that he will pass the 3 checkpoints and enter the small divine pavilion to obtain the divine sword. Of course, the final result will depend on his luck and perception. Yi Ruoxue nodded slightly, her eyes slightly warm. She seemed to admire Yi Qinghan very much. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu looked at each other, speechless. Although Luotian Mountain and Yi Ruoxue had a vague guess, they were not completely sure. They were also shocked by Yi Ruoxue's terrifying ability. Yi Ruoxue had actually directly probed Yi Tianlong's soul and obtained information about Yi Qinghan. What kind of divine ability was this? Yi Tianlong sighed for a while, and then asked the question in his mind again, but... Ancestor, when the heavenly road opens, isn't it a dead end to break the restriction and enter the God-slaying mountain? In the past, no one had been able to walk out alive after breaking through the restrictions. And why is it that a Peak Saint Realm expert can break through the white fog restriction of the God-slaying mountain, but a God Realm expert can't? Yi Ruoxue pondered for a moment, then slowly explained, there are 2 ways to enter the God-slaying mountain. The first is called the Path of Life. The heavenly path opens once every 10 years. For 10 days, all martial artists below the Sage Realm can enter. Of course, most of the time, only the Emperor Realm martial artists can enter. Martial artists below the Emperor Realm will be in much more danger due to their low soul realm. Under normal circumstances, as long as one isn't greedy and doesn't barge in recklessly, it won't be too dangerous. After 10 days, one can safely exit the heavenly path. The second method is different. It's called a dead end. As long as you did not enter from the heavenly road, or if you left the God-slaying mountain every day for 10 days after the heavenly road opened, you would not be able to enter. You have to keep moving forward until you pass the 3 tests, enter the small divine pavilion, and obtain the godly sword. Otherwise, you will never be able to leave the God-slaying mountain. The second method was that the lower one's realm and the higher one's soul realm, the less dangerous it would be for an Emperor Realm martial artist to enter. Yi Qinghan is in this situation. His true realm is only at the first level of the martial realm, but if he fuses with his battle beast, his soul realm can reach the Duke realm. That's why I said that he won't be in any danger for the time being. The killing realm of the psychedelic realm is formed according to one's realm, and its power is not inferior to the illusory realm. As for the next 2 tests, whether he can pass or not will depend on his comprehension and luck. It's useless for you to think too much. I will pay attention to this brat situation at all times. If there's any news, I will send a sound transmission to you. Is there anything else? Yi Ruoxue's explanation finally allowed Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu to understand Yi Qinghan's current situation. Although Yi Qinghan was fine for the time being, it was still unknown whether he could safely leave the God-slaying mountain. The 2 were vexed, but at the same time, they felt an unprecedented anger towards the evil that caused this situation. Ancestor, we cannot forgive Yi Qinghan for being in such a dangerous situation. However, this evil has broken the blood oath between the 3 clans and openly ambushed the Yi family's disciples. I want to lead the elders of the clan to the demon clan and teach them a lesson in blood. Otherwise, the continent will treat the Yi family as nothing and look down on the Yi family. Moreover, I reckon that the Divine City has also played a role in this matter. I don't know how we should deal with this. Yi Tianlong's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke in a resolute tone. The Divine City. Don't provoke the Divine City. I can only make my own decisions. As for the evil, Yi Ruoxue pondered for a moment, then took out a red token from her bosom and threw it to Yi Tianlong. She then said coldly, "This is the War God's blood token. Use this token to go to Dragon City and find the current house master of the House of Ares. Then, use this token to summon all the Sage Realm experts of the House of Ares to play with the Demon Clan. Remember, we are in the right this time. Go ahead and kill them. However, every debt has a debtor. Kill the evil, but don't touch the other clans. Otherwise, I won't be able to save you if you provoke the old monsters of the Demon God Mountain. Also, if the people of the Divine City show themselves, then forget about this matter. Yes, Ancestor. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu immediately nodded in agreement. This is a communication jade talisman. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Tianlong, focus on your cultivation and try to break through to the divine realm before your lifespan ends. Yi Ruoshui threw a jade talisman over and waved her hand at the black walls of the ancestral tomb. After repairing the restriction that Yi Tianlong had destroyed, her figure disappeared in front of the two of them. Farewell, Ancestor. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed to him. Both of them had heartfelt respect and admiration for the Yi clan's most powerful force and most powerful backer. Patriarch. What should we do now? Yi Baihu hadn't said anything since Yi Tianlong came back, but he had learned the whole story from the conversation between Yi Tianlong and Yi Ruoshui. He couldn't help but frown and ask. What should we do? Yi Tianlong raised the blood-red token in his hand and coldly smiled. Originally, he wanted to report to Yi Ruoshui and bring all the experts of the Yi family to sneak into the Demon Clan. Even if he had to risk his life, he would slaughter some of the evil clans to take revenge for hurting Yi Qinghan and the members of the Yi family. But now that Yi Ruoshui had thrown him a war god blood token that could command all the experts of the House of Ares, he naturally wouldn't be polite. He coldly snorted and coldly said, "Wait for Yi Qingmyo and the rest at home. They should be here in a few days. I will go to the Dragon City now and look for Old Dragon. Then I will gather all the experts of the House of Ares and kill our way to the Divine Demon Mansion. I swear that I will not rest until the Golden Lion clan is completely annihilated." Chapter 178. Yi Qingmyo was very angry, very angry. It was not because of the faint injuries in his body, nor was it because of the spring rain that had not stopped since yesterday. It was because of the fire in his heart and the two girls in the carriage. At the foot of the god-slaying mountain, Ao Xie's golden hair flashed and transformed into a golden spear, sending Yi Qinghan into the god-slaying mountain. The accompanying martial artists from the four clans and the Dragon City did not suffer heavy losses. Furthermore, Yao Xie's accompanying demon the Arch and demon sage had been killed. Yao Xie's strength had been greatly reduced and he had broken both his legs. But none of this could appease the fire of anger in Yi Qingmyo's heart. If he had not been conceited, he would have rushed back to Tsang City with the others. If he had not been careless and asked them to stay several hundred meters away from him. If he had fought Yao Xie with all his might from the start and used the Kuei slash to kill or severely injure Yao Xie, perhaps Yi Qinghan would not be in such a predicament where his life was uncertain. He would also have made the two girls in the carriage so sad and pained. After Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu woke up, to his surprise, they did not make a fuss. They only calmly asked if Yi Qinghan could still be saved. After receiving an uncertain answer from Yi Qingmyo, the two of them fell silent. They remained silent for the entire journey. Cough. I say, you two girls, talk to each other. It's been a few days and you haven't said a word. Do you want me to die of anxiety? As they were about to reach Tsang City, Yi Qingmyo could not help but sigh and speak to the two girls. Yu Qingqing did not reply. She continued to stare blankly at the southwest sky through the curtain. Her lively eyes had lost their color and were somewhat numb and lifeless. Yi Qingwu rested her chin on her hand and continued to stare at a fruit platter on the table in the carriage. It was as if she had not heard Yi Qingmyo's question. It was as if the white, tender, nameless fruit on the platter had become someone's face. Creak. Half an hour later, the carriage slowly came to a stop. Noises of people and horses could be heard outside the carriage. Then, a series of footsteps could be heard in front of the carriage, followed by Yi Chang's voice, "Supreme Elder, we've arrived at the Yi family castle. Let's go, girls. Let's go and see if the clan leader has found a way to deal with little Han." Yi Qingniu slowly stood up and walked out of the carriage. When Yi Qingqing heard this, her eyes finally regained a hint of color, and Yi Qingwu also stopped staring blankly. The two of them looked at each other, then hurriedly stood up and followed Yi Qingniu out of the carriage. "Greetings, Supreme Elder." The gate of the Yi family castle was still majestic and imposing, and the two huge stone lions at the gate were still majestic and domineering. Outside the gate, all the elders and important figures of the Yi family had gathered together to welcome Yi Qingniu and the esteemed guests of the other clans. "Brother Niu, are you all right?" Yi Baihu immediately walked over and held Yi Qingniu's hand. He sent a wisp of battle qi into Yi Qingniu's arm and began to examine Yi Qingniu's injuries. He won't die. Don't make a fuss. Go in first and don't neglect the esteemed guests." Yi Qingniu lightly patted Yi Baihu's hand to reassure him. Then, he nodded at Long Sainan and the others beside him and said, "Miss Long, please enter the castle and rest. This old man will probably need to recuperate for a while. Yi Chang, take good care of them." "Yes, Supreme Elder, please enter the castle." Yi Chang hurriedly nodded and welcomed the young ladies, young masters, and elders into the castle to rest. "Grandpa White Tiger, why don't I see Grandpa Sky Dragon? Do you know what happened to little Han? Is there a way to save him?" Yi Qingwu asked anxiously as soon as everyone entered the Yi family's meeting hall. Everyone in the hall also looked at Yi Baihu, who was sitting at the head of the table, as if they were hoping to receive good news from him. "The patriarch has gone to Dragon City." Yi Baihu sighed helplessly when he saw everyone's hopeful gazes. "As for Yi Qinghan, we have confirmed that his life is not in danger for the time being. Whether he can walk out of the God-slaying mountain depends on his luck, but, according to our estimates, he has a 60% chance of walking out of the God-slaying mountain when the heavenly road opens in 5 years. Grandpa White Tiger, are you sure? You're not lying to me, are you?" Yi Baihu's words caused the eyes of Yi Qingwu, Yu Qingqing, and everyone else in the hall to brighten, but a trace of doubt arose in their hearts. Yi Qinghan had suffered such serious injuries, almost all the bones in his body were broken, and he had lost so much blood. Moreover, he had forced his way into the God-slaying mountain's restriction. They all knew that no one had ever walked out of the God-slaying mountain after forcefully breaking the restriction. "White Tiger, are you sure?" Yi Qingniu's eyes widened in obvious disbelief and he hurriedly transmitted his voice to Yi Baihu. "The patriarch and I have already met the ancestor. This is what the ancestor told us, but we estimate that the chance of Yi Qinghan walking out is only 40%. I'll tell you the details later." Yi Baihu nodded at Yi Qingniu and transmitted his voice to him. He then turned to the crowd and said, "My patriarch obtained this information through a certain channel. Of course, whether or not Yi Qinghan can walk out in 5 years will probably require the help of the Emperor Realm experts of the various clans. Yes, I can prove that White Tiger's information channel is absolutely not a lie. Xiao Wu, Qingqing, if you want Yi Qinghan to have a higher chance of returning safely, you need to cultivate hard and strive to enter the God-slaying mountain with the Emperor Realm elders of your clans to rescue Yi Qinghan when the heavenly road opens in 5 years. Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu looked at each other when they saw the sincerity in Yi Baihu's eyes and the seriousness in Yi Qingwu's expression. The two of them were so happy that they cried tears of joy. Yi Qingqing was still alive, and there was hope that he could come back alive. This was the best news they had received in the past few days. As long as there was hope, it was fine. They would fight for even 10%, let alone 60%. The two of them made up their minds at the same time to cultivate as hard as they could so that they could be of some help to Yi Qinghan in 5 years. That's great. This news is like rain after a long drought. I've been holding it in for the past few days. Yes, 5 years. I'll cultivate hard during these 5 years and strive to welcome young Master Han back in 5 years. Feng Zi slapped her thigh and stood up, her eyes shining with passion. Long Sainan also stood up and said, 5 years later, Sainan will do her best to save young Master Han. Hua Xia also said, count me in. Thank you, everyone. If Yi Qinghan can come back safely in 5 years, the Yi family will definitely reward you handsomely. Yi Baihu cupped his hands to express his gratitude. At the same time, he silently gave Yi Qinghan a thumbs up in his heart. This brat had stayed in the Yi family for more than 10 years and had always kept a low profile. He didn't expect that in just a year, he would not only bring back the holy maiden of the Yu family, but also have a good relationship with the popular young master and young mistress of the Feng family and Dragon City's Hua family. Yu Qingqing secretly bit her red lips and finally asked Yi Qingniu, Elder Qingniu, I have a presumptuous request. I wonder if I can see Miss Yi Qingniu. Chapter 179. In the back mountain of the Yi family. Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu brought Yi Qingguo and the other young masters and ladies to the back mountain of the Yi family. The other elders were not qualified to enter, so they were received well by Yi Qiqiang in the Yi family castle. After all, this was a forbidden area of the Yi family. Normally, even the elders were not qualified to enter. Long Sainan, Hua Chenfeng, Ziyu Qingqing, and the others were different. They were basically the future chiefs of their families, and Yu Qingqing was Yi Qinghan's future wife. Therefore, after a short discussion, Yi Baihu and Yi Qingniu decided to make an exception and let them enter. The scenery in the back mountain of the Yi family was as beautiful as ever. The wall that Yi Tianlong had destroyed a few days ago had already been repaired. In a small pavilion by the lake, they saw the woman they had heard of for a long time but had never seen. Looking at Yi Qingniu, who was quietly lying on the bed with white clothes and white hair, they felt an indescribable pain in their hearts. Back then, Xue Wuhan and Yi Qinghuang had actually laid their hands on such a pure and pitiful little girl. Yi Qingguo and Yu Qingqing's eyes started to become misty. Thinking of Yi Qinghan, who had been trapped in the sacred mountain, tears streamed down their faces. Brother Niu, the spiritual pills that Yi Qinghan exchanged for are with you, right? Yi Baihu noticed that the atmosphere in the room was somewhat depressing and hurriedly diverted everyone's attention. Yes. With me. Do you have the spiritual pills that the chief asked for? Yi Qingniu took out a green jade box from his bosom. This item had been thrown out by Yi Qinghan with the last bit of his battle chi when he had been sucked into the god-slaying mountain. If they could not save his sister in time, they would feel sorry for Yi Qinghan. Yes, the chief gave it to me some time ago and told me to wake up Yi Qingyu as soon as you came back and fulfill Yi Qinghan's wish. I will make some preparations to save Yi Qingyu in a few days. With 2 spiritual pills, Yi Qingyu will definitely wake up. Yi Baihu nodded and said. They stayed in the small loft for a while before Yi Baihu led them down the back of the mountain. They settled down in the Yi family castle, while Yi Qingniu began to recuperate. Yi Baihu said that he would need a few days to prepare, but on that very night, he woke up Yi Qingniu, who was in seclusion to treat his injuries. He also secretly sent a message to a few elders of the Yi clan to the back of the mountain to protect him. He was going to use a secret technique to revive Yi Qingyu. After being forced by Yi Qingxie to hit the wall, Yi Qingyu had awakened the inheritance of the jade spirit body in her body in advance. Then, she had forcefully activated the soul sacrifice skill without fully mastering it, which had caused her soul to suffer a backlash and almost perish. Yi Baihu had been using soul-nourishing elixirs to keep her alive over the past year. Now that he had the spiritual pills, Yi Baihu naturally did not dare to delay and decided to perform a secret skill for her overnight. He would instill the vast and pure soul energy contained in the spiritual pills into her brain and stabilize and strengthen the remnant soul in her brain to the level of a normal person's soul. Then, she would be able to wake up. Grandpa Baihu, will Sister Qingyu wake up tomorrow after tonight? Yi Qingwu had been accompanying her grandpa all this time, so she naturally knew what Yi Baihu was doing. Yi Qingyu also did not object to her coming to watch the ceremony and seemed to approve of it. Girl, don't talk. Watch carefully from the side. If there is any excess soul energy, remember to use the secret technique I told you to absorb it. Before Yi Baihu could say anything, Yi Qingyu glared at Yi Qingwu. Yi Qingyu probably would not be able to completely absorb such a large amount of energy from the spiritual pills, so Yi Qingyu brought Yi Qingwu here in the hope that she would benefit from it. Yes, it would be a pity to let this energy go. Absorb as much as you can. Brother Nyo, help me watch over her, I'm about to start. Yi Baihu nodded and glanced at Yi Qingyu. Although Yi Qingyu's vitality had been injured, his soul was still intact. So Yi Baihu called Yi Qingyu over, hoping that he would watch over her from the side. With that, he took out a white jade box and instantly activated his saint domain in the pavilion. A white transparent stream of air slowly emerged from his left hand and slowly attached itself to Yi Qingyu's head. A few minutes later, Yi Baihu retracted his left hand and directly opened the white jade box. Immediately, an intoxicating fragrance filled the entire pavilion. However, because Yi Baihu had activated his saint domain, the fragrance did not seep out. Yi Baihu quickly formed two hand seals and did not dare to hesitate. He turned his palm into a claw and reached for the white jade box. Once again, a white, almost transparent stream of air emerged from his claw and wrapped around a fingernail-sized gem-like object that shone with rainbow light. Then, he slowly controlled the gemstone to fly above Yi Qingyu's forehead. Yi Qingwu looked at the dazzling gemstone on Yi Qingyu's forehead that shone with rainbow light. Her mouth was wide open in shock. Was this a spiritual pill? How could it be so beautiful? Moreover, the aura and energy it emitted made people feel very comfortable. They felt warm all over, like a baby lying in their mother's embrace. Their hearts were at peace. Yi Qingwu did not dare to be careless. She hurriedly followed the secret skill that Yi Qingyu had taught her and began to meditate. Meanwhile, Yi Qingyu and Yi Baihu looked at each other and saw a trace of doubt and shock in each other's eyes. Although they had never seen a spiritual pill with their own eyes, it was clearly described in their clan's information. Although they could feel that the rainbow gemstone before them contained powerful and pure soul energy, it did not seem to be the same as described in their clan's information. Although both of them had a spiritual pill on them, they would not open the jade box unless they needed it. Usually, when they used their divine senses to examine it, they would only feel the pure soul energy emitted from within. This was the first time they had seen the real thing. They did not expect it to be different from what was described in their information. Just as the two of them were at a loss as to what to do. Just as they were wondering whether they should continue using the secret skill, the rainbow gemstone on Yi Qingyu's forehead suddenly flashed and disappeared into Yi Qingyu's forehead. A moment later, Yi Qingyu's body suddenly emitted an auspicious white light, and her face slowly became ruddy. What's going on? Yi Qingyu stood up in shock and looked at Yi Qingyu with an ugly expression. When Yi Qinghan had been sucked into the god-slaying mountain, he had said that he must help him wake up Yi Qingyu. Now that such a strange situation had occurred, he did not know what to do if something unexpected happened. Yi Baihu did not move but quickly stretched out his left hand, wanting to use the transparent airflow in his palm to check on Yi Qingyu's condition. However, before the transparent airflow could enter Yi Qingyu's mind, it was suddenly forcibly ejected. Oh no! I can't even detect the condition of Yi Qingyu's soul. This ghost stone is definitely not a spiritual pill. The information on the spiritual pill is completely different. What is this? Yi Baihu also panicked and jumped to his feet. A trace of shock flashed through his eyes as he pointed at Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu's expression turned from ugly to ashen. He asked in confusion, "Didn't you say that this is a spiritual pill that the clan leader exchanged with the Lord of Hidden Island?" "This isn't a spiritual pill." "What is this?" "This is a divine crystal." Just as Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyu were at a loss, a voice rang out. At the same time, their vision blurred and a black figure appeared out of thin air in the pavilion. Chapter 180. This is a divine crystal. A person suddenly appeared in the small attic in such a weird situation. Yi Qingyu's heart suddenly quivered. His first response was to run his remaining battle chi and prepare to launch an attack at any time. This was an instinct formed from many years of fighting, and it was an immediate response when encountering unknown danger. "Greetings, old ancestor." Yi Baihu's action stunned Yi Qingyu. When he saw that Yi Baihu's first reaction was not to prepare for battle, but to respectfully kneel before the middle-aged man before him, Yi Qingyu was a little confused. However, he instantly came to his senses and hurriedly knelt down as well. He said in fear and trepidation, "Yi Qingyu pays his respects to the great ancestor. Get up, all of you. Where did you get this divine crystal?" Yi Ruoshui's expression was as cold as ever. His long white eyebrows fluttered even though there was no wind. He stared at Yi Qingyu, who was lying on the bed, and a trace of astonishment and doubt flashed through his eyes. "Divine crystal. Ancestor, are you talking about the 7-colored stone that I took out just now?" Yi Baihu hurriedly said respectfully. Yi Ruoshui nodded her head and continued to explain, "This is something the patriarch obtained from the hidden island of the Eastern Sea. Isn't this a spiritual pill?" "Spirit pill, this thing is tens of thousands of times more valuable than spirit pills." "Humph. This thing. Even if you sell off the Yi family, you still wouldn't be able to get it." Yi Ruoshui's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Yi Baihu's explanation had not only failed to dispel his confusion, it had instead made him even more confused. Strange. How could that old bastard of the hidden island have such a treasure and even give it to you? What was the purpose of spending so much money? Strange, very strange. Yi Ruoshui's words struck Yi Qingyu and Yi Baihu like they had been struck by lightning. They looked at each other and saw the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. It was worth tens of thousands of times more than a spirit pill. Even if the Yi family was sold, they wouldn't be able to exchange for it. What kind of treasure was this? Why did the Lord of the Hidden Island give such a treasure to the Yi family so easily? Also, what on earth was this divine crystal? What was its use? Will Yi Qingyu be alright? Oh. So this old thing actually did something to the jade box, no wonder I didn't notice. Yi Ruoshui's sunlight swept through the small attic, finally stopping at the white jade box containing the multicolored stone. She then looked at Yi Qingyu on the bed, and after a while, said to Yi Qingyu and Yi Baihu, "There are many mysteries in this matter. I need to go to the Eastern Sea to understand. Protect this girl well and appoint her as the next clan leader. Remember, do not leak any information about her. Before she completely grows into the Saint Realm, she is not allowed to leave the Yi family castle. If nothing goes wrong, the Yi family will have another God Realm warrior in 10 years. After Yi Ruoshui finished speaking, her figure flashed and she directly disappeared from the small pavilion, leaving behind Yi Baihu and Yi Qingyu, who looked like dumbfounded chickens. Old ancestor, what did he say? After a long while, Yi Baihu finally reacted. His lips trembled as he stammered at Yi Qingyu. I think he said that this girl would be the next clan leader, and something like the Saint Realm. God Realm warrior and so on. Baihu. Did I hear wrongly? The young man's lips were also trembling, and his eyes were filled with confusion. He spoke carefully, as if he wanted to get confirmation from Yi Baihu that he did not hear wrong. Yi Baihu heard Yi Qingnuo's words and confirmed that he had not heard wrongly, so he hurriedly said, "The old ancestors said that in 10 years, the Yi clan will have another god-level warrior, and this person seems to be Yi Qingnu." After saying this, both he and Yi Qingnuo widened their eyes in disbelief as they looked at the white-haired, white-clothed girl on the bed. They both gulped. Dragon City, City Lord's residence. Long Un Hufu still had the appearance of a kind-looking, skinny old man. His small body was dressed in a long gray robe, and he looked like an old man who ran a street stall. He was not at all surprised by Yi Tianlong's arrival. Long Sainan and the elders of the other large clans had sent him messages some time ago, so he had long since learned of everything that had happened in the prefecture battle. Moreover, he had also received all the information about the sudden incident at the foot of the God-fallen mountain a few days ago. He understood Yi Tianlong, and knew that once this old dragon provoked him, he would definitely take revenge at all costs. The Shui family had produced such an outstanding young master who had actually colluded with the demon race and barbarian race to murder the young master of the Yi family. And not long ago, the demons at the foot of the God-fallen mountain had directly thrown Yi Qinghan, whom Yi Tianlong valued the most, into the God-fallen mountain. At present, it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. How could Yi Tianlong, who had always been protective of his own people and would seek revenge for the smallest grievance, remain silent? Therefore, when he sensed that Yi Tianlong was flying quickly towards Dragon City, he immediately went out of the city and welcomed Yi Tianlong into the city lord's residence. "Old Yi, don't worry too much. Perhaps that boy of yours has profited from this disaster and obtained a great treasure from the God-fallen mountain. Besides, there's no point in worrying, right?" Dragon Coward called down and served 2 cups of tea. He did not pretend to be stupid and directly went into the main topic, comforting Yi Tianlong. "Old dragon, I won't say much nonsense, and I'm not in the mood. This time, I have 2 things I hope you can help me with. First, gather the patriarchs of the major clans and put the Shui family on trial. The Shui family has done such a thing, and if they don't give me an explanation, I will not swallow this anger. Second, gather all the Saint Realm experts of the House of Ares and follow me to attack the demon race and destroy the evil golden-haired lion clan." Yi Tianlong did not even take a sip of tea and directly stated the purpose of his visit. He was very straightforward and did not give Dragon Coward the slightest chance to beat around the bush. "This." Long Huafu shook his head slightly. He picked up the cup of tea and took a sip. Then, he looked at the furious Yi Tianlong and said with a bitter smile, "First, I can gather the patriarchs to discuss this matter. As for the second, I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult. After all, those old monsters on the Demon God Mountain are not to be trifled with. The experts of the major clans might not be willing to help." Dragon Coward's meaning was very clear. The Shui family's matter had already aroused public anger. If the Shui family did not give an explanation, they would not be able to withstand this calamity. As for killing their way to the demon race, this was no small matter. Not to mention whether the Divine City would interfere, even if the Divine City did not intervene. If the commotion in the demon race was too great and the old monsters on the Demon God Mountain were drawn out, it would be unknown if the people who went would be able to return. Therefore, the experts of the major clans might not agree. After all, the Saint Realm experts were the backbone of the major clans. "Old dragon, this was given to me by the old ancestor. The old ancestor said that we can kill as much as we want, but only those from the golden-haired lion clan. There is no need to worry about anything else." Yi Tianlong directly took out a blood-red token and threw it to Dragon Coward. War God Blood Token. Senior Yi Ruoshue has come out of seclusion. Dragon Coward received the blood-red token from Yi Tianlong and looked at the mysterious pattern on it, as well as the large blood-red kill character. His expression immediately became serious. This War God Blood Token had only been issued 3 times in the history of the House of Ares. Only those who had made outstanding contributions to the House of Aries and the majority of the city lords of the House of Aries voted together could be awarded. This token could summon all the experts of the House of Aries to do something together. Of course, this matter could not violate the rules of the House of Aries. Hundreds of years ago, Yiruoshue had relied on her holy beast, the white tiger, and her astonishing strength to lead the House of Aries to 5 consecutive victories in the prefecture battle. That was how the House of Aries had bestowed this token upon her. This time, Yi Tianlong had taken out the token and Yiruoshue had spoken. Of course, Dragon Coward did not dare to object. After pondering for a moment, he stood up and nodded. Good, since Ancestor Yiruoshue has spoken, the second matter should not be a problem. I will send out a message to gather all the Saint Realm experts in the House of Aries in Dragon City. We will first judge the crimes of the Shui clan, then we will attack the Demon God Palace together. Chapter 181. The Floating Snow City was not originally called the Floating Snow City. It was located at the northernmost part of the House of Aries, close to the dark forest. Due to the high terrain, the city was covered in snow all year round, hence the name was changed. The ruler of the Floating Snow City was the Shui clan. The Shui clan had been in this city for thousands of years. This city had long become the symbol of the Shui clan. Today, beautiful snowflakes were still drifting about in the Drifts Now city. In addition, the snowflakes these few days seemed to be even heavier compared to the past. The entire city seemed to be clad in a pure white robe, radiating an astonishing charm and mystery. However, no one from the Shui clan was interested in such a beautiful scene. All the elders and clan leader of the Shui clan knelt down on the side of a mountain behind the Floating Snow City. Dozens of people knelt down in front of a cave in the middle of the mountain, not saying a word. The scene was both spectacular and strange. Sigh. After a long time, a deep sigh came from the cave. The people who were kneeling on the ground all lifted their heads and looked at the cave with hope. Shui Piao Ro, what a good son you have. Shui Fei, is your brain full of shit? How could you give him such an idea? What's the point of coming to an old man like me? I've been kicked out of the Shui clan long ago. I can't do anything about the Shui clan, and I don't want to. The voice from the cave continued, cold and stern. It seemed like the owner of the voice was very arrogant, cursing the clan leader and the great elder of the Shui clan, and neither of them dared to refute. Piao Ro is guilty, Second Grandpa can punish her. I hope Second Grandpa can help, or the Shui clan's 1,000 years of foundation will be destroyed today. Shui Piao Ro's face was ashen, she kept kowtowing towards the cave. Her forehead bumped into the ice on the ground. Second uncle, you must think of a way, right? Otherwise, the Shui clan will be completely destroyed. I, Shui Fei, am willing to pay any price. Shui Fei was also kowtowing, he no longer had the elegant temperament of an immortal. Old ancestor, please come out and save the Shui family. Shui Fei and all the people behind Shui Piao Ro bowed deeply and said painfully. The cave continued to be silent for a while. After a long time, a deep sigh was heard again. The old and weak voice sounded again, I won't do anything. Even if I did, it would be useless. This time, Shui Wuhan has angered everyone. Once I make a move, the old fart from the Yi family, the 2 old farts from Dragon City, and they will also make a move. At that time, the Shui family will really be finished. Then what should we do? Could it be that the Shui clan is doomed? Shui Fei's eyes were numb and lifeless as he collapsed to the ground. He had never thought that when he had asked Shui Wuheng to give the Shui clan a cold night when the opportunity presented itself, he would never have thought that such a small matter would escalate to such an extent that the Shui clan would be plunged into a state of eternal damnation. What should we do? The faces of the elders of the Shui clan turned pale. Long Weasel's message was very clear. Shui Wuheng's actions had already been determined. Half a month later, the Shui clan would be judged by the representatives of the 6 main cities and 100 major cities of the God of War Manor. If the Shui clan was found guilty, the God of War Manor would join forces to suppress the Shui clan. At that time, the drifting snow city would not only be filled with snow, but also blood. Trial by vote. In fact, the Shui clan knew that the result was already set in stone. The 100 main cities belonged to the 5 major clans, and they would follow their lead. Furthermore, Shui Wuhan had joined forces with Yao Kaka and Man Gong on the Nether Island. He had almost killed all the young masters and young ladies of the 4 clans. How could the 4 clans tolerate that? Therefore, in half a month, the verdict would definitely be that the Shui clan was guilty. The Shui clan would have to face the powerful forces of the House of Aries. How could the Shui clan fight back? Therefore, after receiving Dragon's message, the Shui clan fell into a state of panic and helplessness. In the end, they had no choice but to follow Shui Piao and Shui Fei to the cave. They saw the only surviving elder of the Shui clan, Shui Shiwen, who had been chased out of the clan many years ago. Forget it. Although the Shui clan has nothing to do with me anymore, they have raised me. Take this. Shui Shiwen spoke again just as the Shui clan was about to lose hope. He threw out a red token and said, "There is a way to save the Shui clan. Shui Fei, you and Shui Piao take this token to the Dragon City and kill yourselves in front of everyone." The Battle God residents had been very lively recently. The residents' battle was held once every 30 years, and this time, the elite residents' battle had obtained an unprecedented victory. Not only did they obtain the honor of being a high-class residence, but most importantly, the number of casualties this time had reached the lowest in history. More than half of the elites from the various clans who were teleported in at the beginning were killed, but none of the 90,000 ordinary soldiers who were teleported in later were injured. On the other hand, the Monster clan and the Barbarian clan were utterly defeated. Even the son of the Holy Venerable from the Monster clan was killed. Most importantly, all of this had happened because of a single person, a 16-year-old youth. The hero of the House of Aries, the young master of the Yi clan, Yi Qinghan. The prefecture battle was a big event because the 100,000 soldiers were distributed equally across hundreds of cities and tens of thousands of families. Every time the prefecture battle ended, countless families in the House of Aries would look forward to the safe return of their loved ones. Generally speaking, only about 10 to 20,000 people would be able to return safely from the Battle God Manor. But this time, almost all of them had returned safely. How could the people of the Battle God Manor not be lively and happy? Countless families were placed on the pedestal of longevity by Yi Qinghan. Countless young girls began to fantasize about the handsome face of this hero. Countless young men began to idolize Yi Qinghan and vowed to become an indomitable man like him. However, along with this delightful news, there was also a bad rumor. There was a traitor in the House of Aries who had colluded with the Outer Palace to harm the disciples of the House of Aries. The young master of the Shui clan had secretly planted a hidden worm on the young master of the Yi clan. He had even given each of the Monster clan and the Barbarian clan a positioning crystal to help the Monster clan and the Barbarian clan hunt down the young master of the Yi clan. He had almost killed Yi Qinghan and all the young masters and young mistresses of the major clans. When the news spread, it immediately caused an uproar in the House of Aries. Countless people cursed and cursed at the sky. Countless people were furious. When they heard that the Shui clan's crimes would be judged in half a month, they all rushed over to Dragon City as fast as they could. They weren't there to vote for the trial, but rather, to be able to scold the Shui clan and vent their anger. Chapter 182. Tsung City, the mountain behind the Yi family castle. Yi Baihu handed a message from Dragon City, personally written by Yi Tianlong, to Yi Qingmiu. Yi Tianlong briefly explained the results of his discussion with Dragon Butcher and ordered Yi Baihu to lead half of the elders of the Yi family to Dragon City to put the Shui family on trial and then attack the demon immortal estate. Since the patriarch has sent the message, take your men and go. I'll stay here to guard the family. Yi Qingniu quickly read through Yi Tianlong's letter and said. This. Brother Niu, your injuries haven't healed yet, and that girl hasn't woken up yet. If I leave with my men, what if something happens? Yi Baihu looked worriedly at the neighboring loft. Ever since Yi Qingniu had automatically absorbed the divine crystal a few days ago, her complexion had gradually improved. However, the two of them had been unable to examine the state of her soul. Even the herbs that they had been using to nourish the soul had lost their effect, so Yi Baihu was a little worried. Yi Qingniu knew what Yi Baihu was thinking and consoled, "Don't worry." Since the patriarch didn't say much, he probably knows Yi Qingniu's condition like the back of his hand. Since he said that as long as we guard her well, we don't need to do much. My injuries will heal in about half a month. With me around, you can go without worry. All right. Keep watch at home. I'll go to Dragon City first and then attack the demon immortal estate with Brother Dragon to help you vent your anger. Yi Baihu nodded and said helplessly. The next day, dozens of the fastest carriages of the Yi family left Sang City. Yi Baihu led the dozen or so elders of the Yi family to Dragon City. Feng Zihua, Long Sainan, and the others also set off. Yi Qinghan was not around, and Yi Qingniu had also seen him. They were a little confused as to why Yi Baihu did not wake Yi Qingniu up before going to Dragon City. However, this was a family matter, and it was not appropriate for them to pry. They had also seen the message from Dragon City. They were needed to testify for the trial of the Shui family. So, after some discussion, they decided to rush to Dragon City with Yi Baihu as fast as they could. The mighty group of more than 20 carriages traveled day and night without stopping. Unexpectedly, they arrived at Sang City in 12 days. Compared to the time when Yi Qinghan spent 2 months to reach Dragon City, it was many times faster. However, Yi Qinghan was not in a hurry at that time, and he had stayed in Enchantment City for a few days, so he had plenty of time. When they arrived at the Dragon City, the people from the Feng clan, Hua clan, Yu clan, and the various city masters were even faster than them. However, the major families and city lords were all at least at the Emperor realm. They all flew in a straight line, so it wasn't surprising that they were faster than them. These few days, Dragon City was very lively. This was the first time in hundreds of years that the war god's blood token was used. Moreover, it was obvious that one of the 5 major families, the Shui family, would be put on trial. This was a shocking event. The experts of the House of Aries naturally would not miss out on such a grand event. Even many hidden experts came to Dragon City. The Shui family was the master of one of the 6 major cities, the Fluttering Snow City. They also had the authority to rule the 20 major cities and 100 minor cities nearby. This time, if the Shui family fell, the Fluttering Snow City would belong to a huge piece of cake. If the family obtained the cake, they might become another Shui family in a few hundred years. Hence, these few days, the Dragon City was in a turbulent state. The 4 major families and the city lord's mansion had an endless stream of visitors. Countless people were rubbing their fists and waiting for the trial to be held in a few days. They wanted to completely destroy the Shui family, and then everyone would divide the cake that was the Fluttering Snow City. At this moment, Yi Tianlong didn't care about the fate of the Shui family. From his point of view, the Shui family that had angered the public was no longer a concern. Once the war god's blood token was used, the experts of Dragon City would gather. After the trial, his trip to the demon god's residence wouldn't be too bumpy. He was thinking about Yi Qingniu's problem. The news that Yi Baihu brought him directly stunned him. The thing he asked for from the hidden island lord wasn't a spirit pill. It was a divine crystal. What was a divine crystal? He actually didn't know. But since Yi Ruoxue said that this thing couldn't be exchanged even if the Yi family was sold, then it must be a very valuable treasure. Was it a treasure that could turn Yi Qingniu, a person who had never cultivated, into a god realm expert? Moreover, there was another matter that made him very puzzled. A year ago, when he went to the Eastern Sea to ask for a spirit pill, the hidden island lord didn't actually give it to him. Instead, he perfunctorily said that he didn't have it for the time being and told him to come back in the future. And when he helplessly turned around to leave the Yi family, just when he was about to return to Tsang City, the hidden island lord suddenly teleported in front of him and directly exchanged for the spirit pill with him. He didn't even look at the treasure he took out. Why was there such a big difference in attitude? The most important thing was that the hidden island lord didn't give him a spirit pill. Instead, he gave him a divine crystal that was tens of thousands of times more expensive than a spirit pill. What kind of secret was hidden inside? Why did the hidden island lord's attitude change so much? Why did he give such a precious treasure to the Yi family for free? What kind of treasure was this divine crystal? Why did old ancestor Yi Ruoxue say that Yi Qingyu would become a god after 10 years? But no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't understand it. The mystery behind it was too mysterious and had already exceeded the scope of his knowledge. He could only hope that old ancestor Yi Ruoxue would come back from the hidden island and solve the riddle for him. After thinking hard for a night, he still couldn't understand it. Yi Tianlong slowly withdrew his thoughts. Outside the window, the rising sun had already begun to shine on the earth. Today was the day of trial for the Xue family. It was also the day to protect the supreme dignity of the Yi family. When he walked out of the room, Yi Baihu and the elders of the Yi family were already waiting for him in the hall. Yi Tianlong tidied up his clothes and nodded to everyone. He took the lead and walked out of the hall towards the square outside the city lord's mansion. At this time, the Dragon City Square was already filled with a sea of people. Martial artists from all over the House of Aries swarmed over and surrounded the square so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. It was even more crowded than before the city lord's mansion battle a year ago. Of course, most of the people were here to watch the excitement. They liked to watch the excitement. It seemed that this habit had existed since the birth of the human race. The people of the Hua family arrived. They were all dressed in black and wore the same cold expression. They stood next to the city lord's mansion with incomparable coldness. The people of the Feng family also arrived. They all carried long swords on their backs and wore white robes that fluttered in the wind. They looked like sword immortals. The women of the Yu family also arrived. They all wore white silk scarves. Their figures were graceful and their temperament was out of this world. They looked like fairies. The people of the three big families stood proudly in front of the city lord's mansion. Yi Tianlong nodded to the people behind him and walked straight to the place where the three big families were standing. He nodded to the leaders of the three big families one by one. His expression was full of gratitude. Even though the Xue family had incurred public anger this time and Xue Wuhan had almost caused the deaths of the young masters and young ladies of the three big families, they had still helped the Yi family a lot by openly expressing their stance. Yi Tianlong, of course, was not someone who didn't know how to be grateful. Chapter 183. Xiao. As soon as Yi Tianlong arrived, the city lord's mansion's dragon butcher naturally didn't put on any airs. He flew out of the mansion and stood in the air above the square. His skinny face didn't have the benevolent expression he used to have. Instead, it was filled with a chilling killing intent. His body emitted a chilling aura that enveloped everyone in the square, causing the noisy square to fall silent in an instant. Ladies and gentlemen, the House of Aries achieved a great victory in the Elite Mansion Tournament. It should have been a joyous occasion. However, something unpleasant happened during this time. The Xue family Xue Wuhan actually colluded with the monster race and barbarian race to harm our mansion's disciples. This mansion lord and the other patriarchs have investigated this matter thoroughly and confirmed that there is no mistake. This mansion lord has issued a kill order for Xue Wuhan. This time, I have gathered everyone here for two things. First, we will vote on whether the Xue family is guilty or not, and if they are guilty, how to punish them. Second, the Yi family's patriarch Yi Tianlong has used the war god's blood order to summon the experts of the House of Aries to subdue the Golden Lion tribe. The Dragon Butcher's straightforward words caused a commotion in the square, especially the ordinary cultivators who didn't know what had happened. What did he mean by investigated thoroughly? What did he mean by confirmed? Wasn't this a clear verdict on the Shui family's crimes? The Shui family would have to defend themselves and vote. Wasn't it just a formality? Your mansion lord had already confirmed that the Shui family was guilty, so the Shui family was definitely guilty. It was just a matter of how they would be sentenced. The Dragon Butcher raised his hand to silence the crowd below. He continued, "Now, let's move on to the first matter, the trial of the Shui family. Where are the witnesses? I'm Long Sainan, and I'm willing to testify that this matter is absolutely true." On that day, Yi Qinghan found 4 invisible worms on his body, which were planted by Shui Wuhan. Moreover, we also went to the headquarters of the barbarian race and asked them personally in the headquarters of the demon race. The son of the barbarian god, Man Gon, and the commander of the demon race personally admitted that Shui Wuhan had given them positioning crystals. I'm willing to swear to God that everything I said is true. If it's not true, I'll be forsaken by both God and Ghost. I'm Feng Zi from the Feng family. I'm willing to testify that everything Miss Long said is true. I, Hua family's Hua Ji, am willing to testify. Yu Qingqing of the Yu clan is willing to testify. I, Bai Jiang of Luoyang City, am willing to testify. The leaders of the young masters and ladies who had followed Yi Qinghan to the headquarters of the barbarian race did not go back on their word. They all stood up to testify against Shui Wuhan. They also told everyone that Shui Wuhan had secretly escaped when the elites of the House of Aries returned to the temporary base in the disordered area. This made the tens of thousands of people in the square even more certain that Shui Wuhan had colluded with other races to harm his own people. The testimonies of more than 10 witnesses from different cities of the House of Aries had confirmed that Shui Wuhan's case was completely set in stone. There was no suspense at all. The testimonies of the witnesses are done. The Shui family will begin to defend themselves. Where are the people of the Shui family? If they don't defend themselves, we'll vote directly. The Dragon Butcher waited for the witnesses to finish testifying before he spoke. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened as they looked around. They wanted to see if the Shui family would fight for the last time. If they defended themselves, how would they defend themselves? I'm guilty. While everyone was looking around, an old voice came from the northern sky of the Dragon City. At the same time, 3 figures appeared in the sky above the square. Shui Fei, Shui Ying, and Shui Piao Rou, the head of the Shui family, are here to greet you. Patriarch Long greetings, everyone. The 3 of us will defend the Shui family once again. The 3 people who came were Shui Fei, who looked like a celestial being, Shui Piao Rou, the head of the Shui family, and Shui Piao Rou, the head of the Shui family, Shui Ying. Alright, let's begin. The Dragon Butcher replied indifferently. He was not surprised. If the people of the Shui family did not show up, he would be surprised. After all, Shui Wuhan had done such an infuriating thing. If the people of the Shui family did not show up to defend themselves, the people of the Shui family would be furious. The worst result would be the destruction of the Shui family. Yi Tianlong and the other family heads were not surprised that the people of the Shui family had shown up. The people of the Shui family were not fools. Of course, they were also curious about what the Shui family would do and what price they would pay to appease the people of the Shui family. When the people of the Shui family appeared, the people below the square became restless. However, they did not start cursing. When the people of the Shui family were not present, they cursed fiercely. However, when the people of the Shui family arrived, they quieted down. They just looked at the 3 people in the sky angrily. After all, the Shui family was one of the 5 giants of the House of Aries. They had been oppressing people for a long time. Before the Shui family completely collapsed, of course, no one dared to provoke them. I am Shui Wuhan, my disciple. I gave him the positioning crystal. In fact, Shui Wuhan and Yi Qinghan used to have some small conflicts. Shui Wuhan once told me that he wanted to teach Yi Qinghan a lesson in the mansion battle. However, I thought it was just a fight between the young masters of the family, so I did not stop it. In the end, I did not expect that the bastard Shui Wuhan would do such an infuriating thing. I am guilty. Shui Fei was the first to speak. To everyone's surprise, Shui Fei did not defend himself or Shui Wuhan at all. Instead, he admitted his mistake in a surprisingly good manner. This surprised Yi Tianlong and the people below the square. However, before they could think too much, Shui Fei laughed bitterly. His eyes flashed and he spoke again. I am guilty. As a teacher, I did not teach my disciple well. As an elder of the Shui family, I did not discipline my disciple well. Today, I am here to give everyone an explanation. I am willing to commit suicide to apologize to the world. After he finished speaking, Shui Fei let out a bitter laugh. His aura suddenly soared and countless snow swords shot out from all parts of his body. A moment later, they fell heavily onto the plaza along with the rain of blood that filled the sky. They landed heavily on the ground and raised a cloud of dust. Shui Fei's eyes were wide open. His dead body not only caused the dust on the ground to fly into the air. The tens of thousands of people in the square were so shocked that their hearts were in their throats. A sage realm expert killed himself just like that. Did he die just like that? Did he just commit suicide in front of tens of thousands of people? However, before everyone could recover from their shock, the voice that came from the sky completely stunned everyone once again. I am the patriarch of the Shui family, Shui Piaorou. Shui Wuhan is my son. It is the father's fault for not teaching his son well. I did not give birth to this son well. Today, I will commit suicide to give everyone an explanation. Bang! Another rain of blood and another body fell heavily on the ground. Another cloud of dust rose. The patriarch of the Shui family, a peak emperor realm expert, Shui Piaorou committed suicide to apologize. Chapter 184. Silence. Silence. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone could only hear the rapid beating of their hearts, as well as the sound of their saliva being swallowed. Ruthless. Too ruthless. Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu exchanged glances. They both felt a sense of helplessness and an indescribable feeling. Shui family was too ruthless. They sacrificed a pawn to save the king and even played the pity card. This move was too beautiful. They had sent out a peak emperor realm clan leader and a saint realm grand elder to protect the Shui family's foundation for 100 generations. Also, look at how well they put it. One said that they didn't discipline their disciple well and the other said that they gave birth to the wrong son. They completely separated Shui Wuhan's actions from Shui family. Someone else's family had an unfilial disciple. Their father and master committed suicide on his behalf. No matter what, you would be too embarrassed to cause trouble for them, right? Actually, Shui Wuhan wanting to kill Yi Qinghan wasn't that big of a deal. It was just that he was stupid to collude with outsiders. He even dragged the young masters and young mistresses of Feng, Hua, and Yu family into this mess. This matter had such a huge impact. It could be said that the big families were the ones who pushed it in the dark. Of course, Yi Qinghan also had something to do with it. Colluding with outsiders to kill a hero of the House of Aries was a huge crime. Moreover, Shui Wuhan was nowhere to be found. Everyone was prepared to vent their anger on Shui family. If Shui family didn't put on a show just now, not defending themselves or arguing that they weren't guilty and retaliating, then they would have completely angered the people of the House of Aries and razed drifting Snow City to the ground. Shue family would have been finished. Now, in front of tens of thousands of people, Shue family's grand elder and clan leader committed suicide to appease the world. Moreover, their words were very dignified. They weren't disciplined well and they weren't born well. Because there was a scum in their family, even the master who had taught him, the father who had given birth to him, had to commit suicide. If other clans also produced such a scum in the future, would their clan leaders and grand elders also have to commit suicide in front of everyone to apologize to the world? I am the great elder of the Shue clan, Shueing. Our Shue clan is ashamed to have such a scum. Half a month ago, our Shue clan issued a kill order against Shue Wuhan. Also, our Shue clan is willing to use the blood badge of the divine god of battle to eliminate everyone's hostility toward our Shue clan. Meanwhile, our Shue clan promises to compensate the clans that have been harmed. Just as everyone's enmity towards the Shue clan started to weaken, Shueing, who had been silent all this while, once again shocked everyone. The Shue clan Shuer is generous to use the blood badge of the divine battle god to compensate for the Shue clan's crime. One had to know that there were only 3 blood badges of the god of war, and 2 of them had been used consecutively. Dragon Stubborn took the blood badge of the god of war from Shueing and examined it. Then, he started to secretly transmit his voice to the clan leaders. A moment later, he said coldly, after my discussion with the clan leaders, since the Shue clan has paid such a heavy price and even used the blood badge of the god of war, the trial against the Shue clan will end here. I hope everyone will take this as a warning and never commit such a crime again. After Dragon Stubborn finished speaking, Shuang finally relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Then, he let out a bitter smile and flew down, carrying Shue Fei and Shue Piao Rose corpses and flew towards the north. A moment later, he disappeared from everyone's sight. After the matter with the Shue clan was settled, Dragon Stubborn took out Yi Tianlong's blood badge of the god of war and summoned all the experts in the house to gather together and prepare to attack the demon god's residence tomorrow. Of course, this gathering order was not mandatory and the experts of the House of Aries respected this badge very much. After all, this badge was only bestowed upon those who had made great contributions to the House of Aries. If no one responded, then who would fight for the House of Aries in the future? Countless clans had sent out countless experts, and many experts who had been living in seclusion and wandering among the commoners had also responded to the call. The next day, the army of revenge led by Dragon Stubborn Yi Tianlong totaled hundreds of Emperor Realm experts and dozens of Sage Realm experts. They set out from Dragon City and directly attacked the demon god's residence. This time, the demons first broke the agreement between the 3 clans and ambushed the disciples of the House of Aries in the Luotian mountain. Moreover, the popular young master of the Yi clan, the young hero of the House of Aries, directly attacked the Luotian mountain and seriously injured several Emperor Realm elders of the House of Aries. The House of Aries could be said to have a good reason to send troops. Moreover, they were fighting under the banner of revenge against the demons and the Golden Lion clan. This plan was very clever. It could prevent the other clans from panicking and unite against the main force of the House of Aries. At the same time, it wouldn't arouse the resentment of the few old clans on the demon god's mountain. At the same time, they could slaughter the demons in large numbers and raise the prestige of the House of Aries. It could be said that they had killed many birds with one arrow. Hundreds of people flew in the sky, covering the sky with an extraordinary momentum. In just a few days, they arrived at the intersection between the demon god's residence and the House of Aries. Dragon Stubborn was even more ruthless. He directly ordered for them to rest and reorganize in the same place for 3 days. Then, he flew alone into the demon god's residence and entered the nearest city. Then, he directly submitted a declaration of war and explained the cause and effect of this matter. Then, he informed them that 3 days later, the experts of the House of Aries would attack the demon god's residence. All the martial artists of the Golden Lion clan would become the target of this attack. If the other demon clans didn't obstruct the army of the House of Aries, they wouldn't be attacked. If they obstructed or attacked, then the House of Aries would be declaring war on the House of Aries. Once this notice was issued, the demon god's residence was instantly in chaos. The patriarchs of the 12 clans of the demon god's residence gathered in the holy city of the demon race that night for a secret discussion. However, the other holy venerate of the demon race was in seclusion and Yao Xia was nowhere to be seen. The patriarchs of the various clans decided to adopt a wait-and-see policy. If Yao Xia didn't show himself, what right did they have to stop him? In any case, the people the House of Aries killed weren't their people. After Yao Xia became a holy venerate for dozens of years, the Golden Lion clan had been tyrannical in the demon race. At this moment, no one from the demon race would stand up for them. 3 days later, the main army of the House of Aries appeared in the demon god's residence. Just like what Long Bifu had said, they specifically targeted the martial artists of the Golden Lion clan. As long as the other demon clans didn't obstruct them or attack them, they didn't kill indiscriminately. Even the old and weak of the Golden Lion clan didn't make a move as long as they didn't have any combat strength. This phenomenon made the patriarchs of the other 11 clans even more certain that they should sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. They all sent out messages to the clans in the various cities not to engage in battle with the army of the House of Aries. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences. The main army of the House of Aries was like a hot knife through butter. They killed their way in from the outermost perimeter. No one could stop them. Hundreds of Emperor realm experts and dozens of Sage realm experts had gathered the majority of the strongest forces of the House of Aries. The Golden Lion clan couldn't stop them even if they wanted to. The Golden Lion clan retreated in defeat and fled frantically. For a moment, the demon god's residence was engulfed in flames and smoke. Chapter 185. Yi Qinghan had many dreams. In fact, he had been dreaming ever since he entered this god-forsaken place. At the beginning, when he was sucked in by the black hole of white fog in the god-slaying mountain, his body was seriously injured, so much so that he almost died. Fortunately, the bronze ring on his left hand's ring finger was constantly emitting a mysterious stream of air that kept him alive and continuously healed his injuries. It was just that his body was extremely weak in the past few days, so he often slept and dreamed. These days, his injuries had improved a lot. He could basically sit up and occasionally walk a few steps. But he was still constantly dreaming. These dreams, some sweet, some sad, some angry, some fearful, all kinds of dreams constantly shrouded him, constantly hovering in his mind. He dreamed that his sister was saved. Yi Qingyu's soft and weak figure appeared in front of him, affectionately calling him a brother. He dreamed that he and Yu Qingqing had consummated their marriage. Yu Qingqing's graceful and enchanting waist was constantly swaying on his body. He dreamed of Xue Wuhan. Xue Wuhan smiled and told him that he was living well now, and that he would definitely not let himself live well. He dreamed of Yi Tianlong. Yi Tianlong told him that his father did not die by accident, but was killed by someone. All kinds of dreams filled his mind. At first, they were all illusory, but then they slowly became real. Everything seemed to have really happened. Sweet dreams intoxicated him, and he refused to wake up. Sad dreams made his heart break. He inexplicably had a mentality that he did not want to live alone. Angry dreams filled his heart with endless killing intent. He wanted to tear everything in front of him to pieces. Fearful dreams made him not dare to open his eyes. He did not dare to believe that this was real. He would rather stay in the dream forever and never wake up. Many times, he was almost intoxicated in the dream. He almost committed suicide in the dream. He almost lost his mind and almost never woke up again. It was just that every time he was in the most dangerous situation, the bronze ring would timely release a cool stream of air, causing him to immediately wake up. He was covered in cold sweat and shocked. He knew that this was not a dream. This was the land of illusion of the god-slaying mountain. The first trial of the god-slaying mountain, the psychedelic realm. It was an illusion that could make people die unknowingly and go crazy. However, he couldn't avoid this kind of dream. Every once in a while, he would automatically enter a dream that seemed real. Moreover, this dream seemed to have an invisible magic that made him involuntarily sink into it. He did not know what to do. He did not know what to do. He did not know that he would suddenly die in his dream one day, until one morning. Today, as usual, he cultivated his battle chi for a while and walked a few steps on the spot to warm up his body. He didn't dare to go too far because there was a faint white mist everywhere. He didn't know where the danger was and where the road to death was. Then, he took out the few dry rations and fresh water he had and ate them hastily. There wasn't much fresh water and dry rations left. These days, he only ate a little bit every day to maintain his body's necessary nutrients. He did not know how many days he could last. He did not know if he would starve to death on Mount Luoshin when he ran out of fresh water and dry food. Perhaps he would die in his dreams that day. Just as he was at a loss and his heart was filled with sorrow, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. "Are you Yi Qinghan?" The sudden sound caused Yi Qinghan's body to tremble. He looked around in confusion for a while before scratching his head. He was a little puzzled. It seemed that today's illusion was activated a little too early. In the past, it would normally take an hour before it would activate. So he shook his head and continued to ignore it. He sat cross-legged on the ground and prepared to continue cultivating for a while. "Are you Yi Qinghan?" The voice sounded again, making Yi Qinghan somewhat impatient. He thought that the illusion this time was quite special. Unexpectedly, there wasn't a human figure, but an inexplicable voice. Moreover, the voice had asked him twice in a silly manner. So he sighed and said, "I am Yi Qinghan." "Who are you?" The voice paused for a moment before it sounded again, "I am your ancestor." F***ck. Yi Qinghan stood up with a thump. She was furious. How could the land of illusion of the god-slaying mountain be like this? Every time it changed a trick. This time it was pretending to be his ancestor. So he unceremoniously retorted, I am your ancestor." "I really am your ancestor, Yi Ruoshue." F***ck off, "I'm your ancestor." Yi Ruoshue. Who are you trying to fool? Yi Ruoshue has been dead for hundreds of years. How could this idiotic illusion be so idiotic this time? There is no depth at all. Change to another one. How do I explain it to you? In fact, you are not in an illusion right now. I am Yi Ruoshue, I am not dead, and I am transmitting my voice to you right now. This really is not an illusion. Well, this is not an illusion. You are Yi Ruoshue, you are not dead, you have been resurrected. Who would believe this? Well, if you don't believe me, then wait until you have experienced the illusion and I will explain it to you in detail. The voice suddenly stopped. It came softly and left silently, as if it had never been there. Yi Qinghan was also puzzled. After sitting there for a while, the other inexplicable situations did not occur. Only then did he have some doubts. Could it be that it was not an illusion? However, this idea was immediately rejected by him. He knew Yi Ruoshue. She was the famous clan leader of the Yi family 500 years ago. Like him, she had also summoned a sacred beast. But a person from 500 years ago had suddenly appeared. If he wanted to make others believe that it was really him speaking, he would have to be a ghost or a god. Half an hour later, the first illusion of the day arrived as scheduled. The white fog that filled the sky slowly dissipated, and the surrounding scene slowly changed into the scene of the savage mountain range. Behind him, a group of fire wolves continuously charged towards him. In front of him, 5 masked men dressed in black slowly appeared. Under the invisible influence of the scene, Yi Qinghan's eyes gradually turned blood red. His entire body emitted a cruel and bloodthirsty aura. He took out the dagger in his hand and slowly walked towards the 5 people in front of him. Half an hour later, the ground was filled with countless wolf corpses and the corpses of the 5 men dressed in black. The corpses of the wolves and the men dressed in black began to slowly fade. The countless flowers and trees in the vicinity also began to disappear, and the white fog slowly shrouded the space. However, Yi Qinghan's eyes were still red. He continued to stab and slash, as if he did not know fatigue. Perhaps, he would only stop when he had no more strength to brandish the dagger in his hand. However, at that moment, he might really die. The power of the illusion seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. The white fog in the sky also seemed to be thicker. Chapter 186. The moment the illusion finally stopped, the ring on Yi Qinghan's left hand also flashed slightly. A white stream of air quickly passed through his ring finger, entered his body, and finally entered his mind. A cool feeling suddenly enveloped Yi Qinghan's soul, causing his whole body to tremble. At the same time, his dagger-wielding hand began to slow down, and the redness in his eyes began to fade. Finally, he regained his consciousness. Phew! Phew! Yi Qinghan bent over and gasped for breath. The torment just now had consumed a lot of his physical strength, and the mental torture had made him exhausted. In the illusion just now, he had actually maintained a trace of consciousness, but that trace of consciousness was too weak and could not shake the fanatical killing intent that filled his mind. This was just like a lot of people with weak willpower. When they wanted to do something, even though they knew it was wrong, they still couldn't control themselves and did it, only to regret it afterward. The only difference was that Yi Qinghan's mood was affected by the external scene and the strange maze of Mount Luotian. He had no choice but to do it. It seemed that in the illusion, his soul had been possessed and was no longer under his control. Boss, you survived again. This ring is too awesome, it can actually affect the soul. Xiao He comforted Yi Qinghan through telepathy. Xiao He also had a soul, so of course he would be attacked in the illusion. Therefore, Yi Qinghan had asked Xiao He not to come out of the war beast space to avoid being implicated. This illusion is getting stronger and stronger. If it goes on like this, we will die sooner or later. Yi Qinghan sat paralyzed on the ground and said helplessly. He was at a loss and at a loss. You've woken up so soon. It seems that your warbeast's soul realm is really high. A moment later, the voice that had sounded out of nowhere in the morning sounded again. Ah! This time, the voice that was transmitted over made Yi Qinghan jump in fright. At the same time, an expression of surprise appeared on his face. This voice was not an illusion. It was definitely not an illusion. Yi Qinghan was very sure of this. Because every time after the illusion ended, the moment when the magical airflow gushed out from his ring was the moment when he was the most clear-headed. He was very sure that every time the illusion ended, it would never appear again. Combined with the voice transmission in the morning, he was even more certain that this was the real voice. Senior. Where are you? How could you transmit your voice to me? Can you get me out? Now that he had confirmed that this was not an illusion, Yi Qinghan was very excited and happy. He kept shouting at the air. The voice rang out quickly. It was a little gentle, but also faintly happy. It seemed that Yi Qinghan was very happy to confirm that he was not in an illusion. Don't get excited. I can't enter the God-slaying mountain, and I'm not nearby. Ah. I'm on my way to the hidden island. Furthermore, I can't save you. The only one who can save you is yourself. You're not at God-slaying mountain. Can't you save me? When Yi Qinghan heard this voice transmission, he immediately became dispirited. Relying on himself. Could he get out of this damned place by himself? After a moment, he said again, are you really? Yiruoshue, my ancestor. But aren't you a person who has lived for 500 years? How can you live for 500 years? Or are you a ghost? But other than ghosts, other things can't live for 500 years. Yiruoshue's voice came again. It was a little funny and a little angry. Other than ghosts. There are other things that can live for 500 years. Yi Qinghan blinked, a little confused. After a moment, he suddenly thought of something and shouted, other than ghosts, there are also gods. Heavens, are you a god? I'm not a god. I'm just a divine realm martial artist. Think about it, if I'm not Yiruoshue, who would be bored enough to care about your life? Yiruoshue was very satisfied with Yi Qinghan's sudden enlightenment. Her voice was full of laughter. That's right. Divine realm martial artists can live for 10,000 years. Heavens, our Yi family actually has a divine realm martial artist. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of the information about divine realm martial artists that Yi Qingyo had told him in the divine city. That day, Yi Qingyo seemed to have said that there were 3 divine realm martial artists in the Fire Dragon continent on the surface. There were 3 on the surface. Didn't that mean that there were many more in the dark? For example, there was one in the Yi family. After thinking things through, Yi Qinghan was immediately overjoyed. The Yi family didn't abandon him. Yi family's divine realm martial artist had suddenly appeared for him. If it wasn't Yiruoshue, who would care about his life? He hurriedly kowtowed to the ground, then said loudly, Ancestor, you have to think of a way to save me. You're a divine realm martial artist, you must have a way. If I continue to stay in this place, I'll go crazy. Moreover, my food and water are running out. I'll starve to death. Yiruoshue was silent for a moment, then slowly transmitted her voice, Don't worry. Since I've transmitted my voice to you, I won't ignore you. Yiruoshue continued, What I want to tell you is that you must first understand one thing. The God-slaying mountain was created by a divine realm martial artist. No divine realm martial artist can enter. Moreover, no martial artist can enter unless the heavens road is opened. Therefore, no one can enter to save you. Secondly, you won't starve to death. There are many ancient trees growing everywhere in the God-slaying mountain. They are full of fruits. Not only are they not poisonous, they are also spiritual fruits. Eating them can increase one's cultivation. Therefore, you won't starve to death. Thirdly, if you want to leave, it's very simple. You just have to pass 3 tests, enter the small divine pavilion and obtain the divine sword. Then, you will naturally be able to leave. Apart from this, there is no other way. No one could enter, including divine realm martial artists. I won't starve to death. I have to pass 3 tests to obtain the divine sword. Yiruoshue's explanation was very clear. After a moment, Yi Qinghan understood his current situation. He wouldn't starve to death, but he couldn't leave. If he wanted to leave, he had to pass 3 tests to enter the small divine pavilion. But, why did he have to pass 3 tests? Couldn't he spend 5 years here and wait for the heavens road to open before leaving through it? Moreover, how could he pass 3 tests? He had heard that countless martial artists at the peak of the Emperor realm had died in the 3rd test. With his strength, wouldn't he die for sure? After he threw out all his doubts, Yiruoshue was silent for a moment before explaining to him. Didn't you notice that as time goes by, the illusion of the first test is getting stronger and stronger? I can tell you clearly that if you can't pass the first test after a year, the illusion of the psychedelic realm will directly annihilate your soul, leaving you no chance at all. Therefore, you have no other way. You can only move forward bravely and pass 3 tests in one go. Only then can you come out and see your sister and your woman. No other way. Move forward bravely and pass 3 tests. Otherwise, die. Chapter 187. As for the method to clear the first stage, I can tell you. You can wander around and you will find 7 very tall ancient trees. They don't have leaves, only 7 fruits. They represent the 7 emotions of joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and lust. As long as you break through the 7 emotions illusion and pick these 7 spirit fruits, you will have passed the first stage. Remember, the closer you get to the ancient trees, the stronger the illusion. Don't try to be brave and slowly adapt. You must maintain a calm heart and retreat when the situation is not good. Yiruoshue began to explain the secret of passing the first stage in detail. Yiruoshue had entered the god-slaying mountain several times and was able to quickly pass the first and second stages every time. However, she was always defeated at the 3rd stage. Helping Yi Qinghan to understand the knack of it was naturally very easy. Your current problem is that your soul cultivation is too low. After merging with your battle beast, you will probably be able to resist the attacks of ordinary illusions. However, once you get close to the ancient trees, you will probably fall into an illusion and go crazy forever. Therefore, your task now is to cultivate and rely on the endless spirit fruits in the god-slaying mountain to break through to the Duke realm within a year. After merging with your battle beast, your soul will reach the Emperor realm. Otherwise, you will definitely die here a year later. Yiruoshue once again pointed out the path for Yi Qinghan. However, Yi Qinghan was very puzzled. He hadn't actually relied on merging with his battle beast to resist the illusions. Instead, he had relied on the bronze ring in his hand. However, he obviously wouldn't reveal this secret. After all, this was his deepest hidden trump card. Yiruoshue explained to him for a moment and then stopped transmitting. Instead, she told him that she would transmit once every half a month to answer Yi Qinghan's doubts. After all, even a god-rank expert like him would find it very difficult to transmit from such a distance. Yi Qinghan sat where he was. After digesting the knowledge Yiruoshue had taught him, he stood up and began to walk around. With the blue dragon dagger in hand, he merged with his battle beast and moved through the thick white fog. Yiruoshue had told him that if he didn't pass the first stage, he would forever linger in the first stage. Moreover, there were no other dangers besides the illusions. However, Yi Qinghan still wanted to be careful and began to investigate carefully. That's the spirit fruit. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Yi Qinghan finally found a small tree. The small tree was only about 2 meters tall, but there were 4 to 5 white, vaguely transparent, nameless fruits growing on it. Yi Qinghan carefully circled around the small tree a few times. After confirming that there was no danger around the tree, Yi Qinghan plucked a fruit and thought for a moment before taking a bite. He knew that if he didn't eat the fruit, he would definitely starve to death. If the fruit was poisonous, he would also die. Since he was going to die anyway, why not give it a try? The white fruit was oval in shape and about the size of an apple. The skin of the fruit was slightly transparent, and the flesh inside could be vaguely seen. As soon as Yi Qinghan took a bite, he immediately felt the fragrance in his mouth and tongue. A sweet and cloying taste immediately surged into his heart. At the same time, the flesh of the fruit melted in his mouth and flowed into his esophagus like a sweet spring, making Yi Qinghan feel incomparably comfortable. Delicious, this is the most delicious food in the world. Yi Qinghan finished the fruit in a few bites and quickly grabbed another fruit with a wave of his left hand to eat. It was so delicious that he would be willing to die even if he was poisoned to death. Moments later, the 5 fruits on the tree were in his stomach. Yi Qinghan licked his lips as if he hadn't had enough, as if he was still reminiscing about the taste just now. However, the sudden surge of heat in his stomach left him with no time to search for other fruits. He was very familiar with this feeling of heat. It was just like the sudden surge of heat in his chest on Nether Island, but this time, it was much smaller and lasted for a very short time. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly sat up cross-legged and guided the heat in his stomach into his meridians, which were then stored in his dantian. In the general realm, one needed to turn one's battle chi into liquid battle chi. In the martial realm, one needed to further condense the liquid battle chi into solid battle chi and finally condense a core. Only then could one step into the Duke realm. In order to turn battle chi into liquid, one needed to accumulate massive amounts of battle chi. In order to condense liquid battle chi into solid battle chi, one needed to condense liquid battle chi by 100 times. At this moment, the spirit fruits on Mount Luotian could actually produce weak and pure energy, which could be converted into large amounts of battle chi. After taking some spiritual fruits, Yi Qinghan's battle chi was almost a bit more powerful than that of Yi Qinghan's battle chi after sitting in meditation for one day. Just now, Yi Qinghan had eaten a few spirit fruits and converted them into battle chi, which was almost a bit more powerful than Yi Qinghan's battle chi after meditating for a whole day. After wandering around for a long time, he found many spirit fruits, but Yi Qinghan couldn't eat them, nor did he want to eat them. This was because he found that after eating more than 10 at a time, his stomach no longer produced heat. Instead, he felt very full and had no appetite. If he couldn't eat them, then he wouldn't eat them. After wandering around for a while, Yi Qinghan had confirmed that there was no danger nearby. Instead, it was very safe. He gradually started to believe in Yi Ruoshui's words. The danger of the dreamland was only the illusion attack 3 times a day. At other times, it was very safe. Now that he was safe, he could walk around and figure out the terrain of the dreamland as well as the location of the 7 ancient trees. Therefore, he continued to wander around. In the dense white fog, he gradually moved forward. The white fog was very dense, and the visibility was only dozens of meters. The terrain of the psychedelic realm was very strange. It was like a flat land that could never be walked out of. Apart from the soil, there were only small trees with spirit fruits growing on them. There were no flowers, no grass, no water, no stones, only a blood-red plain. After an hour, he finally found the first tree. Actually, it couldn't be said that he found it. Because this tree was really huge. In the white fog where the visibility was only dozens of meters, he could still vaguely see a huge shadow like a door pillar from hundreds of meters away. This tree is at least dozens of meters tall, and a few meters thick. Looking at the huge shadow from afar, Yi Qinghan thought for a while and decided to slowly approach it. Although he knew that he might not be able to approach it now, if he didn't try, how would he be able to get close to the ancient tree and obtain the 7 emotions fruit in the future? He dismembered his beast and let Xiao He return to the beast space. He didn't dare to take the risk before he completely understood the damage the dreamland could do to Xiao He. After all, the bronze ring could save him, but he didn't know if it could save Xiao He who was in a merged state with his beast. What if it didn't save him? Not only would Xiao He be affected, he would also be implicated. At that time, he would really be finished. He slowly moved his body, walking 2 steps and then stopping. After confirming that there were no abnormalities, he continued to move 2 steps. Chapter 188. 10 minutes later, he had advanced tens of meters, and the black figure in the distance became clearer. However, he knew that he could not advance any further. This was because he realized that the scenery around him had started to change. The white fog gradually dispersed, and the scenery around him slowly turned into a very familiar one. It was the Dark Moon Hotel in Man City. Then, he realized that a woman was slowly walking out from the front. She was completely naked. It was the coquettish lady boss, Dark Moon. Looking at the body that could make one want to vomit blood and hearing her increasingly rough breathing, Yi Qinghan's body gradually heated up, and his lower body gradually became firm. "Boss, this is an illusion." Xiao He transmitted his voice in time. However, even without his transmission, Yi Qinghan knew that although his body had a natural reaction to the attack of the illusion, his mind was still very clear. With a smile, his legs shook a few times, and his body suddenly retreated more than 10 meters. Then, he immediately sat cross-legged and started to circulate his battle chi. After a few circulations, he completely expelled the lust in his mind. He opened his eyes, and the corners of his lips curled up into a bitter arc. He sighed and said, "I've found the tree of desire of the 7 emotions tree, but it's at least 100 meters away. If I want to break through this distance and pluck the fruit of desire from the tree, I'm afraid it will be very difficult." He continued to wander around and try. Half an hour later, he had a rough idea of the situation of the tree of desire. As soon as he stepped within a radius of 100 meters of the tree, he would be attacked by the illusion. The deeper he went, the greater the effect the illusion would have on him. The sense of clarity in his soul would become weaker and weaker. Right now, he could only advance more than 10 meters forward at most, and he could still maintain his clarity and control his actions. If he continued to advance, he would probably fall into the state of desire and would never be able to wake up. Even the mysterious airflow of the bronze ring could not save him. This was because the illusion attack of the ancient tree was ever present and would never stop. Therefore, if he forced his way in, he would be trapped in it forever until he died. After figuring out the situation of the tree of desire, he started to sit cross-legged under a tree with spirit fruits. One morning had already passed, and according to the usual situation, the second illusion attack would arrive soon. He plucked a few spirit fruits and took a bite. To his surprise, after a few hours, the spirit fruits had taken effect again. There was a warm current in his stomach that made him feel comfortable. With no time to rejoice, he hurriedly operated his battle chi and began to absorb this energy. A moment later, the second illusion attack came as expected. The white fog nearby slowly faded, and the scene began to change. Yi Qinghan began to dream again. Yi Tianlong had been having a lot of fun recently. Not just him, even the 100 or so people accompanying him were having a great time. They had killed their way from the battle god's manor and had already visited more than 10 demon cities of the demon god's manor. Every time they arrived at a city, the sage realm experts in the team would first use their spiritual senses to scan the city. After making sure there weren't any ambushes or super experts, they would leave. The accompanying Emperor realm experts were like locusts, rushing into the city. As long as it was a martial artist of the Golden Lion race, they would all be slaughtered. The other demon race experts in each city only watched coldly from the side. They didn't even dare to make a sound in case they attracted the crazed people of the House of Ares who would slaughter them as well. The other demon race experts only dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak. This made the martial artists of the House of Ares even more excited. The 3 residences had been fighting for thousands of years, but there had never been such a satisfying battle in history. However, the number of Golden Lion race martial artists in the cities they passed by these 2 days was decreasing. This made them very unhappy. They hadn't even had their fill yet, and there was no one to kill anymore. Therefore, some people began to kill indiscriminately. The first person to do so was the leader of a small family. When this leader rushed into the city again, he discovered that because he was too slow, the dozen or so Golden Lion race martial artists in the city had already been killed by the martial artists of the House of Ares who rushed in first. Therefore, he unhappily waved his palm at a young lion race child on the street. In an instant, the young child turned into a bloody mess. However, just as he was about to laugh in excitement, 3 beams of light suddenly flashed in the sky, directly freezing his smile. Long Hufu, Yi Tianlong, and the Yu family's leader directly activated their sacred domains to control his movements. Then, a huge palm fell from the sky and directly smashed him into a pile of minced meat. This is a battle of revenge. We have only declared war on the Golden Lion race martial artists. If anyone dares to kill the weak or attack other demon race members, this will be the outcome. Long Hufu's stern words and cruel and cold-blooded poem completely shocked the martial artists of the House of Ares. At the same time, it also shocked the demon race. The demon race was in awe of Dragon Stubborn's formidable strength, but they also secretly admired his upright character. At the same time, they were even more certain that they would not participate in the bloody battle between the Golden Lion race and the House of Ares. That night, hundreds of messages were sent from Celestial Demon City to the various regions. The leaders of the various demon race immediately issued a strict order not to fight the House of Ares. The main force continued flying west. After flying for a day, they arrived at the third largest city of the demon race, Blood Demon City. Here, the House of Ares' forces encountered their first strong resistance. The two demon sages of the Golden Lion race who were in charge of this city refused to retreat. They only transferred their descendants to Celestial Demon City. The two demonic emperors flew above the city in an imposing manner, ready to reason with the dragon brat. They knew about what had happened 2 days ago. They were surprised that Long Hufu was so reasonable that he had actually killed an Emperor Realm expert of the House of Ares for a young demon race child. Therefore, they held on to a sliver of hope that Long Hufu was a reasonable person and that they could reason with Long Hufu. The content was simple. It was nothing more than the incident at Luotian Mountain. It was Yao Xie's doing. The demon sages of their race had objected to his actions and tried to dissuade him. They were also very sad that things had turned out this way. Now that the people of the House of Ares had killed so many people, they hoped that Long Hufu would bring the child back and that the Golden Lion race would forever remember his great kindness. Long Hufu's answer was simple. He wanted them to hand over Yao Xia and this matter would be over. However, even the demon race didn't know where Yao Xia was hiding. How were they supposed to capture him and hand him over? If they couldn't hand over the child, then there was nothing to talk about. Long Hufu waved his hand and dozens of demon sages behind him swarmed forward. They were about to tear the two demon emperors into pieces. This time, the Golden Lion race was completely panicked. All the Golden Lion race members retreated to the strongest city of the Golden Lion race. It was also the holy city of the demon race, Celestial Demon City. At the same time, several demon sages of the Golden Lion race left the city overnight and rushed to the Demon God Mountain in the north of Celestial Demon City. When they received the news, Long Hufu and Yi Tianlong looked at each other and smiled. The two of them looked as if their plan had succeeded. At the same time, the two of them gave the order not to go to other demon cities. Instead, the main force headed straight for Celestial Demon City. They were prepared to do something big. Since they were already here, it wouldn't make sense if they didn't do something, right? Chapter 189. As the sky brightened, rain began to fall near Celestial Demon City. The chill of early spring had yet to fade, so the rain made the sky even colder. Demon God Mountain wasn't actually a mountain, but a valley in the mountains behind Celestial Demon City. It was drizzling incessantly and seemed to be getting heavier. However, the few tall men outside the valley were not in the mood to care about these things. Even when the rainwater had washed their golden hair and stuck it to their faces, and their expensive robes were stained by the mud on the ground, they did not have the mood to care about it. They stubbornly knelt outside the valley and stared unblinkingly at the entrance. Their faces were full of urgency and pleading. They were all peak experts of the Golden Fur Lion tribe. Of course, with their cultivation level, they could casually control their demon energy to blow the rain away. With their status, no one could make them kneel. They hadn't been in such a sorry state for many years. However, they didn't dare to move and willingly knelt. They even wished that the rain would get heavier and make them look even more miserable. In order to avenge his precious son, Yao Xia had disregarded the tribe's opposition and brought 2 of his subordinates to the fallen God Mountain. He had vented his anger, but he had brought the Golden Fur Lion tribe into a dangerous situation where they were on the verge of extinction. The Lion tribe had always been one of the strongest tribes in the demon race. After Yao Xia became a holy venerate a few hundred years ago, he became even more arrogant and had a bad reputation among the demon race. Right now, the dragon had gathered all the experts from the demon god mountain and slaughtered their way over. They had no path of retreat, no path of escape. In the end, they could only lower their old faces and kneel here, hoping that the seniors of the demon god mountain would be able to help them survive this crisis. It was just that, the few top experts who were usually awe-inspiring in the demon god manor had knelt here for an entire night and had been drenched by the rain for an entire morning. Yet, there was still no movement in the valley, not even the sounds of the nearby beasts. Great demon god, please be magnanimous and save your people. My tribe has been deeply indebted to you for generations and will never forget it. As time passed, the demon sages finally lost their patience. The dragon was about to arrive. If they were any later, Celestial Demon City would probably be filled with rivers of blood. The valley was still silent, as if there was no one inside. A demonic saint became anxious. He took out a dagger and said, "Lord Demonic God, if you don't do anything, I will commit suicide here. In any case, I will die anyway." Seeing that there was still no response from the demon saint, he turned around. Gritting his teeth, he raised the dagger and slid it down his neck. However, when his dagger was about to pierce his neck, he suddenly felt that his hand couldn't move. Then he felt an invisible force hit his chest, and he was sent flying. "Don't let your dirty blood stain the land here. Otherwise, I won't wait for the people from the House of Ares to come. I'll directly annihilate your entire lion clan." At the same time, a cold voice sounded faintly. Although the voice was calm, the content of the voice sent a chill down the spines of all the demon sages present. The few of them didn't care about the life and death of the demon sage that was sent flying. They quickly kowtowed again and shouted, "Lord, please save our tribe. Lord, please be merciful. Since we are all from the demon clan, please help us this once." The valley fell into silence once again like a stagnant pond. Occasionally, there would be a ripple caused by a falling rock, but it would instantly die down. The demon sages didn't dare to move. They just stared at the valley, hoping that the voice would be heard again. "Disperse. We won't do anything. Moreover, we can't do anything." After a long time, the voice sounded again. However, it wasn't the same voice as before. Instead, it was a delicate woman's voice. "Can't do anything." The few of them looked at each other in surprise. They hurriedly asked, "Lord, why can't you do anything? Won't you do anything even if the entire demon clan is annihilated?" Sigh. "You have your rules, and we have ours. If we do anything, those old farts from the House of Ares will have an excuse to join forces with all the god-rank powerhouses of the Flame Dragon continent to kill us. When that happens, I'm afraid the demon clan will really be annihilated." The female demon seemed to be more patient than the owner of the voice. She sighed deeply and explained to them. Could it be that the heavens really want the lion clan to die?" The few of them understood and instantly cried out in despair. It seemed that god-rank powerhouses had their own rules. They probably couldn't do anything in a secular war. They probably wouldn't interfere even if their tribe was annihilated. However, it was easy to understand after thinking about it. God-rank powerhouses were so powerful that they could probably destroy an entire city with a casual strike. If God-rank powerhouses acted recklessly, the three tribes would probably have been annihilated long ago. Who asked the Lion Clan to be so overbearing? You have only yourself to blame for the current situation. Go back, there's no point in staying here. As for whether the Lion Clan will be annihilated or not, that will depend on whether the Divine City's emissary is fast enough. The delicate woman transmitted this sentence again before completely falling silent. She refused to speak again. The few demon sages shook their heads helplessly. They helped the heavily injured demon sage up and rushed back to Heaven Demon City. Where did the Golden Lion clan come from? Come out and accept your death. The few of them had just entered Heaven Demon City. Before they could return to the Lion clan's manor, a group of people flew over from afar. They were like a dark cloud that covered the sky above Heaven Demon City. At the same time, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky. A violent killing intent instantly enveloped the entire Heaven Demon City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the dark cloud floated over, countless powerhouses had already soared into the sky from Heaven Demon City. However, when these Demon Clan powerhouses saw the mighty House of Ares, they all hid to the side and adopted a posture as if they were watching a show. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Immediately after, all the powerhouses above the Demon Arch level rose into the sky and followed their respective patriarchs to occupy a corner of the sky. All the powerhouses of the Lion clan also rapidly rose into the sky and began to confront the powerhouses of the House of Ares. Today is a battle for revenge. The House of Ares will only take revenge on the Lion clan. The other clans, please retreat 5 kilometers to avoid being implicated. This dragon is extremely grateful. Once this battle is over, we will immediately return to the House of Ares and will not linger. The dragon bastard's short body passed through the crowd and stood proudly as he spoke leisurely. Although his body was small, none of the Demon Clan present dared to underestimate him. After fighting him several times in the prefecture battles, they already knew that the outcome of underestimating him was death without exception. Apart from the Lion Clan powerhouses, the other powerhouses all retreated 5 kilometers. At the same time, they issued orders for all the clansmen to quickly leave the city to avoid being implicated. After all, this was a real battle. The battle would definitely be intense later on. Anyone who didn't run would be a fool. The Lion clan didn't run. As one of the strongest races in the demon god residence, the Lion clan naturally had their pride. Furthermore, Heaven Demon City was already the headquarters of their race. Where could they run to? Chapter 190. Dragon, don't push us too far. If you push us too far, we'll all perish together. One of the demon saints sighed helplessly. He looked at the surrounding demon clan members and felt dejected. Hand over Yao Xia, or the Lion clan will be exterminated today. The demon saint's threat didn't faze the dragon in the slightest. He continued to stand proudly in front of him as he spoke coldly. Hand over Yao Xia, or the Lion clan will be exterminated today. As soon as Dragon finished speaking, the powerful figures of the House of Ares behind him shouted. At the same time, they began to release their murderous aura. It was as if they were determined to take action at the slightest disagreement and dye Heaven Demon City red. Haha, let alone you, if Yao Xia appears now, we'll tear him apart with our own hands. This demon saint laughed bitterly. At the same time, he cursed Yao Xia's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. However, a moment later, he felt that something was wrong. It seemed that Yao Xia's ancestors were also his ancestors. After a moment of silence, he looked at the increasingly murderous aura of the House of Ares. He looked at the few demon saints and dozens of demon emperors beside him. He knew that they were definitely not a match for the House of Ares' army. Although the House of Ares said that they would stop the battle if they handed over Yao Xia, he knew very well that this was just an excuse. The House of Ares had made such a big fuss. How could they be satisfied without seeing some blood? The House of Ares had always done things this way. Even if they were prostitutes, they still had to set up a chastity shop, but these idiots from the demon clan actually believed it and cooperated so well. If you want to kill my people, you'll have to kill me first. A trace of ruthlessness flashed in this demon saint's eyes. He suddenly flew out of the Lion clan's army and charged towards the House of Ares alone. Halfway there, his entire body began to release a monstrous aura. At the same time, flames began to appear on the surface of his body. At the same time, the determination and madness in his eyes became more obvious. At the same time, another two sacred beasts pounced out from behind him and rushed toward the divine battle manor in a frenzy. Their bodies were also engulfed in raging flames, as if they were going to burn the people of the divine battle manor. Not good, they're going to self-destruct. Run! The experts on the side of the House of Ares reacted one after another. Sensing the surging waves of demonic energy from the three of them, as well as the monstrous aura that seemed like it could destroy the world, their expressions changed and they quickly retreated. Some retreated, but of course, some didn't. The saint stage powerhouses of the House of Ares did not move. Instead, they watched as the three people charged at them like monkeys. Finally, their gazes fell on Dragon Rider, who was standing in front of them, as well as Yi Tianlong, who took a few steps forward and stood side by side with Dragon Rider. Bang! A khaki-colored light radiated from Yi Tianlong's body. Then, a khaki-colored halo suddenly formed, enveloping everyone in the House of Ares. Beside him, Dragon Rider also moved. His skinny hands quickly formed a few hand seals in the air. At the same time, his body suddenly erupted with an aura that was not inferior to that of the three demon saints who had self-destructed. A golden palm of a few meters in size suddenly formed in front of him. The palm quickly left his body and pounced towards the three demon saints. The golden palm expanded with the wind and finally turned into a huge palm of more than 10 meters in size. It directly grabbed the three demon saints and threw them towards the lion tribe as if they were toys. Boom! 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 Three loud sounds were heard amidst the exclamations of countless demons. Three huge mushroom clouds appeared in the sky out of nowhere. The loud sounds resounded throughout the world. Even the celestial demon city below seemed to be shaking. At the same time, countless broken limbs began to fall towards the celestial demon city like a rain of blood. The entire sky above the celestial demon city was covered in blood. The other demons who were watching from afar all looked over in shock. At the same time, they were glad that they had made a wise choice. This dragon rider was actually so fierce. His dragon catcher hand could actually directly capture the three self-destructing demon saints and then throw them away like sandbags. His cultivation of the law of wood was almost at the great perfection stage. It seemed that this old man had already reached the peak of the sage realm and was half a step into the divine realm. If they were to fight him, they would definitely die. Swish! The two lion demon saints who had been blown away by the explosion flew up again in a sorry state. When they saw the sky full of blood and the falling limbs, they could not help but spit out blood. The result of the self-destruction of the three strongest demon saints of the lion tribe had actually resulted in the death of more than half of the lion tribe's experts. At this moment, the two of them began to have the determination to die. Their eyes turned blood red. They began to gather the few remaining experts and prepared to fight together. They would kill as many as they could. The pride of the lion tribe made them decide that they would rather die in pieces than live in dishonor. Attack. Dragon Rider's expression was calm, but there was a trace of exhaustion in his eyes. He calmly waved his hand, indicating for everyone to attack and kill all the remaining lion tribe members. Then, he would completely end this battle of revenge. All of you, stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly came from the southeast sky. 4 figures instantly flew over. The two sides that were originally flying at high speed immediately stopped. When the two demon emperors saw the figures, they were immediately overjoyed. They hastily cried out, "Lord Divine Guards, you must help us." Dragon Rider and Yi Tianlong looked at each other. The corners of their lips curled into a mocking smile. Dragon Rider waved his hand, indicating for the experts from the House of Ares to retreat. Then, he cupped his hands towards the newcomers and said, "Dragon Rider pays his respects to the 4 guards of the Divine City. Greetings to the 4 guards of the Divine City. Greetings to the 4 guards of the Divine City." The experts from the House of Ares followed Dragon Rider and cupped their hands in greeting respectfully. Meanwhile, the demon race members that were 5 kilometers away hurriedly flew over and greeted in unison. They all knew that since the divine city had made an appearance, it was the 4 great divine guards who had made an appearance. This battle was definitely not going to happen. Although everyone appeared to be very respectful towards the 4 guards, they were cursing in their hearts. The battle was almost over, yet they had only arrived. It was obvious that they weren't here to stop the fight. They were here to clean up the mess. Dispense with the formalities. The tall, purple-haired massacre god guard was the leader of the 4. At this moment, he was naturally the one to speak. He looked at the severed limbs on the ground with a pained expression. At the same time, he looked at the experts from the House of Ares with a reproachful expression. He sighed and said, "Old Dragon Rider, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you have indeed gone overboard this time. I have already investigated this matter. The demon race is indeed in the wrong, but you shouldn't have brought people over to exterminate them. If there's anything, you can appeal to the divine city. We will definitely uphold justice for you." Then, he turned to look at the lion race and sighed again. He said helplessly, "Your lion race is the same. Why didn't you run when they came to kill you? If we had come a step later, would your lion race have rather been exterminated? Wouldn't you be willing to give up your so-called pride? I have already investigated this matter. It was all because of Yao Xia, and we came a step too late. We were also in pursuit of Yao Xia. Although we rushed over as fast as we could after killing Yao Xia, we didn't expect that we would still be too late and cause such a tragedy." Sigh, how sad, how sad. Chapter 191. The god-slaying guard's emotional and compassionate speech clearly stunned all the experts present. Massacre god guards, they really had to pay attention to what they said. The moment they spoke, they pinned the lion race as the guilty party, making it impossible for them to defend themselves. At the same time, they blamed Dragon for being rash and giving the lion race some face. Then, they started to criticize the lion race, pushing the blame onto them, and finally explained why they were late. Furthermore, they conveniently killed Yao Xia and pushed all the blame onto Yao Xia, making it so that there was no evidence. Dragon Weaver secretly raised his middle finger at the massacre god guards, but he still had an ashamed expression on his face. Since most of the people had been killed, Yao Xia was also dead, and the massacre god guards were here to give him a way out. He could only reluctantly step down. After coughing lightly a few times, Dragon Weaver's expression changed for the first time. He frowned slightly and looked ashamed. He cupped his hands at the massacre god guards again and said, "Massacre god guards, you are right. I was too rash. The evil demon committed such an evil act that violated the agreement between the 3 races. I was also muddle-headed because of my anger. Since the evil demon is dead and the main culprit has been killed, then this matter shall be dropped." The 2 demonic beast sages of the lion race were already cursing in their hearts, but they did not dare to show it on their faces. The massacre god guards were obviously condoning the House of Ares to commit murder. Furthermore, they had heard that the massacre god guards were also involved in the Luotian Mountain incident. They were probably afraid that the House of Ares would cause trouble, so they threw the lion race out to help the House of Ares vent their anger. However, the 2 of them had just broken through to demonic beast sage and were the weakest among the lion race demonic beast sages. Since Yao Xia was dead, there was no evidence, so they naturally did not dare to go against the divine city 4 guards. He had no choice but to suffer in silence, unable to voice out his bitterness. Not only could they not complain, but they also had to smile apologetically. Otherwise, if they angered the divine city 4 guards, they would wash their hands of this matter. The lion race would really be exterminated. Therefore, one of the demonic beast sages smiled bitterly and said, "Lord, the lion race suffered such a huge loss. So many peak experts died. All right. I got it. The massacre god guard looked coldly at the demon sage and interrupted his words. It was as though he was blaming him for being so insensible. I gave you a way out, so just do it. If you continue to be so long-winded, I'll just wash my hands off you. After saying that, he faintly said to Dragon Bastard, Old Dragon, you guys are too ruthless this time. Compensate them for their losses. All right. The dragon smiled faintly and agreed. His attitude was extremely good as he said respectfully, I'll go back and hold a meeting right now to discuss an accurate compensation plan. I'll send it to the Lion Clan later. When the two demon saints heard this, they immediately rolled their eyes. Were these two singing the same tune and putting on a show? Go back to the meeting. Even if they waited for tens of thousands of years, they would not be able to come up with a compensation plan. The two of them looked at each other and sighed helplessly, all right, we'll leave it to the four sirs to decide. And let's drop this matter. Everyone must remember this painful lesson in the future. If there's anything, we can talk it out. If you want to fight, go to the residence to fight. If something like this happens again in the future, the God City will definitely punish you severely. Alright, you may all disperse. The massacre god guard nodded his head and was very satisfied. Finally, he made a concluding speech. The battle was over, the anger had been vented, and the people were dead. The people in the sky above the Heaven Demon City started to disperse and return to their homes to find their mothers. The Heaven Demon City regained its peace once again. The drizzle that had been drizzling in the morning had stopped, and a red sun appeared in the sky. Rays of dark red sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone down, causing the already blood-red Heaven Demon City to become even more blood-red. Yi Qingwu was in a very bad mood. In fact, she had not been in a good mood ever since she returned from the fallen god mountain. Yi Qingniu had told her that Yi Qinghan had a 60% chance of returning safely from the fallen god mountain. He had also been afraid that she would not believe him and had secretly told her that the Yi family had a god-level expert. He had also told her that the old ancestor was thinking of ways to rescue Yi Qinghan. She had been shocked that the Yi family had a legendary god and had chosen to believe her grandfather's words. However, she could not feel good when Yi Qinghan did not return for a day. At this moment, she was in a daze in the small attic where Yi Qingyu lived in the back mountain of the Yi family. Yi Qingyu had told her that Yi Qingyu had already recovered, but it would probably take some time before she would wake up. Therefore, apart from cultivating in her room, she would come to this small attic every day and stare blankly at this soft and weak white-haired woman in white. She would come once a day to see if Yi Qingyu would wake up. She was very confused. If Yi Qingyu really woke up one day, how was she going to tell Yi Qingyu about Yi Qinghan? Was she going to tell her that her brother had gone to the prefecture battle to save her and was then persecuted? Was she going to tell her that her brother was trapped in a very dangerous place and his life was uncertain? Yi Qingyu had been asleep for a year and suddenly woke up, but she was going to tell her that her only relative, her brother, was facing a life and death crisis at this moment. Wasn't this too much of a blow to her? But, if she did not tell her, how was she going to explain? How was she going to hide it? She did not know how to face Yi Qingyu after she woke up, and was even a little afraid that Yi Qingyu would suddenly wake up, but every day, she hoped that Yi Qingyu would wake up as soon as possible. Because this was Yi Qinghan's wish and what Yi Qinghan looked forward to the most. And Yi Qinghan's wish was also her wish, therefore, her mood was very conflicted and panicked every day, so her mood became worse and worse. Yu Qingqing's mood was also very bad. Although the air on Tranquil Lake Island was still fresh and the scenery on Tranquil Lake Island was still enchanting, these days, she would always wake up from her dreams before the sun rose. After a while, she began to wash up and put on a peach-red robe with a peach blossom on it. Then, she took her zither and walked to the lakeside with her silver sword. She played a tune, danced a sword dance, and recited a poem. The tune was a military song, and the sword dance was the one that caused the chi of heaven and earth to become chaotic during the summer fire festival. And the poem she recited was a masterpiece, breaking the formation. The tune was right, the sword dance was also gorgeous, and the poem of breaking the formation was also undulating, but no matter how she played, how she danced, and how she recited, it did not seem to have the artistic conception of the black-robed youngster on the day of the summer fire festival. The tranquil lake island was still the tranquil lake island of the past, the wind by the lake was still so refreshing, and the water in the lake was still incomparably clear. Enchanting frowned slightly, and her black pearl-like eyes flashed with confusion. How could the days without Yi Qinghan be so difficult? Fengzi returned to West Wind City, rejected his old friends, and directly walked into the seclusion place of the family. In his words, he was going to paint the wall with feces, and would never come out of seclusion if he did not become a decent person. Hua Hua also returned to Luohua City. He did not go to the routine of peeping once a day, nor was he in the mood to train the tranquil lake girl that Yu Qingchen gave him. After the trip to the sect battle, he seemed to feel that the things that made him extremely excited in the past had become so boring and childish at this moment. After thinking hard for a few days to no avail, he directly locked himself up and asked for a large amount of elixirs and cultivation experience from the clan. He actually started to cultivate diligently for the first time ever, scaring the old fellow in the clan to the point of being dumbfounded. Long Sainan returned to Dragon City and began to break through to the Emperor realm. She was about to break through and step onto the stage that belonged to the real strong. However, she didn't feel particularly excited. Instead, when she tried to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth several times, the figure of a handsome young man suddenly appeared in her mind. He was a beautiful purple. She was very frightened. She did not know why her heart, which she had guarded for 28 years, would suddenly beat so violently every time she thought of that young man. Could it be? She actually fell in love with a young man who was more than 10 years younger than her, and opened up the heart that she had not opened for more than 20 years. Chapter 192. The outside world was in chaos. Countless people were sad, desolate, and hopeful. Yi Qinghan knew nothing about it, although he really wanted to know. He knew nothing. He only knew that if he did not think of a way to break through the 3 stages according to Yi Ruoshui's instructions, enter the divine pavilion, and obtain the godly sword, he would never be able to leave this place. After a few days of exploration, he was very sure. It was impossible for him to leave this place as soon as possible. He wandered around in the psychedelic realm for a few days and lost track of how much he had walked. He tragically discovered that this psychedelic realm seemed to be boundless and he could never reach the end. After a few days of exploration, other than finding 7 ancient trees and countless spirit fruit trees, the rest of the place was covered in thick white fog. The ground was as flat as the cement road in his previous life. He thought that the god-slaying mountain was only so big. As long as he walked in a straight line, he would definitely be able to reach the edge and find a way to leave. However, after a few days of walking, he was afraid that he would be able to walk from Ecstasy City to Dragon City, but he still could not reach the edge. There was still thick white fog and the same brown soil. Until today, he finally gave up on this idea. There must be a very powerful formation in the psychedelic realm. Of course, this was nonsense. If it was not a powerful formation, how could it create such a terrifying illusion? However, he now knew that there must be a very mysterious illusion in the psychedelic realm that could make people go in circles. If he did not break this formation, he would continue to wander in it for the rest of his life. Of course, it was impossible for him to wander in it for the rest of his life. Yi Ruoshue had said that if he could not break this formation after a year, the killing formation here would directly annihilate his soul. Since he had nowhere else to go, he would just cultivate diligently and try his best to raise his battle chi realm. As his soul realm improved, he would be less affected by the illusionary realm. That way, he would have a higher chance of obtaining the 7 emotions fruits and passing the first stage. Cultivate, cultivate. Other than cultivating, they could do anything else. Of course, he could not do anything here. Fortunately, he had Xiao He to accompany him. Otherwise, if he were to continue living such a monotonous, even depressing life, he did not know whether he would go crazy or develop autism. After a few days of exploration, he had confirmed that other than the illusion attacks 3 times a day, he was very safe at other times. Therefore, unless it was close to the time of the illusion attack, he would let Xiao He come out to play. The large amount of spirit fruits in the psychedelic realm gave him an inexhaustible supply of food and a huge amount of pure energy. Although he only ate spirit fruits 3 times a day, his lower abdomen would generate heat and release pure energy. Furthermore, the amount of energy that gushed out each time was very small. However, this energy was extremely marvelous as it could directly reach his dantian along his meridians and almost integrate with his liquid battle chi. Finally, it would completely transform into liquid battle chi. It should be noted that when a martial artist cultivated, he would absorb the chi of heaven and earth and transform it into battle chi. After the battle chi was stored in the dantian, it would slowly transform into battle chi. Usually, after cultivating and absorbing battle chi for a day, the battle chi that was transformed into battle chi was only 1% of the original battle chi. But now, the pure energy produced by the spirit fruits had directly transformed into battle chi. This was an extremely terrifying situation. The amount of battle chi that Yi Qinghan had transformed from eating spirit fruits in 1 day was almost equal to the amount he had accumulated in 5 days of cultivation. In other words, cultivating here for 1 day was equivalent to cultivating for 6 days. This meant that his cultivation speed here had increased by 6 times. 6 times. This was a terrifying number. Under normal circumstances, when a martial broke through to the Marquis realm, without the help of spirit medicines or spirit fruits, martial artists with poor talent and poor cultivation methods would need at least 10 years. But for people like Yi Qinghan and Long Sainan, with their rare talent and the cultivation methods of their clans, they would need at least 5 years to break through. But in this place, if Yi Qinghan continued, then this time would be terrifyingly shortened. Yi Qinghan did some mental calculations. If nothing unexpected happened, he would break through to the realm of a duke in 8 to 10 months. Breaking through to the duke realm from the martial realm in 8 to 10 months. No one would believe this speed. Of course, it wasn't impossible for the genius young masters and ladies of the major families to break through in such a short time. It was just that, the spirit medicines and spirit fruits required would make even the wealthiest family head of the Yu family frown. "Boss, I'm back." Just as Yi Qinghan was about to rest after cultivating for a while, Xiao Hei's voice rang out in his mind. At the same time, a small black shadow shot out from the dense white mist ahead and threw itself into Yi Qinghan's arms. "Hee, Xiao Hei, you've been running around all day. Don't get lost." Yi Qinghan held Xiao Hei's head dotingly and pinched the black horn on his head. This horn had started growing a year ago, but it had been more than a year, yet it had only grown a little. It was just enough to be pinched with 2 fingers. Ah, so full. This fruit is too delicious. I've eaten at least 10 of them. Xiao Hei shook his head affectionately and rubbed against Yi Qinghan's hand. Then, he retracted his front claws and stood up, revealing his round tummy. Yi Qinghan reached out and rubbed Xiao Hei's tummy. He smiled and said, "Hee, don't get too full. Your tummy is so small. Can you eat 10 fruits? I have to eat even if I can't. The heat produced by this fruit is too comfortable. The energy is as pure as the dragon crystal's energy. I have to eat more so that I can reach maturity faster." Xiao Hei reached out his front claws and rubbed his tummy in a very human-like manner. His small mouth chewed a few times, as if he was still savoring the taste. "Maturity. Little brat, didn't you say that you'd almost reach maturity after absorbing the dragon crystal's energy last time? Look, it's been a few months now. Don't talk about maturity, you're still that small. Yi Qinghan smiled and teased Xiaohei. At the same time, he was very puzzled. Under normal circumstances, if a beast had absorbed such a huge amount of energy from the dragon crystal, even if it didn't reach maturity immediately, its body would at least grow a little, right? But Xiaohei was still like a little puppy. His body actually weighed only a few kilograms. However, Xiaohei's strength was indeed constantly improving. Although his body was small, according to him, his current strength had already reached the realm of a 7th-tier magical beast. Therefore, Yi Qinghan wasn't too worried. Perhaps holy beasts were different from other magical beasts. No matter what, he was still a holy beast. Xiaohei was also a little puzzled by Yi Qinghan's question. He scratched his little head and his 2 black eyeballs rolled a few times. He transmitted his voice and said, "Oh. I'm not sure either. Logically speaking, my body should have some changes when I've grown to the strength of a 7th-tier magical beast. Could it be that holy beasts grow slower? Or am I an existence of a higher level than holy beasts? Divine beast. Otherwise, why would my body grow so slowly? Boss, do you think this is possible?" "Yes. It's possible. When I become a god, I'll use my supreme divine power to directly turn you into a divine beast. Alright, you play by yourself. I'm going to train and try to break through to the Duke realm as soon as possible and break this ghostly realm." Yi Qinghan rolled his eyes and teased. Divine beast. There were no legends of divine beasts in the Fire Dragon continent at all. Therefore, he decisively cut off Xiaohei's lustful thoughts and poured a bucket of ice-cold water over it. Chapter 193. Tsang City, the back mountain of the Yi family. Yi Tianlong looked at the weak girl on the bed with a complicated expression, feeling very puzzled. Looking at Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu beside him, he said, "It's been half a year, why hasn't she woken up yet?" A year ago, in order to win back Yi Qinghan's heart, he took half of the Yi family's property and went to the hidden island alone to ask for a spirit pill. However, he didn't get a spirit pill. Instead, the lord of the hidden island gave him a divine crystal for free. He had never seen a spirit pill before, let alone a divine crystal. In order to preserve the medicinal properties of the spirit pill, he and Yi Qingniu didn't open the jade box to check. They only sensed with their spiritual consciousness that it was full of pure soul energy. After Yi Qinghan was sucked into the god-slaying mountain, he returned to the Yi family to meet the old ancestor and receive the war god blood token. He threw the jade box given by the hidden island master to Yi Baihu. But he didn't expect that it wasn't a spirit pill, but a divine crystal. In the end, the old ancestor was alarmed. None of this was important. What was important was that the old ancestor said that he wanted to make Yi Qingyu the next clan leader and that she could enter the god realm in 10 years. What was the god realm? He, Yi Baihu, and Yi Qingyu knew it very well. Ever since they entered the Saint realm more than 20 years ago, they had been pursuing this path. Day and night, they hoped to enter the legendary god realm. The heavenly god state was a state that represented almost immortality. That was a state where one could teleport, possess unparalleled powers, and unparalleled mystic abilities. Which warrior didn't want to become a god? Who didn't want to live forever? But the threshold of the god realm was too high. In the tens of thousands of years of history of the Flame Dragon continent, there had been countless Saint Realm experts. But how many had broken through? In the history of the Yi family, there had been countless peak Saint Realm experts, but how many had become gods? Only one person, Yi Ruoxue. This dragon was strong, peak Saint Realm. With one move of the dragon catcher hand, he could throw 3 self-destructing demon saints around like toys. But, though he was half a step into the god realm, if he wanted to break through the last step, he needed great opportunities and luck. If he was lucky, he could become a god. If he was unlucky, he could only die of old age in Dragon City. The three of them were strong and could be considered decent in the divine battle abode, but the three of them hadn't even touched the threshold of the heavenly god realm, and they didn't even know if they would have the chance to do so in their lifetime. This was because martial artists below the Emperor realm could probably cultivate to the peak of the Duke realm as long as they worked hard and had a large amount of spirit herbs and spirit fruits. However, cultivators above the Emperor realm not only needed to cultivate battle chi, but they also needed to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Yi Tianlong had started to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth at the age of 40. Up until now, he had only comprehended 2 of the 5 profound mysteries of the earth laws of heaven and earth. He had not even touched the threshold of the other 3 profound mysteries. But now, Ancestor Yi Ruoshue was actually saying that this 15 or 16-year-old girl, who had a half-crippled jade spirit body, could actually become a deity in 10 years after absorbing a god crystal. 10 years. Forget about whether she could reach the peak of the saint realm in 10 years. Even if she did, could she understand the 5 mysteries of Allah in 10 years? One had to know that Yi Tianlong had spent 20 years to complete the first mystery of the earth law. Therefore, this was a question worth pondering over, and also a question worthy of suspicion. But the 3 of them didn't doubt it at all. Or rather, they were forcing themselves to believe this fact. Because this was said by Yi Ruoshue, a person who had broken through to the god realm hundreds of years ago. He had the right to say this and make the 3 of them believe him. Therefore, the 3 of them wanted Yi Qingyu to wake up as soon as possible so that they could see if this miraculous and profound thing would happen. What would happen? Don't worry, Chief. We can't check the girl's condition for some reason, but her body is getting better every day. However, this little girl's physical condition is getting better day by day. This is very easy to see. Perhaps it won't be long before she wakes up tomorrow. Yi Baihu couldn't help but smile and comfort Yi Tianlong when he saw him like this. That's right, Chief. There's no point in worrying about this. We won't die even if she doesn't wake up. Yi Qingyu looked much more haggard. He saw Yi Qingwu's condition and felt pain in his heart. At the same time, he was inwardly angry at Yi Qinghan. This brat had unknowingly seduced his precious granddaughter. He didn't know what to do to make Yi Qingwu so sad and haggard every day. Don't worry, how can I not worry? The chief said that this girl could become a god in 10 years. Sigh. Yi Tianlong sighed deeply and said helplessly, what do you think this divine crystal is? How can someone who hasn't cultivated before become a god in 10 years? I can't figure it out. The chief didn't even show up. Isn't he trying to make us anxious? How would we know? Didn't you ask Longhua? How would we know something that even he doesn't know? The chief must have been delayed, or else he would have shown up. After all, he cares about this girl a lot. Yi Qingyu's eyes bulged slightly as he shook his head and sighed. Yi Baihu, however, thought of another problem. He frowned and sighed, sigh. Clan leader, you shouldn't worry about this. You should think about it more. If this girl wakes up, how are we going to explain to her about Little Han? Otherwise, if this girl makes a fuss about going to the God-slaying mountain or seeking death, the chief will tear us apart. Ah. Yi Baihu's question clearly stunned Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu. This was a big problem. They didn't know Yi Qingyu very well, and it could even be said that this girl didn't exist before the incident at the Infatuation Garden. However, they could tell from the fact that Yi Qingyu had angrily committed suicide under Yi Qingxia's coercion. This girl looked weak and gentle on the outside, but she was strong and resolute on the inside. If he suddenly woke up after sleeping for more than a year and couldn't find Yi Qinghan, then he might think that Yi Qinghan was already dead and couldn't live alone. In the entire Yi family, there seemed to be no one besides Yi Qinghan that Yi Qingyu trusted. In that case, it was very likely that Yi Qingyu wouldn't believe anyone's words. Baihu, this is going to be difficult. You usually have a lot of ideas, so hurry up and think of a way. If something goes wrong with this little ancestor, I'm afraid that something big will happen. Yi Tianlong said anxiously, scratching his head with a worried expression. What can I do about this? The only way is to make her believe that Yi Qinghan isn't dead, and the only people she can trust are those who are familiar with Yi Qinghan. And the only people who are familiar with Yi Qinghan and have a close relationship with Yi Qinghan are Yu Qingqing and Yi Qingwu. I can only get them to persuade Yi Qingyu. Yi Baihu shook his head, unable to come up with any good ideas. My brother isn't dead. Just as the three of them were deep in thought, racking their brains for a good plan. Suddenly, a weak female voice rang out in the room. This voice came very suddenly, so suddenly that the three experts of the Saint Realm trembled. At the same time, their eyes shone with a dazzling light, and expressions of wild joy appeared on their faces. They looked at the bed at the same time. On the large white bed, there was a white-haired girl in white clothes. At this moment, her eyes were wide open, and she was looking at them timidly. Her beautiful face was as smooth as cream, and her eyes were as clear as water, and her hair was as white as snow. She actually had a kind of seductive charm. Chapter 194. Your brother, let's talk about your brother later. Child, don't move for now. You, take a good look at your body and see if you feel uncomfortable anywhere. There's nothing unusual. Qingyo, hurry and call a few servant girls over, and also call Yi Qingwu over. What's that? Oh, right, hurry and call someone to bring some porridge. Yes, porridge. She's just woken up, so she can't have much nourishment. Yi Qingyu opened her eyes and spoke. The three old men in the room were so scared that their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. The three of them hurriedly stood up. They wanted to surround her, but they were afraid of scaring Yi Qingyu. They wanted to say something, but they felt that nothing they said was right. In the end, Yi Tianlong rubbed his hands and twitched his mouth, trying his best to make his smile more amiable. Then, he opened his mouth to answer Yi Qingyu's question. However, in his haste, his words were somewhat incoherent and he began to babble nonsense. Yes. Don't worry, little girl. Lie down properly. We can talk about anything. I'll call someone over to serve you right now. Yi Qingyu also rubbed his hands, his face glowing. He nodded and narrowed his eyes, trying his best not to let his bulging eyes scare Yi Qingyu. With that, he quickly turned and ran out of the small attic. Don't be afraid, Yi Qingyu. This is the head of the family, the grandfather of you and your brother, and also Yi Dao's father. Rest assured, just take care of your body first. Don't worry about anything else. And let me tell you, Yi Jian has already been imprisoned by your grandfather. Yi Qinghuang, that bad person, has also been chased out of the Yi family castle by your grandfather, so you don't have to worry about anything. Yi Baihu was clearly very excited. Although the three of them were saints who had seen all kinds of situations and experienced all kinds of things, the three of them did not know how to coax a child. However, the three of them didn't know how to coax a child. Of course, in their hearts, Yi Qingyu was a child. Moreover, she was the kind of child that couldn't be provoked. Therefore, the three of them spoke somewhat incoherently, a little long-winded, and even childish. Yi Qingyu didn't say anything. The three of them passionately confessed. Not only did it not make Yi Qingyu trust them, but it also made her feel like the three of them were wretched old men who wanted to lie to the little girl and buy her candy. Therefore, she began to curl up her body and looked at the two of them even more fiercely. I want to see my brother. You said that he is not dead. Then go and call him here. Otherwise, I will die in front of you. No. Don't. Yi Qingyu's threat was obviously very powerful. Yi Tianlong's and Yi Baihu's hearts were about to jump out of their chests when they heard this. The two of them wanted to do something, but they didn't dare to. They wanted to say something, but they couldn't say anything. Yi Tianlong slapped his head and was at his wit's end. Shaw, shaw. At this time, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the attic. Then Yi Qingwu's pure and cute appearance appeared at the door. She had a happy and gentle smile on her face. She looked at Yi Qingyu and said excitedly, "Little sister Qingyu, you are finally awake. Do you recognize me? Are you Miss Wu? I've seen you before." Yi Qingyu stared at Yi Qingwu for a while, and a smile finally appeared on her face. She had seen Yi Qingwu and her family before, and she had a deep impression of him. After all, Yi Qingwu had a very high status in the family, and her angelic face and devilish figure made it easy for people to remember her. Most importantly, Yi Qingwu had helped Yi Qinghan in the War Beast Academy. Yi Qingyu was very grateful to her. Yi Qingyu's words made Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu heave a sigh of relief. They relaxed as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. Thank goodness, thank goodness. She actually knew Yi Qingwu and seemed to have a good impression of her. This was good, this was very good. Xiao Wu, take good care of Qingyu. Also, explain to her that little Han didn't die and is now training. Her body is very weak now, so she must take good care of her body. You can move in next door to her for the next few days. Your Grandpa White Tiger and I will be leaving first. We'll come see her later. Yi Tianlong hurriedly told Yi Qingwu to comfort Yi Qingyu and clear up her doubts. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Yi Qingwu to temporarily hide the fact that Yi Qinghan was trapped in the Divine Mountain. At the same time, he repeatedly told Yi Qingwu to take good care of Yi Qingyu. After saying that, he left with Yi Baihu. When they faced Yi Qingyu's clear, childlike eyes, they felt more pressure than when they saw Yi Ruoshui. They felt guilty. Big sister Qingwu, tell me the truth. My brother really didn't die. After Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu left, Yi Qingyu looked at Yi Qingwu and asked excitedly. In her memory, under Yi Qingxia's coercion, she angrily hit the wall and fainted. In the intoxicated garden, when she woke up again, she found that Yi Qinghan had actually returned. Moreover, he had come alone to kill Yi Qinghuang behind her back. Yi Qinghuang was crippled, but the three old guys in the Yi family's back mountain weren't drawn out. Yi Jian and Yi Rong wanted to kill her brother, Yi Qinghan, in a fit of rage. Therefore, she didn't hesitate and directly activated the soul sacrifice skill that she hadn't completely mastered yet. She hoped that it could temporarily increase her brother's strength and allow him to escape. However, after the sacrifice, before she fell into a deep sleep, she realized that her sacrifice was not completely successful. Moreover, with so many experts from the Yi family present, she couldn't be sure if Yi Qinghan could escape. Therefore, after sleeping for more than a year, when she woke up, she heard three unfamiliar old men discussing about Yi Qinghan. Of course, she was anxious and didn't care too much, so she directly asked about it. Although Yi Tianlong and Yi Baihu explained a lot, the two were too excited and guilty, so they spoke incoherently and incoherently. Until now, when he saw Yi Qingwu, she impatiently asked again. Of course he didn't die. When you fainted, I was also there. I crushed the jade talisman that my grandfather gave me and drew out my grandfather and the patriarch. The patriarch has investigated your brother's situation. Moreover, your brother is so powerful and has a sacred beast. Why would the patriarch and the family let him die? A hint of sadness flashed across Yi Qingwu's eyes, but she hid it immediately. She smiled and stroked Yi Qingyu's head as she spoke. Where is he now? I want to see him. I feel like I've slept for a very long time. I haven't seen my brother for a very long time. I miss him. A hint of joy appeared in Yi Qingyu's eyes. Only she and Yi Qinghan knew that Yi Qinghan had a sacred beast. Now that Yi Qingyu had mentioned it, it was very credible. However, she felt very empty when she woke up and didn't see Yi Qinghan. Therefore, she urgently wanted to see Yi Qinghan. Hee, little girl, you've slept for more than a year. As for your brother, he has been sent out by the family to gain experience. He's gone to a very far place. Even further than the barbarian city. Let me tell you, your brother is very powerful now. He's now the hero of the House of Ares. I'll tell you about this later. Your main task now is to take care of your body. When your brother returns, he won't be happy to see you so weak. Yi Qingyu saw Yi Qingyu's limpid eyes filled with hope and longing. She couldn't help but feel an infinite amount of love and tenderness for her. When she talked about Yi Qinghan, she seemed to recall the frail figure of Yi Qinghan on the Nether Island. He wasn't very tall, but he was like an invincible god of war, sweeping across the demon race and the barbarian race. She couldn't help but show a look of longing and adoration. I've actually slept for more than a year. My brother has become a great hero now. Very powerful. When Yi Qingyu heard Yi Qingyu's words, she couldn't help but feel excited. A happy smile rippled on her beautiful face. After a moment of silence, she continued, "All right, elder sister Qingyu, I'll listen to you and take care of my body. However, you must tell me everything about my brother in detail." Chapter 195. Luotian Mountain, Hallucinatory Realm. Yi Qinghan stood silently as he stared at an ancient tree in front of him with a faint smile on his face. The ancient tree was naturally the Seven Emotions tree, the tree of fear. Of course, he wasn't here to admire the beauty of the tree. The Seven Emotions tree was barren and only had a single fruit at the top. Of course, it wasn't a beautiful sight. He came here today to try the hallucinatory realm and pick the Seven Emotions fruit at the top of the tree. 6 months had passed. He had been cultivating day and night, and he had achieved great success. His battle chi cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the martial realm. Along with the increase in his battle chi cultivation, the strength of his soul had also increased. Therefore, he thought hard for a few days and decided to try the Seven Emotions hallucinatory realm. Whether he could succeed or not was one thing. The most important thing was to test the results of his 6 months of cultivation. As for why he chose the Tree of Wholeness to experiment with out of the 7 ancient trees, there was a certain basis for this. Yi Qinghan knew his personality and the 7 emotions. They represented 7 different emotional hallucinatory realms: joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, evil, and desire. Based on his personality and the experience of his 2 lives, this hallucinatory realm had the least impact on his mind. He had already died once, what would he be afraid of? Moreover, he had killed many people in this life and seen many things. There was really nothing to be afraid of. After experiencing a few hallucinatory realms and summarizing his personality, he came to a conclusion. 7 types of hallucinatory realms: joy, anger, wholeness, and evil. These 4 types of hallucinatory realms had relatively little impact on him. On the other hand, sorrow, and desire had a huge impact on his mind. The main reason was that he placed great importance on emotions. As long as the hallucinatory realms involved his loved ones, he would involuntarily fall into them and be unable to extricate himself. Since he had nothing to fear, he would try it. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly and took a few deep breaths, allowing his state of mind to reach its most peaceful state. Then, he slowly walked in the direction of the ancient tree. As soon as he stepped in, the scenery started to change. The white mist slowly dissipated and an unfamiliar scene appeared. Yi Qinghan didn't mind and continued to move forward. Although he was only 100 meters away from the ancient tree, if Yi Qinghan ran at full speed, he could probably reach it in the blink of an eye. But of course, he did not dare to run too fast. After all, the illusion was more powerful the closer he was to the ancient tree. If he were to rush over recklessly, he wouldn't even have the chance to escape if he encountered some unknown danger. 1 step, 2 steps, 20 steps. The scenery had already changed countless times. The sky in front of him had already turned blood red, and a deep and strange voice kept ringing in his ears. Most importantly, the trace of fear in the depths of his soul had already begun to invade his mind under the influence of the illusion. Actually, the illusions of the psychedelic realm were not particularly powerful. As long as one could maintain one's heart, any illusions were nothing to Yi Qinghan. However, the illusions of the psychedelic realm had a very mystical effect. It could continuously influence Yi Qinghan's soul. For example, in this illusion of fear, the trace of absolute will in the depths of his soul would be influenced by the illusions and continuously magnify, completely suppressing his other thoughts, causing him to become more and more timid than usual. Ho ho, do you want to scare me with a bit ghost atmosphere and some ghost music? Yi Qinghan revealed a faint smile as he didn't care about it. Closely after that, he closed his eyes and blocked his sense of hearing and taste using his battle chi. At the same time, he walked straight all the way like a robot. This method was really effective. Of course, if he couldn't see or hear anything, his mind would be less affected. However, after moving forward for over 10 he found that this method didn't work anymore. As he approached the ancient tree, the illusion grew more and more powerful. It didn't affect Yi Qinghan's mind by sight or hearing anymore. Instead, it directly formed the illusion in Zhang Tai's mind. As long as Yi Qinghan's mind was running, the illusion would always affect him. However, if his mind didn't run, he couldn't direct his body to move forward at all. The bloody sky grew darker. Yi Qinghan found that he had arrived at a hillside which was full of graveyards. Above these graveyards, there were ghostly white flames floating everywhere. When the wind blew over, it would cause hair-raising sounds, which sounded like the cries of demons in the netherworld, the roars of Yama and the moans of corpses on the roadside. Of course, these things were just tricks for Yi Qinghan. He had watched a lot of horror films in the previous life and killed a lot of humans, beasts, demons, and barbarians in this life. Of course, he would not be afraid of them at all. However, this moment was different than before. At this moment, in the illusion of fear, Zhang Tai became much timid. It was like an adult watching a horror film would not be afraid of anything. However, if a child were to watch a horror film in the middle of the night, he would not be able to sleep for the whole night. Similarly, under the influence of the illusion, the fear in Yi Qinghan's heart was magnified infinitely. Of course, when one sees such a terrifying situation, he would be afraid and frightened. Naturally, he would have the thought of retreating. Naturally, he would have the thought of leaving this place and running away. No. I can't retreat. This is an illusion. I've already died once. What's there to be afraid of? At most, I'll just die again. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's mind suddenly surged with a crazy obsession. This obsession quickly overwhelmed the fear in his mind. At this moment, he was extremely clear-headed. It could even be said that his courage suddenly grew. Taking advantage of this thought, he began to run. He did not think about anything else. He only wanted to run. He did not look at anything. He only looked at the ancient tree on the tallest burial mound mountain in front of him. There was a dark red fruit on the ancient tree that was emitting a faint red glow. However, as he ran, he felt that his footsteps were being obstructed. He saw white bone claws continuously appearing in front of him. No. He did not see them. Instead, he felt that there were white bone claws constantly reaching out and tugging at his trousers and feet. This feeling was very mystical. He knew that this was an illusion and his body wasn't being hindered at all. However, this illusion of everything made him feel like his body was being grabbed, and his running speed was being slowed down. It's fake. It's fake. It's all fake. Yi Qinghan kept telling himself in his mind. He kept emphasizing that this was fake. It was impossible for his body to be grabbed. However, his movements were involuntarily affected. He began to slow down. I can't go any further. Otherwise, I definitely won't be able to walk out of this white bone mountain. Looking at the increasing number of white bones in front of him, there seemed to be no end to them. Moreover, it seemed like these white bone hands were constantly surging towards him. At this moment, such a thought suddenly appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind. Moreover, this thought was rapidly expanding in his mind. At this moment, his desire to retreat was extremely strong. He almost lost control and turned around to run. Chapter 196. No, this doesn't feel right. I can't retreat. The ancient tree is right in front of me. I'm still more than 10 meters away. If I retreat this time, I'm afraid I'll forever be obsessed with this place. Fight! Another voice in his heart made him stop running. Yi Qinghan's battle chi flashed. Taking advantage of the fact that this thought had not faded away, Yi Qinghan's battle chi flashed. He hurriedly rushed towards the ancient tree in a frenzy. 1 step, 2 steps, 10 steps. Finally, he approached the ancient tree. Looking at the spiritual fruit on the ancient tree that was emitting a dim red light, Yi Qinghan smiled as if relieved of a burden. However, when he was about to jump onto the ancient tree to pick the spiritual fruit, a sudden change occurred. Countless bloody corpses suddenly appeared from the ground around him. These zombies all swarmed towards him. They used their hands, claws, and mouths to attack him crazily. When Yi Qinghan turned his head to look at these zombies, he discovered something in horror. These zombies were actually people he had killed before. The Snow Brothers, Yi Qingxie, Yi Bao, Yi Rong, Yao Kaka. Yi Qinghan, you've been tricked. Since you dared to enter the 7 emotions illusionary realm, then stay here to accompany us. Yi Rong opened his huge bloody mouth and bit Yi Qinghan's thigh. Yi Qinghan, you're definitely going to die today. I can finally take revenge. Yi Qinghan, die. Yao Kaka, Yi Qingxie, the Snow Brothers, and the countless demons and barbarians he had killed swarmed over from all directions. They surrounded Yi Qinghan and began to attack him crazily. Ah! This was obviously an illusionary realm. Yi Qinghan was very clear about this. However, he discovered that his flesh was falling off piece by piece under the attacks and bites of the zombies. Blood flowed freely. At the same time, he felt a heart-wrenching pain in his mind. His body became weaker and weaker. Furthermore, he discovered that he could not move. It seemed that he was really surrounded and was about to die. No! Get out of my way! At the last moment, Yi Qinghan had a clear thought in his mind, and his consciousness was clear. This was an illusion. It was all fake. It was just that, the power of this illusion was so terrifying that if he continued, his soul would enter a state of suspended animation. In other words, his body did not receive any substantial damage, but his soul would be affected by the illusion and think that he was really dead. When the soul thought that it was dead, the soul would die along with it and become completely silent. At that time, he might never wake up. The power of this illusion was actually so strong. There's no other way. I can't just sit here and wait for death. Xiaohei, come out and fuse with your beasts. Kill. At the last moment, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to activate his beast fusion. This was because he knew that if he really entered a fake death state, he would really die, and Xiaohei, who had signed a soul contract with him, would also die. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well give it his all. A faint shadow slowly appeared and quickly drilled into his chest. At the same time, a powerful energy surged into his body. His spirit was immediately uplifted. At that moment, he was pleasantly surprised to find that after the fusion of the beasts, the illusion in his mind had actually weakened by a lot. The countless zombies around him had actually become extremely slow, and their bodies had also become illusory. The beast fusion could actually strengthen my soul. Reduce the illusion's influence on me. Yi Qinghan was ecstatic. He did not dare to think too much about it. He leaped up with all his might and stepped on the ancient tree a few times. He quickly reached out and plucked the dark red spirit fruit from the top of the tree. Wang, the world suddenly became quiet, as if time had stopped at that second. After a flash of white light, the entire world suddenly changed. The sky returned to its original white color, the ground turned brown, and a thick white fog shrouded the surroundings. Yi Qinghan's soul was incomparably peaceful at this moment. I've finally succeeded. Yi Qinghan lightly jumped down from the ancient tree. His whole body collapsed on the ground. He looked at the dark red fruit in his hand and smiled bitterly. Then, his head tilted and he fell to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. An hour later, Yi Qinghan suddenly woke up. It was not because he was scared awake, nor was it because he had rested enough. Instead, it was because he had planted a hint in his mind before he fell asleep. Under the influence of his own subconscious, he had forced himself to wake up suddenly. This was like how although you were very tired and slept late, but before you slept, you had repeatedly emphasized that you had something to do tomorrow morning, so you had to wake up early. Therefore, you would definitely wake up very early the next morning. Actually, according to Yi Qinghan's level of weakness, even if he slept for a day and a night, he would still be able to sleep, and sleep very comfortably. It was just that he could not sleep, because the illusion attack from the psychedelic realm would come 3 times a day. He was afraid that he would unknowingly fall into the trap in his sleep, so of course he would not dare to continue sleeping. Rubbing his dizzy head, he was in a daze for a while before his mind gradually woke up. Stroking the dark red 7 emotions fruit in his hand, he looked at the thick and bare ancient tree beside him. Yi Qinghan's heart palpitated. That was close. He was too rash. This illusory realm was so powerful that he almost fell here. This illusion attack could actually make a living person feel as if they were about to die. He knew that people had a body and a soul. Regardless of whether the body died or the soul perished, the person would die. And if a person's soul thought that they were already dead, then that person would really die. The logic was very simple. It was like a very classic story that Yi Qinghan had read in his previous life. One person was tied up and blindfolded, but his blood vessels were cut off. Blood began to drip down slowly, dripping into the basin on the ground. Thump, thump, thump. Therefore, this person began to feel fear. There would be a kind of awareness in his mind that he would eventually bleed to death. An hour later, this person would really die. Actually, this person's wound was only dripping blood at the beginning, but then it was quietly stopped by someone. And the continuous dong-dong sound was actually a leaking bottle at the side. At the last moment, Yi Qinghan's soul began to have a kind of feeling that he was about to be torn apart, bitten to death, and clawed to death. This feeling was very real, and it was about to completely occupy his soul. If this feeling continued to develop, Yi Qinghan's soul would fall into a state of suspended animation, and finally die completely. Fortunately, at the very last moment, he had forcefully activated the fusion of beasts. At the moment of fusion, his soul's strength had increased greatly, allowing him to be extremely clear-headed. He had finally obtained the spirit fruit on the tree of everything, thus breaking the illusion of everything. Chapter 197. I still have to thank Xiaohei. It seems that after merging with the beast, the strength of my soul has also increased along with my battle chi realm. This strengthened soul was able to resist the illusions here today. Xiaohei, come out. It's all thanks to you this time. Yi Qinghan thought of Xiao He, who had helped him through this dangerous stage, and hurriedly summoned him. A shadow quickly flashed out of his chest and Xiao He's body slowly condensed, revealing Xiao He's worried and somewhat blaming eyes. He transmitted his voice, "Boss, I've already said that every time the illusions attack, I'll summon my beast to merge with. It was too dangerous just now. I was worried to death." Xiao He was Yi Qinghan's beast. If Yi Qinghan didn't summon him, Xiao He wouldn't be able to leave the beast space. The situation just now was too dangerous, so Xiao He didn't dare to transmit his voice to Yi Qinghan to avoid affecting his mind. Otherwise, it would be even more dangerous. I'm sorry, Xiao He." Yi Qinghan gently stroked Xiao He's head and said apologetically, "I didn't know before. I thought that if we merged with the beast, the illusions would attack our souls separately. I didn't expect that our souls would actually fuse together. This is great. In the future, every time the beast attacks, I'll merge with the beast. This way, we'll be able to pass the first stage more easily." Yi Qinghan had always thought that if he summoned Xiao He, the illusions would attack Xiao He and his soul separately. Xiao He was still so young and had so little experience. He didn't know if the strength of his soul could withstand this strange illusion's attack. Therefore, he obviously didn't dare to summon him. But now, he understood that after merging with the beast, his soul and Xiao He's were actually fused together. This was an unexpected surprise. According to the body integration realm, his battle chi would reach the terrifying third level of the Marquis realm. If his soul realm was the same as his battle chi realm, his soul strength would reach LV3 of the Marquis realm after combining with it. By then, he would be more confident to break through the 7 emotions dreamland and get the remaining 6 fruits. Yes, let's quickly break through the first stage. This place is too strange, I don't want to stay here for even a second longer. Xiao He rolled its small black eyes as it stared at the thick white fog around it with lingering fear. Alright, I'll cultivate for another 2 months and reach the Duke realm. When we merge, our soul realm will probably reach the strength of the Emperor realm. Then, we'll break through this stage together. Yi Qinghan nodded as his eyes glowed with a fiery light. He had stayed here for half a year. He was eager to get out of this godforsaken place and return to the back mountain of the Yi family. He wanted to see if his delicate younger sister had woken up and was standing foolishly in the back mountain, waiting for his return as well. Tsang City, the back mountain of the Yi family's castle. The autumn wind blew gently from the other side of the mountain, causing the green grass on the mountain to sway and the small lake in the center to ripple. It also caused the clothes and hair of 2 young girls by the lake to flutter. One of the young girls had a pure face and a sexy figure. She wore a fiery red dress. The other one had gentle eyes and a delicate expression. She wore a snow-white robe. The most eye-catching thing about her was her pitiful face and her hair that was even whiter than her robe. They were Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu. Yi Qinggu still liked to wear a fiery red dress. However, ever since she returned to the Yi family, she only wore robes and no longer wore tight leather clothes or pants. She had also become more docile and virtuous. Yi Qingyu's body recovered very quickly after half a month's recuperation. She could get out of bed and walk after a few days. Today, Yi Qinggu couldn't resist her begging and decided to take her out for a stroll nearby. "Sister Xiao Wu, when do you think brother will come back from the dense fog forest?" Yi Qingyu stood by the lake and looked into the distance. Her limpid eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy. I can't say for sure. Perhaps the end of this year, or perhaps next year. After all, we are going to train." Yi Qinggu sighed and said helplessly. In order to conceal the fact that Yi Qinghan was trapped in the Divine Mountain, Yi Tianlong had issued a gag order. Therefore, everyone had agreed on a slogan. At this moment, Yi Qinghan was being led by the elders of the Yi family to train in the periphery of the dense fog forest. The dense fog forest was one of the 3 great danger zones of the Fire Dragon continent. It was rumored that there were many powerful magical beasts in the center of the forest, and there were even a few sacred beasts. Moreover, the king of the dense fog forest, the Blue Dragon, was rumored to have already taken half a step into the realm of a divine beast that could transform into a human. It could even fight against a deity rank expert. However, the periphery of the dense fog forest wasn't dangerous. Low-level magical beasts were everywhere. It was one of the favorite places for the warriors of the House of Aries to train. Yi Qinghan's current realm wasn't low, and he was accompanied by the elders of the Yi family. Yi Qingyu wasn't worried about his safety. It was just that, she had been asleep for more than a year and had just woken up. Naturally, the person she wanted to see the most was her only family member, Yi Qinghan. When she heard Yi Qingwu say that Yi Qinghan might only return before the end of the year, and it was very likely that he would only return next year, she naturally felt very bitter and empty in her heart. That, is Yi Qingqing beautiful? Yi Qingyu frowned slightly and turned her head to ask another question. These few days, Yi Qingwu had told her many things about Yi Qinghan. Other than the matter of Yi Qinghan being trapped in the Divine Mountain and going to the dense fog forest to train, she had told Yi Qingyu everything else. Of course, she didn't tell her about that drunken night in the Yi family's manor in the Divine City. She also didn't tell Yi Qingyu about her relationship with Yi Qinghan. Hee. Little girl, you're starting to get jealous. Don't worry, I know your brother. Presumably, all the beauties in the world have married him, but the one he likes the most is still you, his little sister. Yi Qingwu smiled. She clearly knew the weight of Yi Qingyu in Yi Qinghan's heart. She also understood the feelings Yi Qingyu had for Yi Qinghan. She also admired Yi Qingyu for not hesitating to give up everything for Yi Qinghan, including her life. At this moment, seeing Yi Qingyu actually ask about Yi Qingqing, she teased, what does Yi Qingqing say? You clan saintess, regardless of beauty, talent, or cultivation, they are all top-notch. However, she is a very good person. I believe that you two can get along well in the future because you two have many similar characteristics. For example, you two have a kind heart and a gentle temperament. Big sister Qingwu is speaking nonsense, when was I jealous? After being teased by Yi Qingwu, Yi Qingyu's face showed a hint of shyness and 2 faint blushes appeared on her cheeks. Her eyes evaded for a while, but she suddenly blinked her big eyes at Yi Qingwu and said with a smile, actually, big sister Qingwu is also very good. You have a kind heart and you're so beautiful. I think big brother must like you very much. Chapter 198. Damned girl, what nonsense are you spouting? There's nothing going on between me and your brother. Yi Qingwu looked at Yi Qingyu's limpid eyes and felt guilty, so she hurriedly explained. Elder sister, I didn't say there was anything going on between you and my brother. Why are you so nervous? A crafty glint flashed in Yi Qingyu's eyes as she giggled and said, but even if there's something going on, I don't mind. As long as big brother likes it, I like it. Yi Qingwu fell silent. Yi Qingyu was aloof from worldly affairs and wholeheartedly thought for Yi Qinghan. This was probably what Yi Qinghan liked the most about her. She had just explained a little when she saw Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu walking over together from the corner of her eye. She hurriedly closed her mouth and pulled on Yi Qingyu's sleeve. The two of them turned and walked toward Yi Tianlong and the others. Greetings, clan leader. Hee, grandfather, you're here too. Greetings, clan leader, grand elder. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingwu bowed respectfully. Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu had helped Yi Qinghan a lot, so Yi Qingyu was very grateful after learning about it. However, she was still not used to Yi Tianlong, who had suddenly appeared as a grandfather. Every time she called Yi Tianlong, she would only call him clan leader and not grandfather. No need to be so courteous in the future. Qingyu, your body is recovering well, right? Remember, don't call me clan leader, call me grandfather. Qingwu too, don't call me clan leader. Just call me great-grandfather and White Tiger third grandfather. Got it? Yi Tianlong said with a kind and amiable expression. Yi Qingyu nodded and narrowed his eyes. Yes. Both of you have to change the way you address me. Yi Qingyu, call me second grandfather from now on. And big grandpa, are you satisfied now? Yi Qingwu playfully stuck out her tongue and said with a smile. Big grandpa. Second grandpa. Yi Qingyu lowered her head shyly and finally called out. Ha! And, good. This time, we're here to see how Qingyu's body is doing and to give her something. After hearing that, Yi Tianlong burst out into laughter as he stretched out his left hand and put 2 fingers on Yi Qingyu's pulse. He wanted to test Yi Qingyu's physical condition using his battle qi. However, the moment his faint battle qi flowed into Yi Qingyu's arm, it was suddenly rebounded by a powerful and overbearing energy which bounced off his arm. Patriarch, what's going on? Yi Qingyu immediately noticed this strange situation and was greatly alarmed. He widened his eyes in astonishment and asked, what is it? Yi Tianlong didn't speak. He continued to stretch out his arm and run his battle qi again, drilling into Yi Qingyu's arm through her pulse. This time, he increased the intensity of his battle qi, wanting to force it into Yi Qingyu's body to check out this strange situation. However, the situation was still the same. The battle qi was forced out of Yi Qingyu's body by a powerful and overbearing energy, and Yi Tianlong's arm bounced off again. Strange, very strange. There's actually an extremely powerful and overbearing energy in Qingyu's body that can even bounce off my battle qi. This situation is simply unheard of. Yi Tianlong didn't dare to test it anymore. This time, the battle qi he had released was already very powerful. If it was any more powerful, he was afraid that he would hurt Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingyu exchanged a glance and both felt the shock and doubt in each other's eyes. At the same time, they both felt a surge of wild joy. The stranger the situation was, what did it mean? It meant that Yi Qingyu had become an immortal in 10 years was more and more reliable. Whisper, can you feel the domineering energy in your body? Also, is there anything special in your mind? I mean, something that you didn't have before, knowledge that you didn't have before. Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu exchanged a glance, and after a moment of silence, they began to question Yi Qingyu, hoping to obtain some useful information from her. Yi Qingyu's current body was too strange. They couldn't use their spiritual senses to check it, and now, they couldn't even use their battle qi to check it. Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu didn't dare to say anything, and Yi Qingyu didn't dare to interrupt because Yi Tianlong was asking questions. As for Yi Qingwu, she didn't know the cause and effect of the matter, and seeing the serious expressions on Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu's faces, she naturally didn't dare to say anything. Actually, I'm also very curious, but I haven't figured it out yet, so I don't dare to ask. There are indeed many things in my mind, and they seem to be related to cultivating martial skills. Yi Qingyu muttered to herself for a moment, then decided to tell Yi Tianlong about this. After she woke up, she discovered that there were many more memories in her mind, but they were all related to cultivating martial skills. She thought that these were the inherited memories of his jade spirit constitution, so she didn't dare to ask. But after thinking about it for the past few days, it seemed that she had already digested the inherited memories of her jade spirit constitution a year ago. So where did this extremely profound martial skill knowledge come from? Now that Yi Tianlong had asked, she naturally threw out the question. Hearing this, Yi Tianlong became spirited and hurriedly asked, "What is this martial skill knowledge about? Tell me in detail." Yes, don't be hasty. Think about it carefully, this is very important. Yi Qingyu's face was also flushed as he pressed on. Yi Qingyu muttered to herself again, blinked, and thought for a moment, then said, "It's very complicated. There seems to be some kind of battle qi absorption, opening the meridians, forming the dantian, forming the core, so many. I can't explain it clearly either. Secret martial skill cultivation manuals." Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu looked at each other again, both ecstatic. Yi Qingyu had never cultivated martial skills before. This was something they knew. Now, not only did Yi Qingyu's body contain a powerful energy, but countless martial skill cultivation manuals and knowledge had also suddenly appeared in her mind. This clearly had a lot to do with that mystical divine crystal, and this further confirmed Yu Ruoshui's words. Becoming a god in 10 years, perhaps something similar to a miracle, or a divine miracle, would really happen. At the very least, these strange circumstances of Yi Qingyu's gave them a glimpse of the whole picture. Good, very good. Qingyu, your most important task now is to digest the knowledge in your mind, and then try to cultivate according to this knowledge. Cultivate diligently. If you have any requests, just let me know. As long as the family can do it, we will promise you anything. Yi Tianlong nodded and began to try to get Yi Qingyu to cultivate. He was very much looking forward to what would happen when Yi Qingyu cultivated. Would she bring him as many surprises as Yi Qinghan had? Yi Qingyu also nodded like a chick pecking at rice. If Yi Qingyu could really become a god, then he and Yi Tianlong would definitely be recorded in the family's annals. After all, they had created a god. Cultivate. Why should I cultivate? I don't like cultivating, and I don't like fighting and killing. Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyu shook her head and rejected their suggestion. In fact, when she was young, Yi Qinghan had also given her martial skill manuals to cultivate, but she was naturally indifferent and did not like fighting. She also hated fighting, so she rejected it. Chapter 199. This martial technique is good stuff. Once you learn it, you'll be able to soar into the sky and dig into the ground. It also has many other miraculous functions. You have such a good opportunity, you can't miss it. Yi Tianlong became anxious when he heard this and hurriedly tried to persuade her. However, he did not know how to persuade her at the moment, and could only coax her as if she were a child. Yi Qingyu was also anxious. If Yi Qingyu did not cultivate, then everything else would be for naught. Not to mention 10 years, even 100 years would not be enough. He hurriedly tried to persuade her, "Girl, you must cultivate. Even if we beg you, just treat it as if you have nothing to do and practice for fun." "Bah, no, that's not right. Sigh, in any case, you must cultivate." Yi Qingyu was also anxious. She looked at the two timidly, then looked at Yi Qingyu, lowered her head, and said in a very small voice, "Grandpas, I know that cultivating martial techniques is very powerful, but I just don't want to learn them. Moreover, even if you want to learn more than me, I'm not interested. This cultivation can't be very powerful or very high, right?" Yi Tianlong let out a deep sigh. He was at his wit's end. Yi Qingyu was not interested. This was indeed troublesome. If she were to force him to learn this martial skill, she would definitely not be able to force him to learn it. "Xiao Wu, think of a way to persuade Yi Qingyu to work hard at cultivating martial techniques. I'll explain the reason to you later. This is very important." Yi Qingyu was also at his wit's end. His pair of ox eyes turned, and finally looked at Yi Qingyu. He immediately became spirited and hurriedly transmitted his voice to Yi Qingyu, asking her to persuade Yi Qingyu. Yi Qingyu looked at Yi Qingyu in confusion, but in the end, she still nodded. She did not know what had happened to Yi Qingyu. Why did the clan leader and her grandfather want Yi Qingyu to learn martial techniques when she was already so old? Cultivation of martial techniques had to start from a young age. Moreover, the younger one was, the faster one could break through realms, and the higher one's achievements would be in the future. Yi Qingyu was already 15 years old, soon to be 16. What kind of achievements could he have if he was only learning martial skills now? But even though she was confused, Yi Qingyu had sent her a telepathic message, and she felt bad for seeing how anxious Yi Tianlong was. Therefore, she thought for a moment and said, "Little sister, you really have to practice this martial skill." Sister Qinggu, why do you say that? Yi Qingyu looked somewhat doubtfully at Yi Qinggu, wanting to hear her reason. There are many reasons. Yi Qinggu smiled sweetly and said, "First of all, your brother is getting stronger and stronger, but he can't stay by your side forever. If there is a bad guy like Yi Qingxia next time, and you can use martial arts to protect yourself, the tragedy won't happen, right? Secondly, cultivating martial skills can increase your lifespan and prevent you from aging easily. Your brother is getting stronger and stronger, and his lifespan is getting longer and longer. Don't you want to become an old woman in a few decades, and your brother will still be the same as a young man? Therefore, if you want to be with your brother for a longer period of time, and if you want to stay young forever, practicing martial arts is a good path. Thirdly, your brother is getting stronger and stronger, and of course, he will come into contact with stronger and stronger enemies. Don't you want to help him when you have the ability? Also, don't you want to give your brother a surprise when he comes back? Fourthly, Yi Qinggu spoke with fervor and assurance. She was very clear that if she wanted Yi Qingyu to cultivate, she had to be interested in cultivation. And the only person who could raise Yi Qingyu's interest was Yi Qinghan. Moreover, she threw out the bait of cultivating to not age, which was a temptation that no girl could resist. "I'll practice." Yi Qingyu's answer was very straightforward, and it sounded full of interest without any reluctance. Time flew by like a white steed passing through a crack. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed, and winter had quietly arrived. White snow had begun to fall from the dark forest in the north, and the entire fire dragon continent was shrouded in a biting cold wind. However, Yi Qinghan did not feel a trace of cold. It was not because his realm was so high that he was no longer afraid of the cold. Instead, it was because the layer of white fog outside the god-slaying mountain seemed to isolate everything from the outside world. There was no cold wind, no autumn rain, and even the daytime sunlight that shone in was dim. Yi Qinghan did not know that the people outside had already put on thick sweaters, nor did he know how long he had stayed in the god-slaying mountain. In the first few months, he carefully counted the days, but later on, he was too lazy to count. He only knew that his days in the land of illusion were too boring, and the surrounding environment was too monotonous, so monotonous that it was driving him crazy. Thus, he cultivated day and night, striving to break through from the martial realm to the duke realm as soon as possible. Today was the day he would condense his core. As long as he successfully condensed his core, he would enter the duke realm. Most importantly, as long as he entered the duke realm, he was confident that he would be able to break through the 6 brothers' illusion and obtain the remaining 6-7 emotions fruits, passing the first stage. The endless spirit fruits in the land of illusion allowed him to accumulate battle chi at a terrifying speed. In just 8 months, he had broken through from the martial realm to the peak of the martial realm. No one would believe him if he told others about this. This was because no one in history had been able to continuously consume such spirit fruits for as long as 8 months. "Xiao He, I'm going to break through the final stage and condense my core. Remember, if I don't succeed in 4 hours, you must inform me." Feeling the solidified battle chi in his dantian that was like quicksand, Yi Qinghan smiled and transmitted a message to Xiao He. He wanted Xiao He to remind him the next time the illusions attacked. "Good job, boss. You must succeed. Let's try to break through this stage tomorrow. This place is too boring." Xiao He chuckled and transmitted a message. The corner of Yi Qinghan's mouth curled into a happy smile. He then relaxed his entire body and immersed his consciousness into condensing his core. Condensing his core was very simple. His dantian was currently filled with grains of sand like battle chi. What Yi Qinghan needed to do now was to control these grains of sand to constantly squirm in a regular pattern in his dantian. He had to make these grains of sand continuously squirm in a certain direction, and finally circulate in his dantian. Constantly rotating, constantly accelerating, and finally forming a whirlpool. This was like stirring water in a plate with one's hand. Constantly stirring and rotating would automatically form a whirlpool in the center of the water. Forming the whirlpool was only the first step. Next, he had to make the whirlpool rotate faster and faster. This way, he could drive the grains of sand in his dantian to rapidly rotate with the whirlpool. This way, they would get closer and closer to the center of the whirlpool and be compressed. At the same time, the density of the grains of sand would increase. When these grains of sand were compressed, they would become more and more sticky. Finally, they would completely fuse with each other and form a bowl. When they couldn't be separated, the core would be formed. This sounded easy, however, it was very difficult to do. Chapter 200. At this moment, Yi Qinghan deeply felt the difficulty of this thing. His dantian was only a little bit free, yet he needed to control the solid battle chi to continuously move it in a circular trajectory, finally forming a circular rotation. This required a very strong control. With great difficulty, these grains of sand started to move and slowly formed a pattern. However, in a moment of carelessness, he only paid attention to the front, but not the back. As a result, he stopped moving and collided head to tail, causing all of them to run around randomly. Phew! Damn it, this thing is like a woman's embroidery, it's even finer than a needle. After a few failures, Yi Qinghan's heart was stifled and he withdrew his consciousness. He opened his eyes and let out 2 long breaths. This work was too fine. It was like a person who had never used chopsticks before using chopsticks to pick up rice. It was simply maddening. Boss, don't rush, don't rush. Actually, I feel that this thing doesn't require any technique at all. It's just a matter of practice, practice makes perfect. Practice slowly. Xiao He and Yi Qinghan's souls were connected, so of course he knew Yi Qinghan's every move just now. He hurriedly advised. Practice slowly. Yi Qinghan helplessly looked at the white fog around him. He could only force himself to calm down and continue the fine work of embroidery. Once, twice, thrice, 90 times. Until Xiao He transmitted his voice to him again, saying that the illusory attack was coming. Only then did he withdraw his consciousness. After 4 hours of continuous practice, he had only grasped a little bit of the knack. He couldn't even form a whirlpool. He immediately merged with his beast and passed the illusory attack without any danger. Yi Qinghan stretched his body and went to pick a few spirit fruits with Xiao He. After eating them, he sat cross-legged and continued to condense his core. The sky gradually became darker and the white fog was gradually swallowed by the boundless darkness. Night had arrived. However, Yi Qinghan didn't notice it at all. He still calmly fought with the naughty grains of sand in his dantian. It's done. A whirlpool was spinning rapidly in his dantian, driving the nearby grains of sand to spin continuously. Finally, the grains of sand in his dantian were driven up, and it was about to take shape. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. However, his joy turned out to be a disaster. Due to his agitation, the thread of consciousness that was controlling the rotation of the sand grains also became slightly agitated. As a result, the vortex that he had painstakingly formed collapsed just like that. Damn you, F***ck. Yi Qinghan slapped his forehead. He really wanted to slap himself. Damn it, again. Yi Qinghan clenched his teeth. Regardless of his physical and mental exhaustion, he made up his mind and continued with the first round of playing with sand. Once, twice, 110 times, 380 times. Finally, as the white fog of the land of illusion began to be illuminated and the night slowly faded, Yi Qinghan finally opened his eyes. The corner of his mouth twitched and curved into a smile. After a day and a night, he finally succeeded in condensing the core. However, he didn't feel happy at all. Instead, his eyes rolled back, and he directly fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. Yi Qingwu's emotions were surging at this moment. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't around. It wasn't that she couldn't bear the loneliness, so she comforted herself to let her emotions and body surge. The reason why she was surging was because of Yi Qingyu. 2 months ago, the clan leader and her grandfather strongly urged Yi Qingyu to cultivate. Although she didn't understand the intention of the two old men, she still persuaded Yi Qingyu to cultivate diligently. Under her persuasion, Yi Qingyu also became interested in cultivating. She decisively decided to cultivate and directly entered the small attic where she lived to go into seclusion. She said that she would cultivate diligently so that when Yi Qinghan returned, she would give him a surprise. Today, 2 Moon Queen days later, Yi Qingyu came out of seclusion. Today, she finally understood why Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingyu urgently needed Yi Qingyu to cultivate. 2 months. 2 months' time. Yi Qingyu, a commoner who hadn't cultivated any battle chi or martial skills, had directly entered the general realm. Looking at the white battle chi emerging from Yi Qingyu's palm, Yi Qingwu rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Today, when she saw Yi Qingyu come out of seclusion, she just casually asked her, "How's your cultivation going? What realm have you reached?" Unexpectedly, Yi Qingyu was completely ignorant about the cultivation realms of warriors. She just ran her battle chi and released a wisp of white battle chi from her palm. Then, she foolishly asked Yi Qingwu, "What realm is this? What realm was this?" Releasing battle chi was, of course, the most obvious sign of reaching the general realm. However, no matter how hard Yi Qingwu thought, she couldn't understand how she could open 12 meridians in 2 months. Moreover, she had condensed her dantian. It should be noted that the most abnormal genius in the history of the House of Aries, a young genius from the Feng clan, needed a whole 3 months to break through to the general realm. However, without the guidance of a teacher, Yi Qingyu only used 2 months to break through to the general realm. This talent was even better than that peerless genius from the Feng clan. Without a doubt, she was the #1 cultivation genius in history. The Yi clan unexpectedly gave birth to another peerless genius, one who was even more abnormal than Yi Qinghan. If this news was spread out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar in the House of Aries. If the clan master and Yi Qingyu knew this, they would definitely be ecstatic. When Yi Qinghan came back, he would probably be shocked by this surprise. "Sister Xiao Wu. What's wrong? You still haven't answered me. What realm is this?" Yi Qingyu blinked her large eyes and asked Yi Qingwu, who had been in a daze for a long time. "Ah." Yi Qingwu was awakened by Yi Qingyu's question. She tried her best to suppress the surging excitement in her heart. She took 2 deep breaths and said to Yi Qingyu word by word, "Wait here." With that, she ran out of the small pavilion like a gust of wind. Then, she quickly ran to the small pavilion where Yi Tianlong's group was cultivating. She opened the door with trembling hands and directly entered. She shouted at Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingyu, and Yi Baihu, who were sitting in a meditative pose. "Grandpas, wake up, something big has happened." The 3 of them opened their eyes at the same time. 3 rays of light shot out from them as they looked at the breathless Yi Qingwu. Their expressions changed instantly as they shouted, "Girl, don't panic. What happened?" Yi Qingyu has come out of seclusion. She has directly broken through to the general realm. Yi Qingwu said excitedly. Let's go and take a look. Yi Tianlong and Yi Qingniu looked at each other. Their hands trembled slightly, and their faces suddenly flushed red. They quickly stood up and quickly walked out of the house. Swoosh! Yi Qingniu and Yi Baihu didn't say anything. Instead, they turned into a shadow and followed Yi Qingniu toward Yi Qingyu's small pavilion. Chapter 201. When Yi Tianlong and the other two saw the ball of white battle chi emerging from Yi Qingyu's hand, their expressions became very interesting. In just 2 months, Yi Qingyu had actually advanced 4 levels, 12 levels, and directly cultivated to the general realm. She was actually 1 whole month behind the number 1 genius in the history of the House of Aries. This was such a terrifying thing. At the same time, the 3 of them were even more confident in the prophecy of Yi Ruoxue. Perhaps this miracle would really happen, because the current Yi Qingyu was already a miracle. Damn. Head. How did you cultivate? After a while, Yi Tianlong moved his lips and actually made himself speak more calmly, but he still stuttered when he spoke. Yi Qingyu also swallowed his saliva and asked, "That's right, girl, how did you cultivate? Tell us in detail." "How did I cultivate?" Yi Qingyu blinked her eyes and asked timidly. The 3 old men could only look at her as if she was a rare animal. This made her feel a little unnatural and a little shy. She gently rubbed the corner of her clothes and said, "I just cultivated like this. I cultivated according to the memories in my mind. Why am I not good at it? Is it bad?" Yi Tianlong hurriedly waved his hands, then gave a thumbs up and praised, "No, no. You've cultivated very well, very well. I'm asking, for example, when did you learn to absorb battle chi? When did you open up the 12 meridians in your body, and condense the dantian?" "Oh, you're asking about this. This is very simple. It took me a month to digest the martial arts knowledge in my mind. It seemed like I only took 1 day to absorb battle chi, and after that, it took me half a month to open up the meridians in my body, then a few days to condense that dantian, and a few days to learn how to make this battle chi emerge from my hands." Yi Qingyu extended her slender, lily-white hands and began to explain bit by bit to the 3 of them as if she was counting her family treasures. However, her words once again caused the 3 of them to sweat profusely. This girl actually used a month to digest the knowledge in her mind. In other words, he had only cultivated for a month. Oh, heavens! Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingniu, and the others felt as if they were beggars who had suddenly been hit by a gold bar falling from the sky, stars appearing before their eyes. Just as Yi Tianlong and the other 3 were standing there in a daze, a gust of cold wind suddenly blew from the small pavilion, waking them up. A black shadow suddenly appeared in front of them, giving them a fright. "Greetings, great ancestor." When Yi Tianlong, Yi Qingniu, and Yi Baihu saw this, they were overjoyed and immediately knit. On the other hand, Yi Qingwu and Yi Qingyu stood at the side and frowned in confusion. Yi Tianlong said, "Yi Tianlong," and of Yi Tianlong said, "Yi Baihu and Yi ancestor Yi, you don't have to kneel when you see me in the future. I don't like these common etiquettes." The newcomer was Yi Ruoxue, who had disappeared for 8 months. Yi Ruoxue waved her hand, but her eyes were fixed on Yi Qingyu. After a while, she smiled and said, "What's your name?" When Yi Qingyu saw an unfamiliar middle-aged man suddenly appear in the small pavilion and stare at her, she couldn't help but shrink back. Now that he was asking her a question, she was even more afraid. She saw that Yi Tianlong and the others respected this person so much that they even called him great ancestor. She thought that this person must be an important person. After a moment of silence, she replied, I am Yi Qingyu." "Yi Qingyu. Good name." Yi Ruoxue smiled faintly and nodded. Then, she walked out of the small pavilion. As she walked out, she said, "The three of you, come with me." Yi Tianlong and the other two hurriedly gave some instructions to Yi Qingyu and Yi Qingyu. Then, they followed Yi Ruoshui outside. Yi Ruoshui slowly walked forward. The three people behind her didn't dare to speak and just followed her carefully. The four of them walked until they reached the small lake in the center of the mountain before stopping. Yi Ruoshui didn't say anything and only stared blankly at the lake. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Tianlong and the others naturally didn't dare to speak first. They could only respectfully stand to the side. This girl isn't a member of the Yi family. After a while, Yi Ruoshui asked a question. Yi Tianlong quickly replied, "Great ancestor, Yi Qingyu was adopted by one of my sons. I don't know where she is from or who her parents are. That's a pity. Remember, you must win over this girl's heart at all costs." Yi Ruoshui sighed lightly as she spoke. This Tianlong knows. However, this girl and Yi Qinghan have depended on each other since she was young. Moreover, she has vowed to marry him. She doesn't ask for anything else. As long as Yi Qinghan returns safely, Yi Qingyu will never betray the Yi family. Yi Tianlong continued to speak. Moreover, he changed the topic to Yi Qinghan. It seemed that he wanted to get some accurate information about Yi Qinghan from Yi Ruoshui. Yi Qinghan. When Yi Ruoshui talked about Yi Qinghan, the smile on her face became even wider. She raised her eyebrows and said, "Originally, I estimated that he had a 40 to 50% chance of escaping. Now, it seems that he has at least a 70 to 80% chance. You don't have to worry, this child is very lucky." That's good, that's good. When Yi Tianlong and the other two heard this, their faces immediately bloomed with joy. Since the elder ancestor was so sure and directly increased the probability by 30 to 40%, then presumably, Yi Qinghan should be safe. After a moment, Yi Tianlong thought for a moment and once again asked a question that puzzled the three. "Elder ancestor, why were you gone for so long this time?" Did you get a definite answer? Also, what is a divine crystal? It can actually make a person directly become a god. Yi Ruoshui was a god realm warrior and could teleport. Logically speaking, although the hidden island was very far from Tsang City, Yi Tianlong, a saint realm warrior, only took half a year to go back and forth. As for Yi Ruoshui, a god realm warrior, why did she also need such a long time? Moreover, they urgently wanted to know what this divine crystal was. It could actually make an ordinary person, who had never cultivated before, reach the general realm in a month. Moreover, she could become a god realm warrior in 10 years. The way of heaven was vague, and it was difficult to enter the god realm. Of course, the three of them also wanted to become gods and live forever. Therefore, they naturally wanted to ask Yi Ruoshui what magical use this divine crystal had. "Do you have this divine crystal or not? If you give each of us one, then wouldn't there be 4 god realm warriors in the Yi family after 10 years? Or in other words, Yi Ruoshui took out a large pile of divine crystals and gave one to each of the talented disciples of the Yi family. Then, countless god realm warriors would be created. Then, the Yi family could casually unify the mainland and be done with it." Chapter 202. Don't even think about it. I don't have the divine crystal. Yi Ruoshui coldly glanced at them as if she had seen through their thoughts. She said indifferently, "Moreover, it's not about me. That old fart of the hidden island doesn't have it, and the old farts of the 3 mansions don't have it either. So, if you want to use the divine crystal to become a god, don't even think about it. Even the hidden island master doesn't have it." Then, Yi Qingyu's divine crystal. Yi Tianlong was confused, interrupting the conversation. "It's not his. He doesn't have it, unless he's dead." Yi Ruoshui coldly smiled and continued, "The divine crystal is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth. In the entire Fire Dragon continent, only 2 people have it. One is the God City Master, and the other is the King of the Dark Forest, Lord Devour. Lord Devour asked the Hidden Island Master to give this divine crystal to you. Lord Devour. Yi Tianlong and the other 2 were shocked, dropping their jaws, unable to utter a word. Yi Tianlong somewhat understood. This divine crystal was given to him by Lord Devour, the most low-key God realm expert on the continent, through the Hidden Island Master. No wonder why the Hidden Island Master didn't have it when he went to ask for the Spirit Dan. Then, he suddenly appeared and passionately exchanged this divine crystal for the Spirit Dan. However, Lord Devour had always been low-key and rarely appeared on the continent. Of course, he didn't have any relationship with the Yi family. Why did he suddenly give such a precious divine crystal to him? Moreover, he sent it through someone else in a roundabout way. Yi Ruoshui saw the 3 of them looking at her with puzzled faces. She shook her head and sighed, "Don't ask me, I don't know. I went to the Hidden Island and asked the Hidden Island Master for a long time. He told me that this divine crystal was given to me by Lord Devour. So, I went to the Dark Forest in the north of the continent. I didn't expect that I didn't even see Lord Devour. He just sent me a message and said something strange." "What did he say?" Yi Qingnyo curiously asked. Yi Ruoshui's eyes flashed with a sharp light. "Yes, Yi Qinghan." Yi Tianlong and the other 2 looked at each other in shock. What was going on? How could Yi Qinghan be related to the mysterious Lord Devour? This Lord Devour was a tough character that even Yi Ruoshui didn't want to meet. How could he know a kid with a low realm? And they seemed to have a deep friendship. I've asked Yi Qinghan, but he has no impression of Lord Devour. Therefore, Yi Qinghan might need to figure this out himself. Yi Ruoshui was also confused. She slightly shook her head and said with a smile, "Of course, it's a good thing, a very good thing. I said that Yi Qinghan has a 70 to 80% chance of getting out of the God-slaying mountain because of Lord Devour's attitude. If Lord Devour is willing to help, Yi Qinghan will have a 100% chance of getting out. If Lord Devour is willing to help, he can definitely save Yi Qinghan." The 3 of them were shocked and confused again. Yi Tianlong immediately asked, "This? Forefather, didn't you say that no God Realm warriors could enter the God-slaying mountain? What? Is Lord Devour that strong?" "Of course, Lord Devour is strong. He's not only the king of the Dark Forest, but also the king of the Fire Dragon continent. He's the invincible existence in the Fire Dragon continent." Yi Ruoshui's eyes sparkled with a gleam of admiration, her face excited. "The God-slaying mountain's restriction formation is really strong. I can't get in, and none of the God Realm warriors in the Fire Dragon continent can. But Lord Devour can. However, Lord Devour has always been low-key, and he doesn't like to meddle in other people's business. During the Great War between the 3 clans, many people died, but he didn't take action. The City Lord of the God City came to kill the experts of the 3 clans, but he didn't take action. I think he won't take action even if the warriors of the 3 clans are all dead. As for why he broke the rules and gave a divine crystal to Yi Qinghan, I don't understand. So fierce. Even the City Lord of the God City isn't his match." Yi Qingnyo's lips twitched, asking in astonishment. "Humph. The City Lord of the God City. Lord Devour can kill him with one slap." Yi Ruoshui snorted disdainfully. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. Yi Ruoshui had given them so many shocks that they were numb to it. The City Lord of the God City was such a powerful man. Under the supreme power of the Fire Dragon continent, the City Lord could almost command the 3 mansions, and no one dared to disobey him. The prestige of the God City was built on one expert, and that person was the City Lord of the God City, Tuesday, and now, Yi Ruoxue said that Lord Devour could kill him with one slap. This. How could they accept it? Forefather. Lord Devour is so strong. Why does he allow the city lord to be so overbearing in the Fire Dragon continent and kill the warriors of the three mansions? Why doesn't he take action to destroy the god city? It was the first time Yi Baihu spoke, but he asked the key question. With your current realm, it's useless to know more about these things. When you break through to the god realm, I will tell you. Also, you don't need to know about the divine crystal. Knowing it will only bring harm to your comprehension of principle. Yi Ruoxue shook her head, avoiding the topic as if she didn't want to talk more. God realm. Yi Qingnuo's eyes bulged, a gleam of desire flashing in his eyes. He said in a trembling voice, Forefather, do you think we have a chance to enter the God realm? How long do we need to enter? You guys. Yi Ruoxue threw him a glance then said coldly, the three of you, all have a chance to break through to the God realm. I left my family's godly ascension note. Didn't it say that as long as you enter the saint realm, you have a chance? However, whether you can break through to the God realm or not depends on your comprehension of the principle. If it's fast, it will take a few years or a dozen years. If it's slow, it will take 100 years. Of course, you might not be able to break through even after you die of old age. After all, this thing depends on great opportunities and personal comprehension. It can't be forced. Heir. Forefather, who in the House of Aries has the highest chance to enter the God realm? Are there any of the 5 great clans? Yi Tianlong had also asked this question. Since Yi Ruoxue was here and seemed to be in a good mood, he naturally wanted to ask this question. After all, this concerned the future development of the Yi family. The highest chance. Heir, there are 2 people. If nothing unexpected happens, these 2 will definitely be able to enter the God realm within 30 years. Yi Ruoxue thought for a moment, then slowly said, that little fellow from Dragon City has a decent comprehension of the principle of wood, so he has the highest chance. And, that young lady from the Yu clan has a decent comprehension of the principle of water, so she has a good chance as well. Old Dragon. And someone from the Yu clan. Old Dragon and the other 2 did not find this strange, but they knew that the Yu clan's experts did not seem to be very proficient in their usage of principal powers. The 3 of them were confused, but they eventually thought of one person, the Yu clan's current clan leader, Yu Shixue. Yi Tianlong asked again, is the Yu clan's current clan leader, Yu Shixue? I don't know. I don't know her, but that young lady is currently living in the Yu clan's Joyful Heart Pavilion. Yi Ruoxue said calmly as she shook her head. The Joyful Heart Pavilion. It really is her. A strange light flashed across Yi Tianlong's eyes. The Joyful Heart Pavilion had always been where Yu Shixue lived. The Yu clan's clan leader had always lived in seclusion and kept a very low profile. Who would have thought that she would comprehend the principal powers of heaven and earth so quickly, and that she was about to become a god? It seemed like Su Qin needed to improve his relationship with Old Dragon, Yu Shixue. Old Dragon was easy to handle, and they had always had a good relationship. And this time, Yu Shixue had directly chosen Yi Qinghan to be the Holy Maiden's guardian. As soon as Yi Qinghan came out, he would immediately be able to marry Yu Qingqing, and their relationship with the Yu clan would take another step forward. But Yi Qinghan, sigh. Yi Qinghan. Yi Tianlong thought of Yi Qinghan and sighed deeply. He didn't know what this grandson of his, who he had neglected for more than 10 years, was doing right now, or what kind of calamity he was going through. Chapter 203. Yi Qinghan was indeed suffering a calamity, and he had suffered it countless times over the past few days. He was trying to break through the first stage, the 7 emotions illusion. After fighting day and night for 8 months, Yi Qinghan finally broke through the martial realm a few days ago and stepped into the Duke realm. He had only stepped into the Duke realm half a month after his 17th birthday. A 17-year-old Duke realm expert, Yi Qinghan had once again broken the House of Aries' record. Of course, his achievements today were directly proportional to the effort he had put in. It was also inseparable from the spirit fruits that could be found everywhere in the psychedelic illusion realm. If any of the 5 great clans used all their resources to exchange for large amounts of spirit herbs and spirit fruits for their genius youths to consume, they could also create an exceptional genius. However, no one was willing to use all the treasures accumulated by a clan over thousands of years to exchange for a 17-year-old Duke realm expert. After all, a Duke realm expert could only be considered a youth, while an Imperial realm expert could be considered an adult. If a clan used all its resources to create a genius youth, it would be a huge loss if this youth stagnated on the path of comprehending laws in the future. Of course, if Yi Qinghan couldn't break through the 3 stages and ultimately died on the fallen god mountain, then it would be useless even if he became a 17-year-old Imperial realm expert. A god-rank expert who died would at most be a pile of bones. Thus, after resting for a day, he decided to attempt the 7 emotions illusion realm. He obtained the remaining 6 fruits and broke through the first stage. The soul strength of a Duke realm expert was indeed more than twice as strong. Through repeated experiments, he confirmed that his soul strength would double again if he merged with his battle beast. On the first day, he only used 5 minutes to break through the illusion of joy and obtain the spirit fruits on the tree of joy. After resting for a day, he continued. On the second day, he spent another half an hour to break through the illusion of evil. On the third day, today was the 6th day. In the previous 5 days, he had broken through the 5 illusions without any mishaps. At this moment, he was standing outside the tree of desire and meditating. He was prepared to break through the last illusion, the realm of desire, and obtain the fruit of desire. Then, he would be able to collect all 7 emotions fruits and pass the first stage. Yi Qinghan knew very well that the illusory realm of desire had affected him the most. He was only 16 or 17 years old, and had only experienced walking on Mount Wu twice. He was the least resistant to these lustful and evil illusions. Some people say that men are animals with the lower half of their bodies. Yi Qinghan felt that this statement was very reasonable at this moment. He even felt that whether it was in his previous life or this life, the person who was not lustful was not Lu Xiaohui, but the eunuchs. Why were brothels and prostitutes so popular in every dynasty, every world, and every country? Why are prostitutes, politicians, and assassins the 3 oldest professions? He believed that everyone was not lustful in the beginning. What was lustful was the male hormones in the body. What was lustful was the promiscuity of human society. The male hormones caused every man to have an instinctive need for the female body. And the promiscuity of human society created every man's spiritual need for the female body, or rather, the graceful female body. It was a very simple example. If a savage living alone in the mountains suddenly came to human society and it was the season of estrus, he would only care if the other party was female. He would not care if the other party was female, and would not care if the other party's face was beautiful or if the other party's figure was alluring. He would simply follow his body's instincts and find an outlet to vent the male hormones in his body. And human society had civilization, beauty and ugliness, interests, and social classes. Of course, there was female culture. The upper class monopolized most of the resources in society, and of course, they monopolized most of the beauties. Under the situation of unequal supply and demand, the profession of prostitute was born. And women had always been physically weak, which led them to rely on men and use their bodies to obtain more material barriers. Therefore, female culture began to become promiscuous. Under the influence of the body's instinctive needs and social customs, Yi Qinghan believed that there was no man in the world who was not lustful, unless he was a eunuch. Without tools, of course, he would not be able to work. Therefore, Yi Qinghan felt that men could and should be lustful, and he had always been lustful. In the backyard of the barbarian city's Dark Moon Hotel, he climbed onto the pink bed without hesitation. At the foot of Duanren Peak, he waved at Enchanting without hesitation. Then, he returned to the temporary base and began to explore the mystery of the Yu clan Saintess. In the divine city's manner, he had broken Yi Qingwu's chastity. What he thought most was how to settle the matter, take down Yi Qingwu, and have a good night with Yi Qingwu. Instead of thinking about how to commit suicide to make it more comfortable. But, at this moment, because of the word lustful, he encountered the biggest problem, the illusion of desire. It was not that he had never experienced the illusion of desire before. It attacked 3 times a day, and he could occasionally enjoy the wonderful feeling of a hero's grave in a gentle village. But it was different this time. This ancient tree of desire grew stronger the closer he got to it, and it would not stop. He did not know what would happen later. He was very afraid of sinking into it, although he was looking forward to it in his heart. Tui! Yi Qinghan, you beast! Yi Qinghan shook his head and scolded himself. He was about to enter the illusion of desire, but he was actually looking forward to it. Wasn't this just courting death? He slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate his battle chi. When he cultivated, his mind was completely in a meditative state, eliminating all distracting thoughts. Walking is meditation, sitting is meditation. Walking, standing, sitting, lying down, the body is at peace. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Buddha. Flowers turn green when spring comes, leaves fall when autumn comes. Endless prajna, heart is at ease, silent movement, the body is at peace. After circulating his battle chi 12 times in his body, Yi Qinghan slowly opened his eyes and silently recited a Buddhist saying from his previous life. His mind became empty. Without desire, he would be firm. Without any thoughts, he would be strong. If he didn't think about anything, the entire world would become quiet. Battle Beast Fusion. Yi Qinghan slowly stood up and directly merged with his battle beast. He calmly walked towards the tree of desire. As soon as he stepped in, the scene immediately reversed. He felt as if he had returned to the red light district in his previous life. On a dark street, countless small shops lit up with an ambiguous red light, and under the red light, beautiful girls in revealing clothes were flirting with him. Pairs of seductive eyes seemed to be silently calling out to him, color is emptiness, emptiness is color. The emptiness of color is called vacuum. The color of emptiness is called true color. The true color is formless, everywhere is red and green. The emptiness is gone, the water is wide and the mountain is high. Yi Qinghan looked straight ahead and recited the Buddhist saying as he walked forward quickly. After experiencing countless high-level pleasures, he naturally did not feel the slightest ripple in his heart towards such a low-level seduction. Chapter 204. However, as he walked forward quickly, the scenery changed rapidly. After just a few steps, he felt that he had walked out of the red light district and arrived at a high-class nightclub. Under the suggestive lights, under the intoxicating smell of perfume and liquor, under the sultry and flirtatious songs. A few beautiful and flirtatious young ladies began to twist their bodies to the music. As their bodies danced, the clothes on their bodies were constantly being taken off. The scene was extremely exciting. I'm afraid this lady's appearance would cost at least a few thousand. Damn, this is too exciting. Such a thought quickly appeared in Yi Qinghan's mind, but he quickly killed it. He knew that he was slowly falling into the trap. He quickly steadied his mind, closed his eyes, sealed his ears, and began to run. After closing his eyes and sealing his hearing, Yi Qinghan entered a short period of darkness. Of course, his mind was still very clear. Subconsciously, he kept approaching the tree of desire. Paw! After a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if a pink light had suddenly lit up in the dark night. He knew that this was the environment of desire that had begun to directly create illusions in his soul to attack. He did not want to look, nor did he want to listen. However, the scene directly appeared in his mind, and he could not avoid it no matter how hard he tried. And most importantly, his heart began to produce a kind of desire, a kind of anticipation. It was as if someone had led his eyes, and he could not help but want to look. As a result, his eyes could no longer avoid it. He was very familiar with the layout of the room. This was the Moon Tower, the top brothel in the House of Ares. The room was set up very lovingly. Most importantly, the beautiful woman lying on the bed in the room was very lovely. The beauty of this beautiful woman was enough to cause the downfall of a city. She was on the same level as Enchanting and Enchanting. At this moment, this beautiful woman was lying on her side on the bed naked. Her body was only covered by a thin translucent scarf. The patterns on this scarf happened to cover two of the most attractive parts of the beautiful woman's body, revealing half of her snow-white chest and a patch of green grass. When a woman is at her most beautiful, it is not when she is completely naked. Instead, her half-naked state gave off a strong temptation. He had the urge to tear off her cover and completely strip her to see what was going on. The fact that the porn films in his previous life were not as good as the R-rated ones proved this point once again. Oh. Enchanting's arrival seemed to have awakened the sleeping beauty on the bed. The beauty's long eyelashes fluttered, revealing a pair of beautiful limpid eyes. Her seductive double lips gently opened and closed, and a soft and numb voice sounded, "Young master, please be gentle when you're having sex with me. My sister said that it will be a little painful." Enchanting looked at the slightly swaying body of the beauty on the bed, as well as the shy and astringent expression on her face. He quickly felt a warm current in his lower abdomen. This warm current quickly spread from his lower abdomen to his entire body. His breathing began to accelerate, and his Adam's apple kept trembling as he swallowed mouthful after mouthful of saliva. Enchanting started to move, but he didn't walk towards the beauty on the bed. Instead, he walked towards the door in front of him. The beauty was very tempting, and she was still a virgin. However, as a guest elder of the Yu family, Enchanting still had some resistance towards going to the lunar brothel before he married Enchanting. Therefore, his clear mind quickly took the upper hand. He resolutely shook off the beauty in front of him and continued to run forward. However, after running for a while, he stopped again because a few heavyweight beauties were walking towards him. This caused him to open his mouth wide in shock, and he was stunned for a long time. In front of him was the scene that he had dreamed of for a long time in his previous life. It was a super large movie studio, and the female lead was already in place. It seemed like they were waiting for the male lead to start filming. Male lead Enchanting, what are you standing there for? Quickly take off your clothes and go into battle. Prepare to start filming. The director's words made Enchanting's blood boil once again. I'm actually the male lead of this movie, and there are so many female leads. Sora Aoi, Akira Yoshizawa, Mutaran, Maria Ozawa, Kid Matsushima. I'm actually going to film a movie with so many superstars. And it's even going to be a chaotic war movie. Looking at the otaku goddesses in all kinds of uniforms and posing in all kinds of seductive poses, Enchanting suddenly felt his nose become sticky, and 2 streams of blood flowed out of his nostrils. Isn't this happiness, coming too suddenly? Just as Enchanting was standing there in a daze, he suddenly felt a chill on his lower body. His pants had actually been taken off by someone. Then, he felt his burning lower body suddenly being grabbed by a small, smooth hand. Enchanting was shocked and hurriedly lowered his head to look, only to discover an incomparably pure face sticking out a pink tongue, slowly licking his lower body. A moment later, his lower body was completely enveloped by a warm and moist thing. Enchanting's body shuddered and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. His eyes gradually became blurry and he began to sink into an endless desire. Enchanting had the memories of 2 lives, and in his previous life, he was an orphan and an otaku. In the illusion of desire, the most erotic scenes in his soul would involuntarily appear, causing him to completely sink into it. In his previous life, he was an otaku, and his biggest hobby was to turn on the computer in the middle of the night and watch the nude performances of these women on the screen. He also fantasized about having intimate contact with these otaku goddesses in his dreams. However, every time these women appeared in his dreams, he would be woken up by wet underwear and bed sheets. Now, in the illusion of desire, he finally got what he wanted. Of course, it was easy for him, and he fell into it without any resistance. This was dangerous, extremely dangerous. This place was already very close to the ancient tree, and the power of the illusion was very strong. If Yi Qinghan didn't wake up, he would continue to interact with others in the illusory realm. His body would continue to tremble, until he died. Boss, hurry and wake up. Of course, Xiao Hei knew that Yi Qinghan was already deeply immersed in it. Although he didn't understand, touching, kissing, and thrusting, why was it so tasty? But it didn't stop him from knowing very well what Yi Qinghan's current situation was. But he kept passing on the information, telling and begging. Yi Qinghan's eyes were still blurry, and his body was still shaking, especially his buttocks, which were shaking quite violently. Boss, it's thunder. It's raining, I'm going back to collect the clothes. Boss, I've advanced, I've become a divine beast. Boss, help, someone is trying to kill me. A female beast is trying to molest me. Xiao Hei kept passing on the information to Yi Qinghan, using all kinds of words and methods, as if he wanted to wake Yi Qinghan up. But it seemed that Yi Qinghan was completely immersed in the illusion and had no intention of waking up. He actually didn't respond at all. He just kept laughing, shaking, and shouting, "Yama Daddy. Second master, speak Japanese to me, I don't understand, speak Chinese." Chapter 205. There was a cave in the mountain behind the Yi clan. This cave was located halfway up the mountain behind the Yi clan. It was located in the north, facing south. Its position was actually very conspicuous. From the Yi clan's castle, it could be easily seen from the back of the mountain. However, no one in the Yi clan knew about this cave. They had never discovered it. The inside of the cave was decorated very simply, but it was very clean. There was a fist-sized luminous pearl at the top of the cave. It emitted a gentle light, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. There was a huge white jade bed in the middle of the cave. At this moment, it was emitting a faint white mist. There was a middle-aged man sitting cross-legged on the white jade bed. The middle-aged man's appearance was ordinary. His eyes were closed, and he had a pair of long white eyebrows. The middle-aged man was like an old monk in meditation. He sat motionlessly, but the white mist emitting from the white jade bed strangely followed his breathing, constantly drifting left and right. After a long while, the middle-aged man's long white eyebrows suddenly moved. Immediately after, he slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of eyes that were as deep as the sea. This is bad. How could this kid's soul realm be so high? How could he have fallen into a state of desire? Yi Ruoshui's two long white eyebrows slightly trembled. Her expression was a little worried. However, she knew that Yi Qinghan had already fallen into a state of illusion. Even if she transmitted a message to him, it would probably not be able to wake him up. It's been a few hundred years since a good seedling finally appeared. It would be too much of a pity if it were to be wasted like this. Sigh, forget it. I'll help him. At worst, I'll just go into seclusion for another 50 years. Yi Ruoshue let out a heavy sigh and shook her head helplessly. Her entire body emitted a golden radiance, illuminating the entire cave even more brightly. Immediately after, a small golden light broke through the air and flew out of the cave. It flew straight towards the southwest and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Boss, quickly wake up. Could it be that you've forgotten about your younger sister, Yi Qingyu? Have you forgotten about Yu Qingqing? Have you forgotten Yi Qingwu? Many people are waiting for you to return. You can't continue to fall into depravity like this. Xiao He helplessly transmitted his voice over and over again. However, every time he transmitted his voice, it was like a clay ox disappearing into the sea. It didn't cause even the slightest ripple. Of course, Yi Qinghan would not forget Yi Qingyu and the others. His conscious thoughts were also very urgent and painful. However, at this moment, the desire in his mind had completely occupied his heart, and it was growing stronger and stronger. If it completely occupied his mind, then he would never wake up until he died. This kind of situation was actually very common. In his previous life, there were many rapists who clearly knew that they were committing a crime when they committed a crime. If they were caught later, they would definitely be sentenced to death. However, at that moment, his mind was already muddled by lust, and his actions were no longer under his control. There seemed to be only one word in his mind, F***ck. Who cares if the sky falls and the earth sinks, or if the earth crashes into the moon, buzz. At that moment, Yi Qinghan suddenly heard a loud noise in his ears, and then the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He and Zhangxing suddenly disappeared without a trace, and a large word suddenly appeared in the sky in front of him. Dao. A large Dao word suddenly filled his mind, shattering all the thoughts in his mind. His mind became completely empty, and only a large Dao word hung in his mind. Swoosh. Immediately after, the nameless ring on his left hand coincidentally emitted a white air current at that moment. The air current quickly passed through his arm and directly entered his mind, completely surrounding his soul. His soul suddenly trembled, and he suddenly woke up. So dangerous. Ha! Yi Qinghan had no time to think. He sighed inwardly, and the qi in his body circulated rapidly. His eyes stared at the pink fruit on the tree of desire a few meters in front of him, and with a push of his legs, he leaped forward like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, in just a short second, the large Dao word in his mind instantly shattered into pieces. The incomparably beautiful scene from before appeared in his mind once again, and the desire in his mind began to stir. Too late. Yi Qinghan yelled crazily, and his speed increased again. Before the desire completely occupied his mind, he plucked the pink fruit of desire. Buzz! The moment the fruit of desire was plucked, the surrounding illusion quickly collapsed, and the entire world became peaceful again. The tree was still the same tree, the white mist was still dreamy, and the soil below was still flat. Whoosh whoosh! Yi Qinghan let out a long breath, and his eyes widened with lingering fear as he looked at the pink fruit of desire in his hand. The situation just now was the most dangerous he had ever encountered in the land of hallucination. If not for the sudden appearance of the word Tao, he would not have been able to gain a brief moment of clarity with the help of the white air current from the bronze ring. Although it was only for a short second, it allowed him to break through the most dangerous illusion of desire. Boss, you've finally succeeded. Sob sob, I thought you would never wake up. You scared me to death. Xiao Hei's joyful yet worried voice immediately rang out in Yi Qinghan's mind after he completely broke through the illusion. Xiao Hei, come out. I must have made you anxious. I didn't expect this illusion to affect me so much. Thank goodness, thank goodness. It was more daunting than dangerous. Right, did you feel that large Dao word just now? Who helped me? Yi Qinghan summoned Xiao Hei apologetically, and at the same time, expressed his doubts. I felt it too. It was such a powerful aura, but I'm not sure. Xiao Hei blinked. After being summoned, he immediately pounced into Yi Qinghan's arms. I was the one who transmitted that Dao word. Just as Yi Qinghan and Xiao Hei were feeling puzzled, Yi Ruoshui's faint voice rang out. Although her voice was still amiable, it seemed to be somewhat tired and powerless. Ah, ancestor. So it was you. When Yi Qinghan heard this, the doubts in his heart immediately disappeared. That's right, besides a god-level expert, who else could have such great magic power? He hurriedly thanked her. Thank you, ancestor. Ancestor, I've broken through the 7 emotions illusion. How do I break through the first stage? Cough. Cough. Very good. Don't speak first, listen to me carefully. You must remember every word that I say. Yi Ruoxue paused for a moment before continuing. It's very simple to break through the first stage. Eat all 7 emotions fruits, and you will be teleported to the second stage. There is also a very strong restriction between the first and second stage. With my cultivation, I am unable to break through the restriction of the second stage. Therefore, after you are teleported to the second stage, I will not be able to transmit my voice to you. Furthermore, I will not be able to detect your situation. Therefore, you will have to rely on yourself for the rest of the journey. We call the second stage the puppet passage. As the name suggests, the second stage is a passage that leads straight to the top of the mountain. This passage has 12 caves, and each cave is guarded by puppets of varying strength. The further you go, the stronger the puppets are. Apart from these 12 caves, every other part of the puppet passage is safe. Only by defeating the guards of each cave can you find a place to rest. Otherwise, you will definitely die. If you want to pass through all the stages of the puppet passage, you will not have any hope of passing through just by relying on martial skills. Only by comprehending a trace of the laws of heaven and earth will you have any hope of breaking through. As for the third stage, I have passed through it, but I did not succeed. The third stage is... Remember, you only have 3 years in the second stage. After 3 years, if you have not passed through, you will definitely die. Alright, remember every word that I say. When you break through, I will bring everyone to welcome your return outside the god-slaying mountain. Do your best. Yi Ruoxue explained to him in detail for half an hour. She clearly explained all the tricks that he needed to pay attention to and how to break through the stage. Yi Qinghan listened carefully and remembered every word that she said. However, the more he listened, the more shocked he became. He secretly smiled bitterly in his heart. Would he be able to pass such an abnormal stage? Chapter 206. After carefully digesting Yi Ruoxue's words, Yi Qinghan fell into a deep sleep. Yi Ruoxue's words were very clear. If he ate all 7 emotions fruits in one go, he would immediately be teleported to the puppet passage. Furthermore, the puppet passage could only go forward and not backward. Furthermore, he could not stop for even a moment. This was because if he stopped for even a moment on the mountain path, countless puppets would pounce on him. The puppets at the beginning might be easy to deal with, but as time passed, a second wave of puppets would appear, and then a third wave of puppets would appear. Furthermore, they would become stronger and stronger until they completely tore you apart. Thus, he decided to rest for a day in the psychedelic realm and wait for his energy to completely recover and reach his peak before proceeding to the second stage. After resting for a day and a night, Yi Qinghan once again ate more than 10 spirit fruits. According to Yi Ruoxue, the spirit fruits in the psychedelic realm would be completely eroded after leaving this place. Thus, he obviously had to eat a few more. He didn't know when he would be able to eat such delicious fruits again after leaving this place. Gotcha! At the side, Xiaohei was also holding a few spirit fruits and munching on them non-stop. His small stomach was already very round. After eating, he rested for another half an hour and recalled Xiaohei back to the beast space. Yi Qinghan took out 7 emotions fruits from his bosom and looked around without any hesitation. He opened his mouth and bit down on one of the fruits. Gotcha! After eating the last fruit, Yi Qinghan felt as if the entire psychedelic realm suddenly trembled. Then, he suddenly realized that the white fog above his head suddenly became thinner, while the white fog around him became thicker. Buzz, the sky above his head suddenly lit up. No, it wasn't just a light, it was a beam of light. This beam of light was like a super strong searchlight in the sky, enveloping Yi Qinghan's entire body. At this moment, Yi Qinghan felt as if he was standing on a stage. His surroundings were pitch black, and only his side was shining with light, dazzling and eye-catching. What was even stranger was that Yi Qinghan was slowly rising into the sky under the cover of that beam of light. Then, the speed became faster and faster. Yi Qinghan was affected by the strong wind and bright light. He couldn't help but squint his eyes in satisfaction. Xiao! A moment later, Yi Qinghan felt his feet land on the ground. Under the immense force, he involuntarily shrunk his feet back and stabilized his body. Then, he slowly opened his eyes. This is the puppet channel. Heavens, I can actually see sunlight. This sunlight, it's so comfortable. There are flowers and plants, wild beasts. Yi Qinghan seemed to be unable to believe her own eyes as she happily meowed everywhere. He discovered that he had actually been teleported to a path that was several hundred meters wide. Both sides of the path were surrounded by a faint barrier of light, and he couldn't see the scenery outside clearly. Although the light barrier also covered the top of the path, the top was completely transparent. The warm sunlight shone through the transparent light barrier onto the path and onto Yi Qinghan's body. Yi Qinghan had been living in the thick white fog for more than 8 months in the land of fantasy. The sky had always been gloomy. He couldn't see the blue sky, the white clouds, or the warm sun. Now that he was suddenly bathed in the warm sunlight, he felt very comfortable and warm. It was as if a baby had returned to his mother's embrace. The road meandered all the way up, finally disappearing into a dark cave entrance. On the path that was several hundred meters wide, there were all sorts of flowers, small trees, and countless small animals in the grass. There were rabbits, wolves, bison. These small animals didn't seem to be afraid of Yi Qinghan's arrival. Instead, they looked at Yi Qinghan curiously. Ho, no matter what, the environment of this puppet channel is much better than that of the land of fantasy. Yi Qinghan was like a prisoner who had stayed in the prison for 8 months. For a moment, he felt an indescribable sense of happiness and bitterness when he saw this very ordinary scenery outside. Things that were lost and then regained would always make people feel happy. Before Yi Qinghan fully enjoyed this happiness, he had been awakened by numerous berserk and ferocious roars from his back. He looked back as he changed his face at once. Closely after that, he took out his blue dragon dagger and ran his battle chi as he ran forward at full speed. Behind the main road, countless magical beasts suddenly surged out. At a glance, there were at least several hundred of them densely packed together. Yi Qinghan recognized many of these magical beasts. Among them, there was a magical beast of the 5th rank, a shadow wolf, a magical beast of the 6th rank, a 3-eyed blood eagle, and a magical beast of the 6th rank, a giant spiked dragon. These weren't important. Yi Qinghan was confident that he could easily exterminate them no matter how many of them there were. However, there was a red python that was as thick as a human head and tens of meters long at the very front of the group of magical beasts. After combining with his battle beasts, Yi Qinghan's battle strength had reached the peak of the Marquis realm. If it was any other top LV7 magical beast, Yi Qinghan wouldn't care about it at all. However, this fire python was extremely poisonous. If he was bitten by it, he would definitely die. Yi Qinghan had just entered the Marquis realm and hadn't had the time to release his aura yet. Facing such a poisonous creature, he would naturally be afraid. Most importantly, Yi Ruoxue had once told him that the magical beasts in the puppet tunnel were all controlled by an indescribable power. They had no consciousness of their own and would only wildly tear apart the people in the tunnel. Otherwise, they wouldn't stop. Because they were all puppets, they didn't have their own souls. In other words, Yi Qinghan's combined body technique had no effect on them at all. Yi Qinghan was incomparably powerful and invincible below the Emperor realm on the Netherworld path. In actuality, Yi Qinghan could only use the combined body technique. He could only rely on the combined body technique. In the puppet tunnel, he was actually just an ordinary marquis, or perhaps it could be said that he wasn't even comparable to an ordinary marquis. Therefore, at this moment, Yi Qinghan did not hesitate to turn around and run. He turned around and ran straight towards the dark hole in front of him. Roar! Roar! It was obvious that Yi Qinghan's speed was still very fast. He gradually pulled away from the magical beasts behind him. Only the upper 7th rank magical beast was shockingly fast. It twisted its body and quickly closed in on him. Yi Qinghan didn't use the shadow step. He only separated a part of his battle aura on his feet and raised his speed to the peak. His hands weren't idle either. He directly released his battle aura and formed a purple palm that fiercely slammed towards the fire python that was chasing behind him. The purple palm was very large, at least 1 square meter. Such a large palm, and its speed was extremely fast. The fire python couldn't dodge it. Seeing the situation, the fire python didn't want to dodge either. Just like that, it collided head-on. Bang! There was a huge explosion. Yi Qinghan glanced at it and was secretly shocked. The fire python was actually unharmed in such a strong explosion. Only its triangular head was slightly black. Its eyes were still blood red. After a pause, it once again rushed towards Yi Qinghan. Hee, again. Yi Qinghan didn't take it seriously. He let out a long laugh and waved his purple palm again. Although the projectiles couldn't harm the fire python, they could stop it from chasing after it. After waving his palm, Yi Qinghan rushed forward without looking back. Walking like this and waving his palm, Yi Qinghan finally reached the entrance of the cave after a few minutes. Looking at the dark hole that looked like the mouth of a monster, Yi Qinghan's eyes shone with a fiery light. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile. His figure flashed and he directly entered the cave. Chapter 207. As soon as Yi Qinghan stepped in, the world began to spin around him, and his surroundings began to change. Whoosh whoosh. The wind howled, and yellow sand filled the sky. This was a desolate desert world. The wind swirled the yellow sand, causing the world to blur, and the heat waves caused the air to distort. Yi Qinghan didn't feel strange at all, because Yi Ruoxue had once said that the 12 caves of the Golem Passage were all created by the supreme power of the creator of Mount Luoxin. Every cave was a small parallel space, and they were all real spaces. There were all kinds of strange terrains, magical beasts, and monsters. If one wanted to leave this space, they had to find the entrance to the space. And there were countless dangers in this space, so the only safe place was within a radius of several dozen meters around the entrance. There's a magical beast there. Yi Qinghan could clearly see that in the distance, there was a hideous magical beast hundreds of meters tall with a triangular head roaring. Its scales glowed with a metallic luster, and its sharp fangs were covered with mucus. This is a magical beast. It seems to be very powerful. Yi Qinghan didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly grasped the blue dragon dagger, surrounded by battle chi, and prepared to fight. But a moment later, he discovered that a lot of the yellow sand had actually passed through the body of the hideous magical beast. Only for a moment. The hideous magical beast had actually disappeared. An illusion. Yi Qinghan somewhat understood. This was a desert terrain. Yellow sand filled the sky, and space was distorted. It was very easy for illusions to appear, just like a mirage. But this made it even more difficult to tell which was real and which was impossible to guard against. Let's go. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Right now, the most important thing was to find the entrance to this space. Otherwise, there could be danger everywhere. The blade of the dagger was constantly swallowing waves of saber energy, guarding against any sudden danger. Yi Qinghan's figure moved rapidly as he strolled around. The scorching heat waves seemed to burn the surrounding air. However, Yi Qinghan didn't seem to be affected by the heat at all. Yi Ruoshui had once told him that the 7 emotions fruits that he had eaten contained an enormous amount of energy and a miraculous ability. It allowed him to not need to consume any food or fresh water for 3 years, and he would not be affected by the weather or terrain in the puppet tunnel. For example, the current temperature was at least 40 to 50 degrees Celsius. Although all of this made Yi Qinghan feel very magical, he felt that this was not a magical ability that a human could have. But the various things that happened on the God-slaying mountain, the strange restrictions, the mysterious white mist, the mysterious 7 emotions dreamland. Everything that happened was not something that could be created by humans. Of course, this itself was not created by humans. In Yi Ruoshui's words, the God-slaying mountain was originally created by a god-level expert who possessed boundless magic power. And Yi Qinghan believed that since it was created by an omnipotent almighty, then everything that happened on the God-slaying mountain was normal and understandable. Swoosh! At that moment, a ray of light suddenly emerged from the sand in front of Yi Qinghan. Then, 2 yellow shadows broke through the ground and shot directly at Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan did not dare to be careless. In fact, when he entered this place, he had always been careless and had been carefully paying attention to the situation around him. He reacted at the first moment. With a flicker of his shadow step, his figure quickly shifted a few steps to the side. At the same time, he brandished his dagger. The tip of the dagger emitted a long sharp edge and fiercely covered the yellow figure. Bang! The yellow figure was fiercely struck by the sharp edge and was sent flying. As soon as it landed on the ground, it quickly disappeared. When Yi Qinghan reacted, he only saw a tail covered in scales quickly drilling into the ground. What monster? Pangolin. Yi Qinghan frowned slightly. This monster's defense was so strong and it could drill into the ground. It seemed that he had to be careful and guard against underground attacks. After carefully observing and making sure that the monster did not appear again, Yi Qinghan could only sigh and continue to move forward. The yellow sand covered the sky as far as the eye could see. It was as if there was no end to it and he could not tell which direction he was going. As he walked, even Yi Qinghan did not know which direction he was going. In the end, he simply did not know which direction he was going and just randomly chose a direction to move forward. After walking for a while, he stopped and sat cross-legged. He diverted half of his attention to cultivate his battle aura and restore the battle aura that he had just consumed. Meanwhile, he diverted the other half of his attention to observe the situation around him. Although it was very slow and the effect was not good, it was still safe. After resting and cultivating for a while, he continued to move forward. After walking for a few hours, Yi Qinghan suddenly discovered a black staircase in the distance. At the top of the staircase was a dark exit. The sky was filled with yellow. The black staircase and the exit were naturally very obvious. He immediately discovered it. His spirit was lifted and he hurriedly sped up in that direction. However, after a while, he suddenly realized that the black staircase suddenly disappeared and was slowly replaced by yellow sand. Sigh, it's an illusion again. Yi Qinghan sighed and powerlessly sat on the hot sand. This desert terrain was simply too detestable. Not only did it make people easily lose their way, but it was also very common for illusions to appear. Whoosh! 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 Just as Yi Qinghan was cursing the creator of the god-slaying mountain in his heart, he suddenly heard countless sounds of air being torn apart. Several black shadows emerged from the yellow sand around him and shot straight at Yi Qinghan, who was sitting on the ground. What the F***, so many. Whirlwind slash. Yi Qin Han was shocked and did not dare to be careless. He reached out and slapped the ground, using the counterforce of the ground to bounce up. At the same time, the dagger in his left hand spat out a blade light. The dagger spun in the air with the blade light and used the whirlwind slash of the Night Emperor's 7 forms to hack at the yellow shadows that were pouncing at him from all directions. At the same time, he released his battle aura, forming a battle aura shield around his body to block the black shadows' attacks. Bang! Og! The blade light and the yellow shadows collided, knocking the surrounding monsters away. At the same time, Yi Qin Han felt his battle aura shield being torn apart by a few sharp claws on his side and back, leaving a few bloody scratches on his skin. He could not help but groan in pain. He did not care about his wounds and instead stared at the 4 monsters in front of him. His wounds would naturally be healed by the white air coming out of the bronze ring, but the 4 monsters made him secretly apprehensive. These 4 monsters were somewhat similar to the crocodiles from his previous life, but their tails were much shorter and their limbs were slightly longer. Their front claws were especially sharp, as if there were several steel blades stuck in them. Their heads were sharp, and their eyes were blood red. Their bodies were covered in yellow scales that were slightly darker than the yellow sand. Soul confusion, earth splitter. Yi Qin Han did not dare to stay any longer. He was afraid that the sounds of battle would attract more and more crocodiles. His body lit up with a demonic purple light, and with the dagger in his hand, he slashed at the crocodile monster closest to him. Chapter 208. Yi Ruoxue had said that the monsters in the Puppet Mountain did not have souls, so his body fusion technique would be ineffective. However, Yi Qin Han was not willing to give up and wanted to give it a try. At the same time, he did not miss. The saber light left his body and slashed at the monsters in front of him. As expected, a purple light flashed, and the black fog enveloped the crocodile-like monsters. They did not react at all, and continued to stare at Yi Qin Han with their bloodshot eyes. However, Yi Qin Han discovered another advantage. This black fog could actually affect the monster's vision, but his own vision was not affected in the slightest. Bang! The saber light slashed down, and the crocodile-like monster that was closest to it dodged to the side. The saber light was not concentrated, and it only pierced the side, sending the crocodile-like monster flying. As for the other 3 monsters, their bloodshot eyes looked around randomly. In the end, they did not care about anything else and directly charged at the place where the sound came from. Their 6 sharp front claws danced wildly. Shadow step. This time, Yi Qin Han was much more relaxed. His footsteps swayed with the wind, and he easily dodged the attacks of the 3 monsters. Then, he waved his left hand and fiercely hit the body of one of the crocodile-like monsters. Bang! The monster was fiercely knocked down on the yellow sand, causing a cloud of dust to rise from the ground. It shook its head, then directly burrowed into the ground, leaving behind only a large tail. With a wave of its tail, it quickly disappeared under the yellow sand. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Qin Han did not hold back and directly hit the remaining 3 crocodile-like monsters, sending them flying. The 3 monsters were very strange. Once they were hit, they quickly escaped and did not continue fighting. After a while, there was only a sky full of yellow sand and Yi Qin Han alone in the vicinity. Phew! Yi Qin Han let out a long breath. The defense of this crocodile-like monster was too strong. His heavy strike at such a close distance did not even break a single scale. It probably only escaped because its internal organs were slightly injured by the battle aura. His attack power was still too low. Most importantly, his martial skills were too weak. Yi Qin Han sighed to himself. He had no choice. He had been considered trash in the Yi family since he was young. He had never been bestowed any high-level martial arts skills. The only way he could attack was the Night Emperor's 7 styles that everyone in the Yi family knew. Although the Night Emperor's 7 styles was rumored to be the ultimate skill of the Yi family's founding ancestor, it could split mountains and split the earth. But no one had ever practiced this martial art to this level, or rather, the family thought that the real Night Emperor's 7 forms had long been lost, and this was just a fake substitute. Before the mansion battle, his family had indeed given him a saint-level secret manual and countless cultivation experiences. However, these were only for life-saving techniques such as shadow step and battle chi cultivation. There was not a single high-level offensive or defensive martial skill. Ever since Yi Qinghan had obtained the body fusion battle technique, soul dizziness, he had never thought of practicing martial arts. He had only been focused on improving his battle chi and soul realm. At that time, he felt that he might as well practice his battle chi instead of martial arts. After all, with the body fusion battle technique, he could instantly kill a fighter with the same soul realm as him. And if his soul realm was higher than his, it would be useless even if he knew martial arts. They could instantly kill him. At this moment, he was very regretful that he didn't ask Yi Shi-san and Yi Qingwu about their high-level martial techniques. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been at such a disadvantage here. His realm was clearly much higher than this crocodile's, but he ended up in such a sorry state. Yi Qinghan decided that he had to find the passageway to this space as soon as possible and then cultivate for another year and a half. Even if he didn't improve his shadow step and Night Emperor's 7 forms, he had to at least learn the aura that a marquis could grasp. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan began to move forward. He was heading in the direction of the passage where the illusion had appeared. In his previous life, he had learned some knowledge about mirages. This thing was formed by refracting light, but there was a high chance that his real location was in a straight line between the person he saw and the mirage. Whoosh whoosh. But after walking for an hour, several crocodile-shaped monsters emerged from the yellow sand in front of him. These monsters broke out of the ground and attacked Yi Qinghan. Whoosh. With 2 battle experiences, Yi Qinghan naturally didn't care and immediately used the body fusion battle technique, soul dizziness. He used the black mist to affect the crocodile-shaped monster's vision and judgment. He quickly repelled the crocodile-shaped monsters and continued to move forward in a straight line. But along the way, he found that more and more monsters were attacking him, from a few at the beginning to more than 10. After repelling the last crocodile-shaped monster, Yi Qinghan laughed bitterly. His clothes had been torn to shreds, and he was covered in blood and wounds. The wounds that hadn't been completely healed had opened up again. Helplessly tearing off the shredded clothes, Yi Qinghan took out a golden leather armor from the bag on his back. This leather armor was obtained from extortion during the prefectural battle. He hadn't worn it because it was too big, but now he had to put it on. Ugh! He couldn't really put it on, but wrapped it around his body like a bath towel and tied it with shredded clothes. Although it looked a little funny, there was nothing he could do. After all, although he could heal every time he was injured, he was made of human flesh and was afraid of pain. As he continued forward, Yi Qinghan had a feeling that he was close to the end. Although this feeling was a little ridiculous, he decided to follow it. The crocodile-shaped monsters were appearing for shorter and shorter periods, and their numbers were increasing. However, after putting on the leather armor, Yi Qinghan's defensive power had increased greatly. He only needed to protect his head, and the rest of his body was completely protected by the leather armor and the battle chi shield. It made things easier for him, but he had consumed a lot of battle chi and spirit. Phew! After moving forward for half an hour, Yi Qinghan finally saw the black staircase and the dark cave entrance. He was very sure that it wasn't a mirage, so he raised his middle finger at the top of his head. Damn you, don't play like this. In the distance, outside the staircase and the dark cave entrance, there was a translucent light cover that was exactly the same as the one outside the puppet tunnel. This was why Yi Qinghan was sure that it wasn't a mirage, because the mirage just now didn't have such a light cover. However, apart from the yellow sand outside the light cover, there were also countless crocodile-shaped monsters. Numerous crocodile-shaped monsters were squatting on the ground around the translucent light cover. There were at least tens of thousands of crocodile-shaped monsters. I found the tunnel, but how can I get there? So many crocodile-shaped monsters have surrounded the light cover. Even if they don't attack me, it would take me a lot of effort to squeeze in. Yi Qinghan scratched his head, his dandruff falling off. He was somewhat dumbfounded. Chapter 209. What should I do? Yi Qinghan was dumbfounded. Wasn't the elder ancestor saying that the checkpoint in the cave ahead of the puppet passage was very simple? Didn't they say that it would be automatically generated by the challenger's own strength? When Yi Qinghan heard this, he was secretly delighted. He felt that this puppet mountain would be very easy to pass. On the surface, his strength was only at the first level of the Duke realm. With the addition of a holy beast, he was at the peak of the Duke realm. However, how could he pass these mountainous crocodile-shaped monsters with his current strength? He would need to at least reach the Emperor realm in order to pass this test. Actually, Yi Qinghan had miscalculated on one point. He didn't have any powerful offensive or defensive skills. If he was at the peak of the Duke realm, he could use his powerful offensive skills to easily sweep through the monsters. Moreover, if his defensive skills were strong, these crocodile-shaped monsters wouldn't be able to harm him at all. However, the god-level expert who had set up this checkpoint probably didn't expect that a warrior at the peak of the Duke realm would only know a very ordinary offensive skill, the Night Emperor's 7 forms, and an incomplete footwork technique, the shadow step. Yi Ruoxue also thought that since Yi Qinghan was a genius disciple of the Yi family, the elders of the family would definitely give him all the high-level skills. Since the combination skills were useless here, the only offensive skill that Yi Qinghan could rely on was the Night Emperor's 7 forms. Of course, he could only stare at the densely packed monsters. He regretted not asking Yi Qingniu for more offensive martial skills, and also regretted that he had refused Yi Qingwu's offer to teach him martial skills after the Battle of Duan Renfeng on the Prefecture Battle Island. Actually, if he used spiritual confusion, no one in the Netherworld path would be able to stop him. Of course, he couldn't be bothered to learn it. Moreover, his relationship with Yu Qingqing was at its peak. They were intimate all day and couldn't wait to explore each other. Where would he have the time to learn these things? Helpless, Yi Qinghan could only slowly retreat. He wasn't a fool. He knew his own strength. Although he has a very magical ring that can quickly heal his injuries, in the face of so many monsters, he can't do anything. He was afraid that the wound that the bronze ring had yet to heal would be continuously scratched by the crocodile monsters that swarmed toward him. At that time, he might bleed to death. Moreover, there were so many monsters. If he wasn't careful, his limbs would be torn off. Even the bronze ring's aura wouldn't be able to regrow his limbs. He slowly retreated a few hundred meters until he could no longer see the black stairs and the entrance. He heaved a sigh of relief and sat down on the sand. What should we do? What should we do? Yi Qinghan started to scratch his head again. Although he had eaten the 7 emotions fruit, he didn't feel hungry or thirsty. As long as he didn't get too close to the front, with his strength and the bronze ring's insane healing ability, he probably wouldn't be in too much danger. But people need to rest, right? With his current realm, it was indeed possible for him to not sleep for 10 days and half a night. Occasionally, he would meditate to recover his energy and battle chi. It was just that, this couldn't last long. If a person were to continue like this for a long time without rest, their mind would be greatly exhausted. They would become fatigued and dispirited. What would they do then? This was like a young man staying up all night and sleeping during the day. Indeed, a young man's physique was good. It wouldn't be a problem for him to stay up for 3 to 5 days. But try continuing like this for a few months. As long as there wasn't a problem with their mind, their body would definitely collapse. Taking a step back, even if they could persevere. But if they didn't break through the translucent barrier of the entrance, this place would never be safe. Then they couldn't just stay like this forever, right? After staying for 3 years, they would die of hunger or thirst here, becoming a few grains of sand in the sky. Think of a way. He had to think of a way. Yi Qinghan rubbed his face, trying to wake himself up, pull himself together, and think of a way. But the more he thought, the more confused he became, and the more his imagination ran wild. Boss, don't panic, calm down. There's no point in panicking. At this moment, Xiao He suddenly transmitted his voice. Although Xiao He's voice was slightly anxious and worried, it still caused Yi Qinghan to become alert. He hurriedly said, Xiao He, do you have a way? This ghost falling god mountain is too abnormal. Which bastard designed it? I'll *CK him up. I don't have a way, but I know that if you continue to panic, we will die here. Xiao He continued to transmit his voice. I also felt the situation just now. I feel that you can only solve this crisis from 2 aspects. First, attack. You have powerful battle chi, but you don't know how to attack. Second, defense. This leather armor doesn't fit you, and it doesn't have a comprehensive defense. Only by strengthening your defense or attack can you rush through. Attack. Defense. After listening to Xiao He's transmission, Yi Qinghan began to calm down and think carefully. He knew that his battle chi was already very high, but he didn't know any high-level martial skills, so he could only display about 50% of his strength. But if he learned a high-level martial skill, he could display 100%, 200%, or even 300%. As for defense, unless he could learn how to release his aura in a short period of time, there was no other way. Moreover, could he withstand the crazy attacks of so many monsters just by relying on his aura? He shuddered at the thought of the crocodile monsters that covered the mountains and plains. If he only relied on his aura, if his attack was not strong enough, he probably wouldn't be able to break through the monster horde and reach the safety barrier. After thinking hard for a long time, Yi Qinghan felt that other than training his aura and strengthening his attack, there was no other way. His aura could temporarily defend against attacks from all directions, and he had to master an offensive martial skill that could sweep through a large area and temporarily block the monster's attacks. This would give his aura time to buffer, so that it wouldn't break under continuous attacks. Using attack and defense in a cycle, he could break through the monster horde and reach the safety barrier at the entrance of the passage. He knew the principle of training his aura. Aura was actually an enhanced version of Battle Chi Shield. Releasing Battle Chi to form a Chi Shield could defend against strong attacks. Aura was a step further outward release of Battle Chi, forming a larger Chi Shield around the body. This Chi Shield was larger and could completely envelop the body, and its defense was further enhanced. Moreover, he could control the aura to distort the enemy's attack. Well, the principle was simple, but it was very complicated to use. Moreover, the aura formed at the beginning was very unstable and could easily break, and its defense was not as strong as the Chi Shield. This was another problem of practice makes perfect. As for offensive martial skills, Yi Qinghan thought about it, and tragically realized that other than the 7 forms of the Night Emperor, he didn't seem to know anything else. Thus, he helplessly began to practice the 7 forms of the Night Emperor. The 7 forms of the Night Emperor was the famous martial skill of the founding ancestor of the Yi family, the Night Emperor. It was said that when mastered, it could split mountains and split the earth. However, it was unknown whether the descendants of the Yi family were too weak, or the 7 forms of the Night Emperor was a knockoff. Since the Night Emperor, no one had been able to master it. Of course, the ancestors' things could not be forgotten. Thus, regardless of the identity of the Yi family, the first martial skill they learned was the 7 forms of the Night Emperor. Even the chores of the Yi family knew half a form. When Yi Qinghan found out that his sister was being teased by Xue Wuhan on the Cowherd Street in Song City, he turned his palm into a blade and slashed at Xue Wuhan with the Night Emperor's 7 forms of the Earth Splitter Slash. Thus, Yi Shanhu, who was patrolling nearby, immediately discovered that it was a descendant of the Yi family who was sent flying by Xue Wuhan, Heaven Splitter Slash, Earth Splitter Slash, Swimming Dragon Slash. In the following days, Yi Qinghan had no choice but to bitterly practice the Night Emperor's 7 styles while starting to cultivate his aura, hoping to make a breakthrough and charge through the horde of monsters to reach the entrance of the passageway. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would die of exhaustion in this sky full of yellow sand. Chapter 210. Sky-Splitting Slash. Yi Qinghan fiercely slashed down towards the sky. The long saber aura at the front of the blue dragon dagger instantly left the blade and expanded against the wind, turning into a semicircular saber aura that collided with the crocodile monster in front of him. Bang! A crocodile monster in front of him was directly hit by the oncoming saber aura. The powerful impact of the energy caused it to directly roll in the air, flying backward for more than 10 meters, and finally fell into the yellow sand and rolled again. Yi Qinghan nodded in satisfaction. However, from the corner of his eyes, he saw that the remaining crocodile monster had suddenly pounced from behind, and its sharp claws were about to directly scratch the back of his head. Buzz! Yi Qinghan frowned and did not dodge. Instead, his body emitted a burst of brown light. A light shield like a bubble suddenly formed and completely enveloped his body. This light shield was about 1 meter in diameter, brown in color, and there was a faint purple airflow surrounding it. Poochie! The crocodile monster behind him directly clawed at the brown light shield with its 2 sharp claws. Unexpectedly, this light shield was like a slippery ball, and actually slowly slid the 2 sharp claws to the side. Bang! The crocodile monster's powerful claws slashed on the yellow sand, scratching 2 deep grooves on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh. The crocodile monster turned its body again and continued to attack the light shield. However, this light shield was very strange, it could actually distort attacks. Every time the crocodile monster attacked, it would be diverted by this light shield. It would either attack the air or the ground. Every time it seemed that it was about to attack Yi Qinghan inside the light shield, it would slowly slide away. A-oh! The crocodile monster was like a machine, never tiring and constantly attacking. And Yi Qinghan stood inside the light shield, his eyes slightly narrowed, motionless, as if he was admiring the monster's attack. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not admiring, nor was he resting. He was controlling the aura field, distorting the monster's attack. After half a month of fumbling, he finally learned how to release the aura field a few days ago. However, he had just learned it and was not proficient in controlling it, so he could only release the aura for about 1 meter. Moreover, every time a monster attacked, he would only have 1 monster left. Instead of attacking it, he would let it attack while he continuously controlled his aura, familiarizing himself with how to use his aura to distort the monster's attacks and protect himself. Half an hour later, Yi Qinghan's forehead began to break out in cold sweat. The corners of his mouth twitched, and he smiled helplessly. He waved his left hand, and with a flash of the blade, the monster in front of him was sent flying. It rolled a few times on the yellow sand before burrowing into the ground and disappearing. Phew! Yi Qinghan also slumped down on the ground powerlessly. Constantly manipulating and twisting the qi field to attack like this consumed a lot of mental energy, battle qi, and physical strength. Xiaohei, come out and play. A shadow emerged from his chest, and Xiaohei appeared in front of Yi Qinghan. It twisted its little arms and legs and stretched its body in a very human-like manner. It said through telepathy, "Not bad, boss. You've lasted another 10 minutes today. Keep up the good work. Sigh, this is only 1 monster's attack, and I only lasted for half an hour. If it was a group of monsters, I don't even know if I could last a minute." Yi Qinghan shook his head and smiled bitterly. Don't rush, boss. You've only learned to use your aura for a few days. You'll slowly get used to it. I think if you can withstand a group attack for half an hour, we'll have a chance to break through the monster's encirclement and reach the safe zone at the entrance of the passage. Xiao He blinked its little eyes, and rubbed the little horn on its head against Yi Qinghan's thigh. It suddenly thought of something and said through telepathy, Boss, is the 7 forms of the Night Emperor effective? I've watched you practice for so long, and other than being more familiar with it, I feel like the power of your sword has not increased at all. Ha! The 7 forms of the Night Emperor. Speaking of this, Yi Qinghan felt helpless again. For half a month, he had fought a few battles with the monsters every day. Although he had practiced the 7 forms of the Night Emperor with ease, he felt that it was the same no matter how much he practiced. It did not increase his attack power. But he remembered the rumors of the Yi family, and said with some anticipation, according to the rumors of the 7 forms of the Night Emperor, if the 7 forms can be fused into one, then the power will increase by 10 times. But these 7 forms feel completely different. How can they be fused? Fused? This martial art can be fused. Even if it can be fused, it will be quite difficult. No one in the Yi family has ever succeeded in fusing it. Xiao He shook its little head and said doubtfully through telepathy. Yi Qinghan smiled bitterly and said in a self-deprecating manner, I also know that it's impossible. The Yi family has had many strong warriors in the past, but no one has succeeded in fusing it. Even ancestor Yi Ruoxue has never heard of a successful fusion. Sigh, but I don't practice this. What do I practice? I don't know anything. Yi Qinghan began to repeat his boring and monotonous life. Every day, apart from cultivating, he would fight monsters, constantly familiarize himself with the way to control his aura, and practice the 7 forms of the Night Emperor, hoping to comprehend the rumored 7 forms of the Yi family and increase his attack power by 10 times. Then, he could easily sweep away a group of crocodile monsters and break through their encirclement. Yi Qinghan practiced day and night in the God-slaying mountain, living a monotonous life. There was no time in the mountain, so he did not know what season it was and what day it was. But the fire dragon continent was very lively. Time flew. After Yi Qinghan went to the God-slaying mountain, another year had passed. The Fire Dragon Festival was approaching. This Fire Dragon Festival was different from his old age. This time, it was year 10,000 of the Fire Dragon calendar. It had been 10,000 years since the beginning of the Fire Dragon continent. The 3 residences began to celebrate joyfully. Although the 3 residences had different levels of culture, the Fire Dragon Festival was a festival that all 3 clans believed in. Tsang City also became lively, and the Yi family castle was of course no exception. The place was decorated with lanterns and streamers, and the atmosphere was joyous. However, the back mountain of the Yi family castle was quiet as usual, and the atmosphere was even a little solemn and depressing. Yi Tianlong, Yi Baihu, and Yi Qingniu were not in the mood to practice. Instead, they gathered together. The 3 of them stood by the lake helplessly, looking at the entrance to the back mountain. They felt a little sad and helpless. The entrance to the back mountain was a long flight of stairs. Standing at the entrance, one could see the entire Yi family castle, half of Tsang City, and the most prosperous south gate of Tsang City. At the top of the stairs, there were 2 graceful women. One of them was dressed in white and had white hair. She stood on the stairs with a lonely and stubborn expression, looking into the distance in the direction of the south gate of Tsang City. She did not say a word. This person was Yi Qingyu. Yi Qinggu stood beside her, a little disappointed. Her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, and no one knew what she was thinking. Go back, Qingyu. It's getting dark. I don't think your brother will come back. Besides, even if your brother comes back, once the family receives the news, they will immediately report it. There's no point in you standing here like a fool, right? After a long time, Yi Qingwu sighed softly and advised Yi Qingyu. This little girl, other than practicing, she had been standing here and looking at the south gate of Tsang City like a fool. It seemed that she thought her brother would come back when the fiery dragon festival was coming. Little did she know, Yi Qingyu did not reply, nor did she turn around. She only shook her head slightly and continued to stare blankly in front of her. A pair of clear eyes without any impurities were filled with faint sadness and melancholy. The wind began to pick up. The cold winter wind caused Yi Qingyu's white dress to flutter in the wind. Her silver hair danced in the wind and the cold tears hidden in the corner of her eyes were blown into the distance.